Checking in. Sound check. Sound check. Sound check. Yo, let me know if you can hear me. Loud and clear. Okay. What's up? What's up, Island Trucker? HL Logistics. Marquise, what up? Wait for a few guys come up in here. What y'all doing, man? Where y'all at? Y'all chilling? Y'all on the road? What up, Eddie? Oh man, there we go. It's gonna be a short live. I ain't gonna be on too long. I already see this. They were to getting me unloaded quick. At home working on new ventures. Okay. How's everything going with the business, Eddie? You're on a short run from Chicago. Okay. Island Trucker, what up, man? I heard some good things about you, man. I started checking out your channel. Let's connect. Maybe you can tap in one day on the live. If y'all want to jump on the live, man, just hit the link. You know, I ain't really got much talking about. I'm just checking in with y'all, and we was just on Josh's live, so I think he fell asleep or something. So I said I wouldn't live. Y'all can tap in. Looking for a warehouse with docks. Just a hint. Okay. Waiting on Great Freight, man, to hit the link. Um, or whoever want to hit the link, tap in. What up, Jay? What you got going on, Jay True? We out here in Durham. I'm out here in Durham, North Carolina, man, dropping this load off. Drop this off and head back to the house. I got some racks. I got some racks from my other trailer I gotta take back. I might do them today or I might do them tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. I gotta do some more paperwork today. Get ready for payroll tomorrow. Yeah, man. Yeah, appreciate it, Eddie. Yeah, I got contracted freight. Got the deal last week. Um, Going pretty good. I got one of the drivers running it. Um, I know he's running it this week. I know he got to take a day off or something. So I might cover whatever day it is. I think it's Thursday or Friday. But I did it last week. But I did the run before last year. But I did it again last week, which was pretty cool. I put it in the community post. So um, I ran it last week. It was pretty cool, pretty easy. Um, I think there was like 160 miles running Northern Virginia. Like I say, easy run. Just the only thing bad about it is just the traffic, dealing with the Northern Virginia traffic. But I ended up getting home like 5 o'clock still, 5:30, 5 o'clock. So it still was a good day. I was still home before the sun was down. What's up, Antonio Jenkins? Appreciate it, man. Oh, there you go.
Hey,
What up, man?
what's going on? Did you see my live at all yesterday afternoon?
Nah, I was on. What was I doing yesterday? I was on the truck.
Yeah, I think this is one. I talked to a guy. I did an interview with a guy from Freightwave Sonar. Are you familiar with Freightwave Sonar?
Freightway Sonar. No, I haven't heard of him.
Yeah, what they do actually is kind of interesting. And I got a lot of information in regards to what's going on, and there is a the freight train a cometh, because what they're saying is that Freightwave Sonar is tapped into an EDI system. An EDI system is loan tenders from direct customers. So let's say direct customers reject loads, they're tapped into the EDI system and they can actually see load rejections. So when load rejections go up, that means that there's not enough trucks in the area and prices go up in that area. So if I reject a load on a Monday from my direct customer, and Wednesday that the load's supposed to go on Wednesday, you can almost know by using this system, you can almost know that freight rates are going to go up on Wednesday because you saw the rejections on Mondays for the loads that are supposed to pick up on Wednesday. So I explained it in my video. If you watch my video, we can I'll talk about it with you later. But one of the things that he saw was containers. They are also tapped into intermodal, which is trains and containers. And one of the things that he told me is, he says, if you think freight rates are good now, wait, because right now containers, normally when somebody ships a container here, it sits here, we wait to load it, and then we ship it back. They are such desperate need of containers overseas to bring stuff here that they are sending containers back empty. They're paying to send them back empty rather than send them back full, just because of the amount of freight that has to be shipped here that's sitting over on their docks. So when those container ships start emptying out and heading back and start reloading, He's saying that we're going to get another massive wave of freight to come in. And he's seeing this through these load tenders that they're just saying, bring me the empty container. So I kind of talk about it in my other video and how using the 15-day average and the 15-day rate is about 21 days behind compared to his system. So that's kind of the stuff that I talked about in my live video yesterday afternoon, which the rest of it's kind of a long, drawn out, stuff. But all I know is that this system basically preaches the future compared to 15 days or 30 days in the past from canceled load tenders. And canceled load tenders hit spot markets. So basically, I mean, a lot of the stuff that I do is a kind of spot market pricing for direct customers. They don't run through EDI because I do oversized. But what was interesting, and I'm trying to get permission to use the interview, what was interesting is regards to how freight should be kicking off again once these container ships get emptied out and head back. That was kind of the gist of it.
I can see that happening because the rates went down just a little bit. I think it was not last week, the week before. But I see it just getting higher and higher for some reason. You seeing that over on your side, exclamation?
Yeah, it's getting higher. I'm not reaping the benefit of the crazy rates because I do the same loads, so I'm not killing them most of the time. But the rates are getting higher and higher.
Right.
I anticipate it to get higher because as long as they keep putting more money in the system, it's gonna cause inflation. So it's gonna go higher. As long as they keep putting out all that money and people are going to the store buying more goods, it's gonna get higher. So, but yeah, it's getting higher on my side too.
Right, and that's what he was basically saying. He's basically saying, so rather than a shipper loading these containers and paying a premium for these containers to go back loaded, they're just rolling out empty, either because we don't have the stuff to put in them or we don't have the stuff ready enough, and they're not waiting for us to load these containers. They're just saying, get them out. So to me, that's like when these containers come back again, there's going to be a massive rush at the ports. But right now, there could be a little bit of a downtick because we're just hauling empty containers back rather than hauling freight in these containers to go back. Now, there's some freight that aren't going there, but that still allows those shipments to be up there in pricing because some of these guys are just grabbing these extra containers. They're paying $10,000 to ship a container that's normally $2,000 right now. $10,000, and they're paying it for normally a $2,000 cost.
I talked when I was doing the flower load last week. I was talking to the customer, and he told me it's going to cost him 14 grand to move freight from Cali to back to Virginia. I was like, yo, that's crazy.
You're like, I'll be on my way. I'll be right there. Hold that stuff in California. I'm on my way.
I was like, yo, that's crazy. He was like, man, I never had to pay that much before, man. He says, it is what it is, though, but I got to get that product over here. He said it was peaches or something like that in Southern Cali that he moves from Southern Cali back to Virginia. He said he never had to pay that much. He said it's going to cost him $14,000 to move that product. I said, damn.
Well, that's the other thing, too. I did my Sunday show. I talked about drop trailers, that I've got customers now that all they want is drop trailers. We talked about this, remember? About trailers, but the Amazon thing. And I confirmed it with a customer, a pretty big customer, that he basically said, look, right now, if I got to pay $25 an hour to load trucks, instead of hiring 10 guys, I'd rather hire 6 guys and have you drop a trailer so that I can load your trailer when I'm ready and not have to bring 10 guys in to live load everybody. And I believe that's why Amazon's buying up all the trailers. I believe that, solve a problem. And the problem is too much pricing and labor to load these things. And what's Amazon's business model? No brick and mortar. So they're creating mobile storage units with trailers. And they're just going to go into customers and drop trailers. So if you got trailers, you're solving your customers' problems because they can load it when they're ready. And then rather than have to hire in additional people to live load you and make sure you're out of there so you don't charge them.
Yeah, Island Truck just said we move a lot of empty containers from CSX to the port last month. They were going overseas.
Were they empty? Do you know if they were empty? Were they empties
Yeah,
or were they loaded?
Yeah, he runs the port, I believe.
Yeah, a lot of empty containers. See, he's shipping a lot of empty containers. That's not normal. Normally, you might be bringing some in or moving that container out of the customer, but to take them back to the port empty with no freight on them, that tells me a lot right there. That just confirmed everything right there.
Yeah, he said empty. Yep, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
that's nuts. I mean, think about it. People are paying premiums to get empty. They're not even waiting to fill them. They're not even waiting to turn a profit to take them back loaded. They're shipping back empty. That's like I said. Now I do know some people want them out of their parking lots, and you take them to different areas. But to take them back to the port to put on the boats empty, that's a lot. That's a lot. Like I said, and that's why I did them yesterday. I jumped on it. I'm hoping this guy lets me air. Oh, here he is. Here he is. 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah, I ain't ready to hit it yet, but I'm about to get ready to do it.
Come on, man. Wipe the sleep out your eyes, man. We
Where you been? This is just a continuation. Josh, he drops a link on me at 7:19. I'm in at like 7:22, and I'm in the bullpen. He's asleep in like 4 minutes. What happened
we was in
here?
that live since like 4 this morning. Well, I chimed in at 4 in the morning because that's when I started rolling. But we was on
Oh,
it.
Josh was on last night again, long.
He was on there this morning. He was on there since like 2 this morning, just talking.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
that man got stamina, man.
Yeah, I mean, I was just shocked. I'm like, all right, there, he dropped the link. Perfect. I get my setup, I get my camera on, I click it, and I'm like, what happened? I'm sitting in the bullpen. Where'd he go?
I was out, man. I've been running around yesterday. Dropped my load off, dropped somebody else's load off, turn back around, had to do something else, and
Getting set up with the ports is normally is freight forwarders. You're looking for freight forwarders for that type of setting up the ports because those are usually the companies that are handling the overseas shipments. Is a freight forwarding company, so they'll have an FF number, and those are the ones instead of an MC number, they have an FF number. So, and you can probably Google a lot of the freight forwarders and get on there, send your information to get signed up for their to be a approved carrier.
I know I don't know this person, but I'm gonna see can I get this person to come on a StreamYard when I get to going with that eventually. They're big into that, with that freight forwarding container stuff or whatever. Um, but yeah, I heard you talking about that. They're paying big bucks just to send the empty back.
I know. That's what this guy in FreightWaves is saying.
They said fuck loading it.
Yeah.
They send it back because they need them.
Right. And then now, like I said, so that boat's going to go back empty, which is usually not common. That's not obviously, efficient, financially efficient to send empty containers back, unless somebody's paying for them to come back empty.
Yeah, they're paying to go send them right back. It was like a couple months ago. I was looking at that. I forgot where I was reading this at, but they were sending them back. No, I wasn't reading. It was on the news.
Was it?
Yeah, it was on the news. It was like 2 months ago.
And I'd be shocked if you had time to. You actually were out there reading stuff.
Huh?
I'd be shocked that you were actually out there. You had enough time to be out there reading stuff with everything you got going on.
Oh man, nah, yeah, I read stuff here and there, but I caught it on the news. I forgot where it was, but yeah, they were sending them back empty.
Especially with all the prank calls you send to my voicemail. Constantly, the FBI calling me constantly. Officer Leak from the FBI, all kinds of stuff. This guy.
Oh man.
Yeah, well, I think we all. Not only that, the freight market is going to be affected. I think the consumer needs to prepare themselves for the inflation. That cost is going somewhere. And and then businesses might take it on for a little bit, but eventually they're going to pass that cost on to the consumer.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna start seeing massive inflations everywhere. Fuel, groceries, services, everything's about to go up. 'Cause I don't anticipate the freight rates going down no time soon. We're going into the summer. Normally, this is a peak for us. So, I don't
Yeah,
think it's gonna go down no time soon. So everybody needs to start preparing for this inflation. But this inflation is destined. It's gonna happen. Once they start printing money and giving out money, and you know, it's gonna happen, man. Because it's gonna chase goods and services, and supply and demand. The more money out there, the more goods and services brought up. The less goods and services are available, the more the price go up. So we just gotta all prepare ourselves for it. So we'll reap the benefits in the beginning, but we just gotta know that things is about to get really really expensive real quick and real fast. Real soon. So
Oh, I agree, and I listen to Cooley too. It's like it's sometimes too. It's not about the money that you're making right now. It's also about what are you going to do with that money to help you when the times get slow. So when you guys are
right,
making all this money,
better have it.
yeah, and just make sure that the goal is to use that money to make it that benefits you when the times are slow, because it eventually will slow back down again. And what did you do with the money that you made? And
right,
having all this money in your pocket right now means nothing if it's spent on the dumb stuff and doesn't benefit your company. And I think that's the biggest individuals have, is that turning that mindset into a business mindset and being able to look at it and say, okay, how do I benefit my business? Where do I go from here? Things like
That's
that.
what
right,
that's what I was
right.
talking to a driver about. Paying drivers, and it's all right to pay them, man, but you can't be like trying to be the guy. I want to do something nobody else is doing. You know, overpaying people. you know, and then then them times come up, and you're gonna be like, what happened? Like, well, we told you, man. Like you can't do that. You know. So I mean, you pay them a good wage and stuff like that, but don't set yourself up for the kill shot down the
Right.
road. So
I think what me and Cooley were talking about too. One of the things that I'd like to do with my channel, or one of is do stuff, is basically have like roundtables where we have guys come on and we go over stuff, certain questions that you guys might have, or things like that, to kind of prepare them to say, because not everybody can have an authority. Not everybody has that mentality to have that authority, and that's okay. They can still run for somebody else, and it's just knowing what they're capable of, and the level of stress they can handle. And sometimes I've seen freight brokers that were fantastic agents and have gone out to be a freight broker and crashed and burned and went back to
How
being a
much that?
fantastic
I
freight.
coming this way? Okay.
So that's another aspect of looking at some of the stuff too. And I wanted to do shows in regards to that and have guys on like you, exclamation thoughts, and other people, and have those conversations.
Right.
yeah, definitely, man. You know, like yesterday, I put on Facebook. I said today gonna be one of them shitty ass days. Uh, and then you got a few trucks with authority or something. Like I had all the trucks in one place yesterday. I had to go take old boy's load, run his load, go drop it off, send him to the shop, turn back around. I was gonna go to the shop, changed my mind, took my load, dropped it off, come back,
The seal
had
is
to do something,
it's in the truck.
had to do something else. The other driver was like, "Damn,
Don't
man,
worry about. Okay.
drop your load off and his load off, and you still trying to do something." I said, "That's what it is, man."
Day of the business owner is different than the day of the employee.
So
Mm-hmm.
said, "Gotta
Oh,
go
you
get
sound
it
right there.
done."
Oh, okay. Cool. Good to go.
Right.
All right.
Can't be
All
like,
right.
"Yeah,
Take care of yourself.
All right.
I
Take it
gotta
easy.
call a fleet manager or call the broker." Man, can you find another truck to go pick it up for me? Nah, man, gotta go do it.
This is the time of year that brokers don't really do that. Hey, you know anybody else? That means
Yeah.
they was on the phone all day. Still can't get that
Yeah,
Oh
load.
yeah. You know
Yeah.
somebody else. You got another truck. I'm like, oh yeah, I got another
all,
truck. What you doing it for?
all day. Yeah,
But yeah, I got somebody I can give you your number too. But listen, I don't know if he's gonna take the load, but I can give you his number. You know.
I do the same thing, especially if you did a good job. I definitely ask if you got other people because usually if you're
Right.
doing a good job, you're gonna recommend someone else. But I don't do that with
yeah.
everybody. Let me just tell you, there'll be other people that be like, dude, I don't want to even know your friends. I don't even want to
that's
know you, let alone
that's
your
what I
Right.
was talking about with I was talking about with drivers, carriers, knowing networking with brokers. A lot of people don't know that brokers have freight, but if you don't say nothing to them, they're not going to know what you want to do. A lot of them be having the lanes you want.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But you got to speak up and ask. You know what I'm saying? They got so much going on. Some of these brokers is big brokers, man. They don't got time to be figuring out, you know what I'm saying, what you want to do. You got to speak up and ask what you want to do. That's how I found a lot of these lanes. You just be like, oh, you got this pretty often. Okay, that's not the dots. You know, we'll see how
Yeah.
consistent it. But some of them be like, you know, I'm talking about leaking X. You know, some will be like, yeah, we got it. And then you hit them up, they be like, oh, nah, we don't got it today. But check back in next
yeah,
week.
yeah,
I got a rule. I got a rule. If they don't want to work with me when it's slow, I'm not working with you when it's busy.
that's funny because I was,
You gotta lock something down with me when it's slow. If you gave me a good rate when it was slow, and you didn't have to do it, then when it gets busy, then I give you a fair rate when it's busy. But you're not gonna call me when I could get $10 a mile and think you're gonna lock me down for $3. It's not happening, man. I'm cracking your head. But the loads I'm doing now, like this load here, I've been doing this load since last year. Not consistently off and on. So I'm doing the same rate I was doing like earlier this year. It's the same rate that I'm doing for it now. But that's because when it was slow, not really slow, but during the winter time, they gave me a good rate. So and I stay with them. I won't crack your ass. If you can make money, I can make money. But if somebody call my phone now, nah, man, I need top dollar. You know,
yeah,
because
yeah. That's
that's my
crazy
rule.
because oh boy, that joint I was telling you about, dude, give me 5 lanes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I hit him with the rate. He goes, you way too expensive. I was waking up early and I was thinking about it. I was like, the fuel prices about to go up. We're gonna see who's way too expensive now. I said, I gave you a locked in fuel surcharge and everything. We're gonna see. I
You
ain't
know
even gonna say, I ain't even
that
gonna
was
say
my
that.
that was my next question. I was gonna ask you fellas how y'all think the fuel price is gonna start affecting the rates.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the rate's going. You're gonna have to pay more. That's why I be like, y'all be crazy. Y'all be thinking I'm crazy when I be charging. But be honest, man, you gotta get your money, man. It's cost for this maintenance and stuff. You know, if a guy's saying 100 miles or 200 miles, I might throw out there $1,500. Why not? You know what I'm saying? But fuel prices going up. Don't matter. It don't matter about the discounts you get. It's still going up.
Yeah, a fuel price jump like this can also kick contracted rates out of their contract sometimes. If there's you're contracted with a fuel surcharge, and as long as there's not a monstrous fuel surcharge change, that you still have to hold that price. But sometimes it can kick a fuel problem like this one can actually, depending on how long it lasts, can kick you out of that, and then that freight can go back to the spot market even more because of that fuel. Because it's going to be declined. They're going to reject that load, and those load tenders being rejected are going to kick it back to the spot market and try to find other additional trucks. So that alone is also what drives the prices. Is the normal carriers that are under contract that now can't do it for that price because of such a huge fuel jump that it could possibly kick them that load back into the spot market because it was rejected, which also raises prices also. So it's more than just the fuel. It's what that fuel does to regular contracted freight that can also raise your rates.
Mm.
But being a carrier, being a carrier and a broker, it's kind of like, yeah, I might charge high. It's kind of like contradicting myself,
Right.
but but you got to do. I mean, yeah, you're gonna have to charge high on the carrier side to make your money. But as a broker myself, I still pay fair. I'm not gonna be the guy, taking 50% off the top. We're gonna play fair, man. You do good business. I give you the load. Run a load. I'm gonna take some off the top, but I'm not gonna try to chop
You,
your head off.
50%.
you ain't
you
gonna
know,
take the arms and stuff off of them. You gonna take 60% off. You ain't gonna do that, man.
Take
Right.
it
You
50%
ain't
in
gonna
first place.
TQL them.
that's more so the bigger brokers. They got a margin they gotta meet. They have to take out a lot of money because they got so many. Oh, their overhead is crazy. All the softwares and all the stuff they put into it and all that kind of stuff. Some of them agents have to meet certain margins. They got to get permission from the broker to go up.
Yeah.
That's how they do. You know how you know what I'm talking about, Eric.
Oh yeah, I got a question. I actually have a question. what's the difference if I take 50% off the top or if I make 50% on the rate? So I think that's something that it's kind of, sometimes it's how you, and the reason I say that is if you're getting your $2,000 your rate and that's what you wanted, and I got 50% on top of that, what's the difference between if I take 50% off the top and then that rate? So it's kind of the way you look at loads. Other times that I do 50%, yes, there are times. Now I do different freight, but still, if I still get you your rate and I'm that good as a
he doesn't know.
get my rate,
He won't know your numbers, so
correct.
Going up there.
I might be that good that I got you your rate and I still got me 50% because I'm that good of a salesperson to the customer. So the thing is too is that it isn't personal, it's business. And it's like when I go in for a day rate, if a load's 200 miles, I pay a day rate for the equipment. I pay a day rate. I don't even calculate. To me, I'll go to a customer and say, we got to day rate the truck. And then I'm going to give the driver a day rate. And because it doesn't matter if it's 200 miles, 9 times out of 10, that 200 miles, it's going to take the whole day by the time you load the stuff, drive it, unload, find another load. So look at all those
Day
guys.
rate. What would be a day rate for you? An example of a day rate.
For what type of equipment?
A reefer.
I don't do a ton of reefer, to be honest. Actually, I haven't done any reefer. Cooley might be better for the answer, but I can tell. I do open deck. So for me, right now, flatbed or step deck is somewhere around $1,500 for a flat or step deck.
Okay.
Hot shot could be like 1,200, 1,000 area, depending on if he's a local guy type thing. Like a lot of my hot shot guys are just leaving the house, doing a load, going back to the house, and so they might be a little less. But a flatter step would approximately to a customer be about $1,500, and then I'm looking to pay the driver, and depending on the load, somewhere between, depending on again if he's local or not, take him $1,000 to $1,200 area for the truck. For me, on those for day rate for legals.
Yeah, 12 to 15. I say about 12 to 15. Unless the broker just comes out and just pours his heart out.
Now, is there times that I can get 2? Yeah, there's times I can get 2 because there's different points of leverage. If I gotta, that's why setting a rate's difficult. Like end of the day, end of the week, end of the month are your leverage points. Those are the points the freight has to get out. End of the day, end of the week, end of the month. So if it's end of the day, end of the week, and end of the month, I might be doing $2,000 because I know that I got to have a truck in there by the 31st. So I have to have a truck. So that day rate is also based on just supply and demand also, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So even that day rate can change depending on the need for that load to go out, because 9 times out of 10, a customer has quotas that they have to meet, and that customer's quotas are our monthly quota. They've got to bill so much money every single month. And I talk about this in one of my videos. You guys can like and subscribe to my channel. I go over this. So that day rate for that guy might be $2,000 because they need a truck right now.
Right.
So I might be charging $2,000 for that, but the truck might still say he'll do it for 12. Okay. But I was able to, knowing my stuff, knowing my information, I was able to get 2,000 based on my knowledge and what I know for that same truck that's always giving me 12 because that's what they want for their day rates. If that makes sense. Yeah. Now I can never go to that carrier and say, "Hey, will you do it for 8?" Because they're going to tell me to. Well, they're going to tell me to do something that I don't know if he's say, but they're going to tell me walk away, quite nicely. But I understand that their price is their price and that's their price, and then that's what I do.
Yeah, I hate the time when you go pull over a broker so many times, same lane, and then when he knows it's like slow, all of a sudden, my shipper won't pay this, and damn well they get the same money, if not a little bit more,
That's where this this freight sonar. Check out my video on this freight sonar. That's where this freight sonar is a big deal to know that. And knowing that is like knowing the future. It's not cheap, and to be honest, it shouldn't be cheap because I don't want everybody to have it. What's that?
I said you go to this place right here. See, now we got to do our homework. We got to do our homework. You see what I'm saying?
Put me in, coach. Hang on.
What happened?
We got to do our homework, man.
Nothing.
What happened? What's the name of that place?
We got some CIA operations going on here.
Yeah, we gotta do our homework, man. In and out. I was there for 15 minutes, man. That's what I be talking about.
And of course, the person that signed the paperwork, you got their name signed and printed, so we know exactly who the individual is.
You said what?
The person that signed the paperwork, you've got their name, sign, and print, so we know who to ask for when we call.
Oh, the unloader? Yeah.
All right. That's all we need to do. That's key, guys. Sign and print. It's not just for legibility. It's so that you have somebody's name to contact for your direct customers.
Just told my driver that last
So let
night.
me ask you this: how many calls you make before you get a commitment from a customer?
I'm okay. I'm different a little bit, just so you know. So just so everybody knows, I'm an overdimensional freight broker. That's all pretty much I do. So for me, I did an experiment a couple weeks ago right now, and I sent out like 12 emails, and I got 6 replies, and ended up getting 2 customers with 12 emails. I did it in one day.
Wow.
I did it in one day. Now I have a little trick, like that RGN that's sitting there right there.
Yeah.
What I would suggest for him to do is the same thing you guys do on YouTube. It's called clickbait. So normally what I do, and you can try competing against me. So if you're doing oversized, you got no chance. Just so you know, I'm good. But either way, what I do is I do clickbait. So I send a couple lines, and I know what their problems are. So in a couple sentences, I tell them that I'm going to fix their problems, meaning I'm going to get my quote back within a couple hours, if not sooner. And then at the bottom of the email, if I know that they make, let's say they make steel tanks, like pressure vessels that hold water or something, I'm going to find a load that I did, and I'm going to take that picture of that load, and I'm going to put it at the bottom of the email. So when they get that email, they're going to be like, hey, is that one of our tanks? Let me click on this email. Then they click on that email, and they read my sentences stating that I'm an overdimensional freight broker. I specialize in overdimensional freight. I won't quote your freight without a truck. Guaranteed price. Guaranteed truck. Go ahead and shoot me an email if you want my quotes. I get responses. Clickbait, baby. Clickbait emails. That's why photos of any type of load you're hauling, if you go to a customer and you're like, I want to haul control buildings. If you just hauled a control building, get a good photo of that on your truck. And then you're going to use that to get into to find somebody to get in the door. And all you need is a couple sentences and a picture. And they're looking at that thinking it's their load. Next thing you know, they're reading the email and they're like, hey, we're going to give this guy a try. And then I go from there. That's my little trick to everybody. So now you all know.
So let me say,
Definitely gonna use it.
Do you think that you're more successful with the emails opposed to calling, or vice versa?
I'm more successful with the emails because one thing is I'm showing them something. I'm building a connection with that photo. I haul something that they make.
Okay.
Right off the bat, you're seeing proof of it. I'm showing you proof of it. Because remember, one of the biggest problems customers have with brokers is what? They're liars.
Right.
Okay? They're liars. They say they know what they're doing and they're lying. So as a broker, I don't sell, I solve. I look to solve problems. So right off the bat, I'm going to take now, of course, the goal is you need to have hauled that type of load and you need to have asked questions and know, different questions and control buildings. Control buildings, they like to ship control buildings with everything inside the control building. Well, if the control building's overweight, you can't do that. And then next thing you know, they get in trouble and we're taking out all the tools and the ladders and stuff. So I figure out what the problem is with that load and I'll say, hey, let me solve your problem. Here's a picture proof that I've done this before. And that picture builds that connection right off the bat. They've now seen something that they make that I've shipped. I must know something. And at that point, it builds that connection and I get them. So for me, you're going to get a little bit further with that photo and that email than you're going to get with that phone call because they get 1 trillion phone calls a day. Right. And it's all the same stuff. Hi, my name is Joe Schmo from Joe Schmo Logistics. You know what I mean? And it's like, I have access to 10,000 trucks. Fine, prove it. Get me 1,000 right now. And so they know the spiel. And when that spiel doesn't work because you've already lied to them, you have access to them, but name one. You know what I'm saying? So to me, I want to prove that I know my crap. I want to prove I can do the job that they need me to do. And that picture of me doing it as a broker or as a carrier proves that. And it establishes that I'm already better than the other brokers who just lie. If that makes sense.
Gotcha. Yeah. Makes sense. Mm-hmm. Okay.
especially the open deck G-Way. If you take photos of that stuff on that trailer, I mean, people like pictures of stuff like that. It's not like a van. It's just boom. I want to haul this, and then next thing you know, you're sending that to those type of customers.
Oh, that's
Hey,
you.
I'm
That's
waiting
you,
on
G
my.
Way.
Yeah, I'm waiting on my
Let me
first
see.
load, baby.
Oh, that's all right, man.
Oh,
Salute.
and that truck? Are you kidding me? You got to get something on that truck and take some photos, bro.
Hey, I'm trying to book a load now, man. Well,
Oh,
actually, I'm
that's
waiting on the driver to come pick up my other truck before I leave town. That's
so
what I'm
that's who
really waiting on.
so that's who getting all the money.
Yeah, exactly.
Nah,
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. He
nah.
getting all
I'm
the
trying.
money. Yeah.
I'm trying to catch up with y'all, man.
Yeah, man. That's a nice truck, man.
So you got the trailer, huh?
Thank you.
You asking me for the playbook.
Yeah, I did. I called Calvin. I say, man, what you think? Hey, I called Freight too. I'm like, yo, man, what you think if I go get this thing?
So you got it,
Yeah.
baby. That's
Yeah.
that stretch. Yeah,
Yep.
you need to
Yep.
shoot me an email because I'm trying to find your email. I'm trying to find your email.
Oh, I texted to you.
You can't. This is a
Okay.
landline. I plugged this into the wall. I know you guys
All
don't
right.
know anything about that. I know I'm old school. All right, I'll text you. Let me text you on my other phone. Man, so many people are getting upset at me because they keep texting me like, dude, you never answer me. I'm like, dude, this is I got a wire. It plugs from with a
Man,
wire into
I
the
haven't
wall.
seen one of them things in a while, man.
Exactly.
Okay.
So
I haven't seen one of them things in a
let me
while.
text you. I'll type that. I'll text you my other one. But dude, you want me to sell you? Give me pictures of that truck loaded. That truck
Okay.
loaded. Oh Lord, or Lord.
Okay. I definitely get them over to you.
And that's the other thing I try to do is I try to sell drivers. And my job's easier to sell drivers to customers than just go to a customer and say, hey, give me your freight. Well, do you have a truck? Nope, but I'll find one. Well, dude, I already have that problem. Why do I need you as an extension of my problems? So, but yeah, get that thing. Let's get that thing loaded. Contact, like I said, there's that flip. Nice. Back deck,
Yeah.
gooseneck. And you got,
Yeah.
did you figure out the adjustable ride height in the back?
No, I haven't played with that yet today. I'm
Well,
just coming out here checking on it. But there go my little pony motor right there.
yep, that's your hydraulic neck. So that motor will allow you to raise and lower that thing in the front.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, I
then,
figured that out. The ride height.
yep. And then in the back,
Mhm.
you should have a lever between the axles. And that's going to be your adjustable ride height on the back that'll work off your airbags somewhere back there.
Let's see. Uh,
Usually it's driver's side.
Trying
If
to
not,
make,
it's
trying to make all the money.
That's the little lever
Damn.
back there in the hole. Air
yeah.
ride right here. Okay.
Yeah, then what you do, so you can dump your air and then adjust that pin, and it'll adjust different levels. I don't know how many. I don't know the trailer, so I don't know how many pins you got, but it'll adjust that height. So that also works if it's something's heavy and it's going to squat that trailer. You might have to
Mhm.
raise them up to get yourself off the ground, and it's the same thing
Okay.
with the front too. And then of course, if something's taller and you can lower it down, you can ride lower, and because with oversized inches matter. Story of
Yeah.
my life.
Nice setup. Nice setup.
Yeah.
I like that color. I like that green.
Dude, yeah.
Oh, thanks.
That is a beautiful truck.
And it's stretch out. I want to say it's stretch out to 50 feet long. Don't quote me, but I want to say it's stretch out at least that long.
Yeah, a lot of them are either 49.11 or 50.6. So it's usually the trailer manufacturers usually stretch out that much, unless it's a 53, and then you can usually get like 57.6 in there.
Okay.
That's an XL trailer. I'm probably boring a whole lot of people here, but when they start talking oversized, I just can't stop.
Now you don't bore me, dude. You don't bore me. Mm,
But besides that, I miss some of Josh's. I have to go back, but sometimes it's like I gotta sleep, and he doesn't, so I don't know.
okay.
Okay.
Mm,
Where did we lose everybody? Just us?
Yeah,
Yep.
I think leaks internet.
Dude, did we ever get enough money from the Leak Foundation, the Leak Phone Foundation, to be able to get him a phone?
You gotta get him a GoFund. we gotta get that together, man. You making too much money, man. You could probably buy a cell phone. company. All that money he got.
Okay.
There
Yeah.
there
Yeah. Yeah.
you go, one of them right
Yeah.
here. That's information right here.
Yeah, check on something.
How do you determine if
It-
you need additional vehicles trailing or leading your vehicle loads? For overdimensional freight, it's a per state. You're going to actually there's state reference guides to know if you need escorts, how many escorts, or if you need pole cars. It's all based on what the states that you're running at. Landstar is at a disadvantage because they require pole cars at 15 feet, no matter what the state requires. So I do a lot out of Texas, where Texas you don't need a pole until you're 17 feet tall, over actually 17.1. Where Landstar needs it at 15 foot. That's just a requirement. So your first requirement is what your carrier requires you to have in regards to pole cars and things like that. Everything else falls on the state, and individual states will tell you each one. And there's reference guides. I want to say it's wideloadshipping.com is one of the websites that you can check regulations. I'm doing this by memory. I should probably pull it up. And that'll have state regulations in regards to what you need. It's all state based.
Okay.
Hope that.
Yeah.
Man, how they
Landstar do
call
give a
Texas,
lot of
man?
extra restrictions on everything.
They do. They restrict you and what you're able to haul until you've got so much time in. Like I think you're a 4 now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you're a 4. So they'll start you at like a 1 or a 2, and then eventually you have to prove that you can haul stuff. And then you get bumped up to a 4, and then even they require like I said, I've got customers that won't pay. They're not going to pay for Landstar's pole car at 15 if you don't need it to 17, because their opinion is, well, then hire better drivers. So if they're hitting bridges when they're not supposed to, some customers won't pay. So sometimes I have a problem getting the rate over 15 for you guys because they're not going to pay for the pole around Texas.
Mm.
And I understand, you know what I mean, but it's just Landstar. And then sometimes I don't have a problem because it's going far enough that I can factor it into other things. But if it's just around Texas, usually it's tougher for me to get the right rate because you need a pole.
In general, Texas is a good heavy haul area just to
Everything's
run.
bigger in Texas, man. Everything's bigger in Texas. So for them, they do a lot of oversized stuff in and around Texas it's easier. It's easier because everything's open. I would definitely rather haul around Texas than take something tall up into like Massachusetts.
Oh,
Things like
yeah.
that. So yeah, it's definitely something that it's got some oversized freight in that area.
Man,
Mhm.
you know I still haven't took my truck up to Massachusetts. I haven't gone.
Yeah.
I haven't been past New York in my truck.
I never been up there either. Well, Maine or none of that. Massachusetts. Nah, I've been to Massachusetts once.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
What's going on?
You froze, bro.
Force regen.
There you go. Yeah, you froze. Hey, Chaz, refresh your in the top right corner. Press that refresh button and come out and come back in, because sometimes that it does that to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to take over the stream. I seem to always do this. But I want to get involved in heavy haul, over dimensional, switching from van to step deck. My first process thought process would be just switching into open deck first. So a flatbed or a step deck. Flatbed is technically standard equipment, so it's a flatbed. Step deck is a categorized, puts you into specialized equipment. But you're going to want to learn securement way before you learn about over dimensional. Because you're going to need to secure things to the deck so it stays on the deck before you roll with getting anything that's oversized. Yeah, so flatbed for the basics would be where I would start, because you're going to get, there'd be a lot of training with flatbed carriers.
Per mile, what's the average rate per mile for that oversized stuff? Because I always pretty much did reefer. So
It's almost impossible.
It varies.
Yeah, it's impossible. Cool. Yeah, Leak's done it. I mean, there's been times I've paid. I mean, depends on how big the item is and where it's going. I mean, you could pay $50,000 for 200 miles. I mean, so, or depends on where it's a lot of other factors, like how much the escorts are going to be. Do I need escorts? Do I have permits? well, you're always gonna need permits, but do I need weight permits and oversized permits? So it's almost impossible to just say this is the rate.
Right. I got it. Makes sense.
Yeah, you can G-Way. You got a triaxle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Landstar was gonna give me one, but I had already bought my step day. I was like, y'all too late, man. Brand new joint. But yeah, you might be in them areas like y'all saying Texas. I seen a load in Texas one day. It was like 5 miles, $20,000. I was like, damn. I was like, I can't get that joint. So
Mhm. I was just looking at a load. I'm just trying to get my feet wet. Going down to Florida, but it was only paying 2,500, but it was only 16,000 pounds. So I'm
still,
just
yeah.
debating.
Was it? What was it? What
It
was
is.
the other dimensions?
It was legal. Yeah, I think it was a military vehicle. It picked up in Fort Benning, Georgia, which is about a 2-hour ride for me, hour and a half, and go down
Nah,
to Coral Springs, Florida. That was just a little too deep in Florida for me. That's
let it
past Orlando.
sit.
Yeah, that's kind of light for an RGN, and unless that could have also loaded on a step deck. That's what you have to also watch for too, because just because you have an RGN, if the load can load on a step deck or a hot shot, you might not be able to get an RGN price. So an RGN price for that could have been like 25 if it had to go on an RGN. If it was taller or needed, so that's the other thing too you want to watch for. If it can load on another trailer, they're going to give the lower trailer rate. But if it has to
Yeah.
go on an RGN or a double drop, that's when you're more beneficial to hauling those loads.
And when you
Okay.
said
You the
25,
only guy in
you
that
talking about
area.
25,000, right?
No, that was 25
No.
for a 2,500 could be a typical day rate for heading down to Florida. 2,500 for that one.
For
It was a
Yeah,
legal
RGN?
load. It was a legal load, basically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm
So,
living 500 miles.
Yeah,
So
so that's about right. The 2025 area would be something down to Florida with it to be, and that might not be the same price a day rate for it in Texas, but down to Florida, it'd be about.
Yeah. Use your equipment to your advantage. You the only RGN probably in the area. That's when you bang them upside the head. You in competition. You in competition with step decks when you talking about that little stuff.
Right.
So,
And then there's obviously more trucks available to it and less of a rate, basically.
yeah,
yeah.
every time I pass weigh stations, man, they always got RGNs in there, man. Checking every tire.
Oh, yeah.
RGNs and box trucks and
Hot shot.
Cooley's.
yep.
The
Those are the
Cooley's
main
have
ones.
been
Like
annoying.
be in there every single tire. Like the last time when I got pulled in for the overweight, it was like I ended up locking myself out. Yeah, I don't know the story, but I locked myself out of my truck, and I left both my spare keys in the truck. So while I was there trying to get into the truck, there was an RGN guy next to me, and it was like he had to get like 3 tires changed, man, out of service. Yeah, man.
What's your guys' opinion on box trucks if you have a carrier?
That's your turn.
What about box trucks?
You speaking as a dispatcher or you speaking as a broker that have carriers?
I think he's speaking as a driver, as a box trucks carrier. Like he wants to start a box truck carrier.
It's very profitable. Just go the other
That's
direction.
been that's been a new thing. I mean, well, people been trying to poke at it for several years now, but it seems like that's the new little wave.
The thing that kills me with box trucks though is people getting box trucks and going OTR.
They're just winging it. They
Like,
just
why are you going OTR with a box truck?
What's wrong with a box truck? I
man, y'all
don't
going
know.
for going for North Carolina to Sacramento for 110 a mile. Like, chill. Like, I don't get it.
If you're going like
You know.
box trucks are the place, man, but a lot of I think it's better just go get the truck and the trailer, man. Just go ahead and just get a truck and a trailer. You know?
Oh yeah. Some of the numbers I be seeing, I be like, nah, I don't know, man. But I know some people that do all right. You know.
It depends. I mean, if you're going, if you're going to go to Amazon, man, I wouldn't. It's not time to go to Amazon right now. I mean, you're trying to get going, get your feet wet. Amazon is dead right now.
I think they're waiting for all that stuff to come in on those containers, and then they're going to kick off again. Like I said, they're definitely waiting for freight to come back on those containers.
Yeah.
As a broker, I'm to be completely honest, I've never done box truck brokering, so I wouldn't be the guy to ask. I could track somebody down if you shoot over to my shoot me an email, I'll track somebody down that would know it. But I don't. I'd have to find someone to answer those questions for you because I just don't. I don't want to give you information I don't
It's
know.
kind of like it might be kind of like drive-in in a sense. I mean, you kind of playing with those kind of numbers, you know, box trucks. But you could be profitable with it, you know, especially if you're a broker and have your own box trucks. I would see it profitable like that. But just getting a box truck and just being Amazon dedicated forever,
That's the new wave, though. People just getting box trucks and want to go to
Yeah.
Amazon and all that. See, I
I
see.
especially
I would
here in Atlanta.
use Amazon like a head start. I see a lot of videos. Oh, I made $30,000 in box trucks in 1 month. I mean, it's a lot of it's a lot of hidden stuff going on with that. But you gotta think
Oh
about it.
yeah,
Going to
yeah.
Amazon, you gotta at least be a year in before you can get real freight from them. So thinking you just gonna go straight in the game, Amazon think you're gonna get the good freight. Nah, it don't work like that with Amazon. A lot of people gonna fold too because they don't know their numbers.
Can y'all hear me okay now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I know I'm running that fast stuff. I noticed when I got back in the mornings, there was a lot of box trucks, rented box trucks running their freight. They were so overwhelmed. I don't know what's going on now, but it seemed like that's what they're doing. A lot of extra enterprise and whatever box truck with lift gates running. So it's something going on. They needed the extra help.
Where was that at?
Yes.
Oh,
Some
there you
areas
go.
is hitting better than others. These
FedEx
FedEx
Freight.
FedEx.
Mm.
Oh,
I'm
FedEx
Yeah, with
Freight.
it being Orlando, that probably be the thing.
Mm. Well, I'm seeing the same trend here in Atlanta. Matter of fact, I done had a couple of guys in the area ask could they park their box truck in my yard, and was gonna pay me. And it's like, well, seriously? But that box truck thing is booming here. They got a couple of Amazon places here. They got one up north, they got one down south, they're building one on the west side. So they booming here. As I can see. I don't know the business though.
Yeah, it's starting to be the new wave.
Hmm.
It's definitely starting to be a new wave. A lot of people coming in this industry with the box trucks, but all they hear about is Amazon.
Hmm.
I
Yeah.
mean, there's nothing wrong with Amazon. Like I
Yeah.
said, use Amazon like a head start though. But
Uh,
if you get going, but let's be honest, it ain't like that.
mm,
Yeah.
It ain't like that. After
Well.
what I seen.
yeah. I think it's like you said too, Cooley. You got to be with them for at least a year, because there's a couple of stories I have heard. Guys say you have to get the crappy runs before you can see the good runs. It's
Yeah,
like that type of system.
ask T Hill. He know. T Hill does Amazon. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
he know about how it goes. I heard the same story. Yeah, you got to be at least a year to get the good lows, which what I'm saying. I get it. They got a little point system and all this, and being on time, scorecard. Like, come on, man. Like this ain't high school. Like what? What?
I don't know though, cause some drivers act like they're in high school though, man. So it's like you need report cards for some of these motherfuckers.
Yeah, I mean, I
I
guess
mean,
it's
it's
like the
just I don't
new.
know.
It's kind of like the new Snyder, the choice board.
Like we had a report, like X had a report card moment. Was talking about it yesterday. So
Mm,
and I already had plenty of report card moments.
Yeah.
Does for store store deliveries. Yeah, store delivery. Yeah, like I said, people getting box trucks going over the road. Well, why you can't
Yes.
why you can't do semi truck? Uh, I don't like
Like,
I
why?
got my
Yeah,
CDL,
yeah.
but I
Why
don't
you
like
need a
driving
semi?
semi trucks.
Why you need a semi truck? Or why you got a box truck going from North Carolina to fucking Washington, man? Like, what? Like, that's crazy.
Dude,
That don't even make any
I
sense,
forgot who
man.
somebody was talking. I was talking to on the phone. Said they was taking loads from Georgia to Minnesota with a box truck. I mean, you know, he saw the big number. He said, "Oh, they're paying." I think he said 3-4 grand. I forgot who told me. I was like, "Man, tragic."
Mhm.
Yeah.
Wow.
Didn't know Montana. If you go to Montana, you're gonna be dead here in probably Utah or something crazy.
Yeah, that's a big portion too. Is
Wow.
not just is understanding the lanes and understanding the trends and understanding the business, because just chasing the numbers,
That's
that
what
ain't
they
it.
do. That's
Yeah.
what they do on all sides. Chase numbers.
Yeah.
Mhm. I think Cooley broke it down. The best, in my opinion, was what'd you say? Less miles, more money, Cooley.
Yep.
Mhm.
Huh?
How you do it? Yeah.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Mhm. Less money, more miles. I mean,
No.
Oh,
less miles, more money. My bad.
oh yeah.
Less money. You
we
want to haul for
we know
brokers?
there's a few Landstar drivers over there that do that now.
Yeah.
We we seen it.
Yeah. Straight to the point, man. That's what it's all about. What you gotta
So
think about whatever your owner
y'all can
owner
hear me?
operator want to do. Yeah.
Mhm.
Y'all
They
can hear
want
me?
to be home.
Yep.
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear
we
you.
Yeah.
hear you.
Hey, I had a question
Okay.
about have there been a language barrier with Spanish and Portuguese in this business with trying to get Portuguese Brazilian and Spanish speaking drivers to run some freight? Is there any brokers that specialize in or have brokerage that deal with Spanish and Portuguese speaking people?
Yeah,
Um,
Yeah,
they got Laredo,
Landstar do.
Texas numbers. Yeah, Landstar's the master.
yeah, Landstar
You
has
ever
a
heard of
Laredo terminal. I worked with a guy at Schneider when I was moving freight, and he specialized in Spanish. Um, I don't. I have somebody that can do Spanish for me if I needed to, but I don't speak any other language.
Y'all
If you,
y'all
you
gotta
ever
y'all,
you ever
y'all
heard us
gotta
say
y'all,
hey buddy, you know what it means.
y'all gotta realize there's brokers in different countries coming to the United States,
Right.
brokering freight out.
Yeah.
That's
Land,
another
Land,
problem.
Landstar got people in Pakistan
Yeah,
sitting there.
they broker freight out and never been to the United States. Never touched foot into U.S.
They
soil.
out real talk though. I'll be on the phone with a Landstar agent and you'll hear a rooster going off, some goats and everything. Like, what are you doing? Is we booking loads or are we like raising farm animals out here? And then and then you find out after talking to some, they're not here.
Yeah, I work.
Right,
I've worked with
right.
repair agents and other brokers that are not in this country. Carriers
So,
that aren't even in this country
Yeah,
nowadays.
oh yeah, just go to Chicago, you'll
yeah.
find them.
And you know that sometimes the time of day call you to check on it or to ask about something, it'd be really late. So it's on the other side of the world, and
Mm-hmm.
it's their daytime, and they're trying to work.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it'll be daytime
Uh,
over here, it'll be nighttime over there, or whatever the case may be. Some of the guys working third shifts and stuff,
yeah.
looking
Yeah.
freight.
Yeah. A lot of times when I see a 210 area code, I
Yeah.
know.
619-210. They got a new one in Florida. Uh, what else? 479 is homegrown, but but there's there's a bunch of them, man.
Yeah. I think Mike White
Yeah.
asked about the trailer shortage. Is there still a trailer shortage? Yes, there's going to be a trailer shortage for a
For a
while.
long time.
I did a video on this one. Check out my channel. I don't know if I'm a mod here, but I did a video about this that there's going to be a lot of my mod here. I don't know. Oh yeah, I am. I'll put my thing in. They are buying trailers like there's endless amounts of trailers. Endless amounts of trailers they're basically buying up. Is the Amazons and everybody are buying these trailers. And
If you
go ahead.
not finish.
And basically there's an
Wow.
idea to it. I think and I talk about it in the video. They want power onlys. They want to solve customers' problems with power onlys, basically. And dropping trailers right now is huge because you're solving customers' problems of the workforce that they don't have, basically.
Yeah. If you find a trailer that's worth it, we were talking about this the other day. Just better go get it, man. I mean, because as soon as they touch down, they're gone. That's it. I seen one 2012 reefer, 12,000 hours. Dude was selling it for 14,900. 2 minutes later, that joker was gone. So and that was
Hey,
that was probably the steal of the year.
you guys can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody that if your personal car don't got fuel, you may want to go get fuel. My wife just called me. She went to the gas station to get regular gas, and she wasn't able to get it because they only got diesel because of that
Yeah,
pipeline.
I talked about it this
Yeah.
morning. I went to the fuel place. They said you only can fill up 75 gallons.
Yeah. So
I said, that's
make sure you
crazy.
got what you need. Like I got half tank in my truck. My other car, got a full, but my wife's car was slow, so she went to get fuel this morning, and it was like they don't got no fuel. She can't get fuel, only diesel. So,
Well, I know where I'll be running at for now.
yeah.
I-35. We're not going past. We're not going past Memphis. Shoot.
Yeah, I got a load to pick up today, but I got enough fuel to get there and back. So, I'm trying to top off before I go. So,
Prices are going to go up.
That's gonna do something. Yeah, that's gonna do something with freight though, man. Because people ain't gonna want to go to them places, and then it's,
What up, Jay Chris?
gonna drive the numbers up over there.
You're going to be able to dictate your fuel price just because you got enough fuel in your truck to do the load.
Yeah.
right.
Maybe I can go. Hey, maybe I can go back to South Dakota and tell them.
He said he dispatched him from Serbia.
Serbia.
Oh yeah, they got
That's
people
crazy.
in Serbia, all in Russia. Landstar got them, definitely. These satellite
Landstar
telephone
definitely
numbers,
got
man.
him. I'm trying to think who else. What another big broker that got him? I can't think of him right now though.
I think TQL, right?
Nah.
Yeah.
They got
Landstar
like
be the
college
main
boys
one.
over there.
Landstar be the main one.
Landstar got them on the moon and everything.
Small brokerages that probably strictly based over there.
Oh, what's the name of that joint called?
I think ST Freight is one of them. I think ST Freight's one. They out of Chicago.
I had one come in my comments. He was offended. He was offended that I said, "Hey, buddy."
Yeah.
Oh, Shram is.
I never call them, man. They never pick up the phone, and they always like multiple stops, 10 stops.
Yeah, it's multiple stops. Always multiple stops every single time.
Yeah, I don't call them. I just don't want to deal with it.
I don't know. I ran power only right now is booming. Power onlys right now, booming. I mean, I don't know where Cooley's got. I don't know who he's got in his back pocket, but he was able to snag two pretty damn good trailers. I don't know if they were by gunpoint. I don't know how it was, but he got a real good price on those things. I mean, he just. Besides that, I don't see prices. You got them at the right time, Cooley, for your trailers.
Oh yeah, the 14 grand. Yeah, that was rare, for that quality trailer with them low hours like that.
But yeah, power only is booming right now. It is monstrously booming right now, and I know the power only guys are doing better with the power onlys than with some of the trailers.
The power only guys better not get too confident because when this thing roll over, they're gonna be hurting. They might need to use this time to actually acquire some equipment, get a trailer, because once things get slow.
Oh, you're definitely eventually going to want to get that trailer. You're definitely going to want to get it. Even if you parked it, you still have it.
Exactly.
But to have it in the end, you're definitely going to want it.
Because it's eventually at some point, we don't know if it's going to be a year, 2, or 3, but eventually we're going to get back to closer to where we were, and you're going to need a trailer. It's going to be deadheading 1,000 miles to get a power only load that pays $2 a mile. You know.
Yeah, because they were doing, and where I know a guy told me yesterday he searched in the Missouri area because he runs a lot of local stuff, and he stays around small radius of his house area, and he says that in Missouri, he was shocked on how many power onlys, and somebody else was running containers, and they're probably running chassis. So if you're running chassis for containers, you're doing a power only moves with those chassis to run those
Right.
containers. So ports are probably booming right now to move containers because they're going to give you the chassis.
Right. Right. Yeah, I did container work for a little bit. It was cool. As a company job, I didn't like it when I did, to do it with my own equipment. It was time consuming, man. Like bunch. I thought you think reefer is time consuming. Sometimes that rail yard be time just as time consuming. Between switching
That
chassis
rail
and
yard.
multiple stops and the train blocking the road.
Yeah.
Yes. And a lot of city driving,
These niggas.
and then DOT sitting in front of the rail yard.
Y'all know what time it is.
Yeah,
What's that?
yeah. Hold on for a second.
That trash broker.
Y'all know what's calling the phone, man. Yeah.
And a lot of them container companies be duct tape express for real. That's why DOT sit there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And they be heavy as hell too.
Mhm.
Man,
At
somebody
the
got some lot
concrete
of
oil
background
field
noise.
on container.
Mm.
Whose phone is that? D Wise? C Green?
What's going on, bro? What it sound
Nah,
like,
that
Cooley?
ain't me. It sounds like somebody getting loaded with a container now.
Station. Oh, there go.
You still here, Cooley?
Thought somebody was missing. These niggas.
Yeah, we can hear D-Wash. Go ahead.
Yeah, this road I'm on probably bumping. That's probably what you heard, bro.
Mm.
Yeah, this shit's crazy over here. Had like 5 stops. It's like, man,
Hmm.
There you go.
What y'all think about that pipeline hack, man? What y'all think it is? The bigger motor to it. There's something
man,
else
it's the money.
behind that.
The run up the numbers. That's all it is.
That's that money, bro.
It's to run up the
Trying to
numbers.
recoup,
That's all.
trying to recoup that money from last year.
That's what everybody doing.
My
Ain't
problem is,
nothing.
They do it.
what happens to the people? You hack that stuff and you do that, and then nothing. You never hear anything happening to anybody. So that kind of makes me wonder that
Mm.
this stuff gets hacked, and then nobody ever does anything about anything. It's like, all right, what's going on here?
Like
Yeah,
you hacked
war.
the
I bet
you hacked the
war.
pipeline. Like what the fuck?
Nowadays, when countries are at war, you don't even know it.
I
You
know.
just know that something got hacked, and some train somewhere not stopped working, and
Now you know how the pipeline work.
Oh.
How the old pipeline work as far as how they hacking it. I used to work at the airport at like a fuel farm out there. They control the flow of fuel that comes into those big drums that you see sitting out the side of the expressway and stuff like that. They basically just hacked into the flow of the fuel. It's not that it's a fuel shortage. They just hacked into the process of it, the flow.
Yeah.
So that's what the hack was. They stopped the flow, so the fuel's just gonna be back on
that
again.
was the hack.
That's what the hack was.
Yes, and they trying to just basically trying to find out how the hell they hacked it and secure it. Because it's not a fuel
Meanwhile,
shortage.
these running around.
man. You ain't gonna see stormtroopers falling from the sky, man. Everything's gonna be digital. The war is digital.
Yeah. That's right. That's it.
So they know what they're doing. This probably helped the cause inflation, man. You can't get fuel, and then you're gonna have a backlog, and then they're gonna release the fuel, and everybody's gonna be want to move around and run to the store, and and then freight rate goes up even more.
Yeah. My conspiracy theorist of it is, Biden shut down that Keystone pipeline, so I guess they trying to make a point. Like, oh, you need this. You know what I'm saying? See what we can do with this one pipeline. You need that other one.
Right.
That's my thinking.
Oh yeah, they'll do stuff like that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It's like war games. It's probably a fucking teenager sitting in his damn room having fun with the world.
This is a good video game.
I'm
Mhm.
telling you.
Huh.
Yeah,
My
you
wife
know
trying to get fuel.
that's
They said that she couldn't get regular gas, so she driving home. That thing on E. So I told her to take my car.
Yeah, I just told my wife go ahead and top it out, goddamn it. I don't even care if you just filled up. Get some more.
Right.
Put it in a trunk.
Yeah, cause we was in that back in '08. Man, shit, I remember that drought. Man, you done folk were fighting at the gas station and everything for some fuel.
Oh, 2008. Yeah, Barack came in.
oh 2008 was
Yeah.
nuts. You know, $5. Ooh,
$5 a gallon.
tragic,
They wouldn't allow you to
tragic
get
out there,
but so
boy.
many gallons. You can't get but 10 gallons. We gonna shut the pump out. God damn.
Fuel surcharge was like 60 something cents, 70 almost. It was ooh. Some of y'all, nah, I ain't know about on here. Some of y'all wouldn't have made it, man. $1,200 lease payments, boy. Oh, y'all better hope that shit don't happen, boy. It's gonna be over. You $1.02 a mile drivers.
Boy, I
Oh,
wouldn't be in this situation, Lee. You right, boy. Hey, them numbers don't add up, boy. I'm going ahead and do something else. I'm gonna fly planes. Fuck
you
that.
better hope. You better hope to
$1,200
God
a
that don't
week.
happen.
Good
Yeah, because
God.
back then, a lease payment was like $600, 500, 432, whatever. Now it's
Uh,
like 8, 900,000, 1100. Ugh. You do
yes,
that running at a
sir.
dollar. You do that running at a dollar two. You do that running rate cons where you don't see the real rate con. Your ass is gone. You done, man.
This what they say it is. Okay.
What up, Rob? Rob.
Here's your 65%. Here's your 80%.
Is that the whole number or a piece of the number that they're coming out of?
He's a good
Rough,
load.
boy.
$1,200 a week for a truck.
Hey, Leak, I just got
Crazy.
one of them emails.
I thought
Good
Prime was
load.
doing that.
Say
I ain't
what?
gonna lie. I just got it. That good load email, boy. And I ain't gonna lie. I bid on it too. That motherfucker great.
What'd you say, Cooley?
No, I said I thought Prime was doing that.
Prime.
Are they charging like 1,100, $1,200 a week for a truck?
Yeah, yeah.
SFI doing that same shit, bro.
They up there, but you're gonna hear them say,
You better know
"Well,
what you're
it's
doing with
because
that
it's."
SFI truck.
They gonna say it's because they add 100 for this. Now you still paying like 800, man. Like it's crazy, man. I don't want to hear it.
Bro,
Like
they don't hear it.
but some people do all right with them. But if you don't know
For a
what you're
time,
doing,
to do all right for a time.
yeah.
Yeah, you can do
Once
all
you,
right if you live in that truck. If you live in that truck and that's your house, or you ain't paying rent or mortgage, you could probably do all right. But trying to have like a home life and paying that shit, and you can't even put the tires you want on the truck. As soon as you leave, they're gonna take that whole escrow and charge you something. Come up with other charges. You know,
you did
Yeah.
that lease, didn't you, X?
I did a lease at Prime. I did a lease at Prime. Yeah, for
Oh,
6 months,
yeah.
and then I
Okay.
bounced. Yeah, I did it for 6 months, and I bounced. And I did
Oh yeah.
intermodal at Snyder for 6 months, then I bounced,
Oh yeah,
and then
that
I got my own truck. Yeah,
with that dude from Cali. That's right. I thought that was a company position.
yeah, man.
This guy trying to slide it
Hey,
in.
he loves, yeah, he loves the story, bro.
He always
He
gotta
loves,
slide that in, man.
yo, he loves that story, bro. He loves that. He loves that story, bro. He probably tell everybody about that story,
No,
bro.
that shit tripped me out,
Cooley
man. Dude
always
was ready to
slide
take
them
you
in,
for
man.
he was ready to take you for a little ride, man.
He loves that
That
story,
joke was
bro.
crazy, yo.
I'll take him to the
That's what I
palace.
tell people when people be like, yeah, man, I'm about to do like, yeah, yo, don't team with nobody, bro. You don't know who on that truck, bro. Don't team with nobody. It's terrible.
That was wow. That's a wild story, man.
Yeah, yeah,
Damn.
man. Yeah, so I tell people, don't team with nobody, man. You don't know who the hell on that damn truck, bro. You know what I mean? No more on that truck.
that joint probably felt like jail.
I'd have buried him on that truck, bro. Yeah, man.
Allegedly.
They'll find him stuffed in the spare tire.
You always slide that in, man.
You love that story, bro. That's like the fifth time I'm watching, bro. That's like the fifth time I see you bring that story up.
Don't bring up nothing about T to Prime. It's over.
That's a wild story, yo. I never been in a situation like that, man. Well, I was against my will or something. Like you could do nothing but, say jump out the truck while I was rolling.
Yeah, crazy, man. Never do that again, bro. Just go ahead and you know what I mean? Go ahead and pay for your CDL, man. Don't be teaming with these widows. Weird,
Man.
What up, Sean Brown? Be more. What up? Rob Toro,
man.
what up, man?
Hey,
That's the man you want to. That's
yesterday about that.
the man you
about
want to
that
talk
truck?
to right there, X.
Who?
Rob Toro. Yeah. Y'all want to talk about all that stuff? That's the man you need to talk to right there about crypto and all that stuff.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he really into it too, man. He know what he's talking about.
Cool. Yeah, man, a lot of people need to get on there. Right now, a lot of people gonna get wrecked. I'm just waiting. There's gonna be a lot of suicides, and depression. People seeing psychiatrists and counselors and therapists and all that shit because they're gonna buy the top.
Yeah,
and they're gonna lose their money. They're gonna be holding that bag, and that joint gonna go to zero. And they're gonna be like, "What happened? Yo, you didn't listen, man. It's it. You didn't listen. Yeah, man. You don't buy the top and sell the bottom. You buy the bottom and sell the top. You know what I mean? Could you make money now? Yeah, you could. But the time to make money was last year when everybody was running. You know.
Yeah.
Hey, Leak, you seen that truck I sent you last night?
I fell asleep. What was it?
It was
A
a
truck?
Coronado, the 2012.
Yeah, I was
How
asleep.
much you think that? How much you think that would go for? Like a 2012 Coronado with 1.2 million miles.
People right now probably pay 30,000 for it right now.
30,000, right? Yeah, I said the same thing. Cause you guys think 30,000 and a rebuild. You know, if you got a rebuild at 40 something, 30,000.
Yeah, Rob Toro, we can do that. Matter of fact, after this joint, I'm gonna go off live. We'll do Patreon. So
Patreon, backstage boys. Nah, man. Once I heard that, I was like, nope. I say I couldn't have got caught. You didn't have caught me. Can't be. I was like, nah, I can't pay. What we say? It's for free.
All right. Well, I didn't know it was all that, but yeah, we do. I put you and Rob Toro, with Leak and X and Eric. I got to get Lean Truck on there too, man. See what he doing.
Okay. After this, I gotta shoot up. I gotta go get my DOT. After this, I'm gonna go back to the house. I'm only 2 miles from the house right now, delivering this.
And a
load.
trucker named Jay.
I'm gonna shoot up and get my DOT.
Speaking of trucker named Jay, he just experienced his first leak moment. One of his first leak moments. Dude got on with him, lasted like a week or two. In and out like a robbery. Gone. Like shit. Like that's why it's just like it don't matter what you pay him, man. It don't even matter.
That now it makes sense because I saw he put out there on his community page the poll.
The what?
He put a poll on his community page for a sign-on bonus just to see would you sign up with him, and I'm like, don't
even. It ain't even worth it, man. It really isn't. Just get them. I don't want to say get them in and whatever, but just do what you can. That's it, man. It don't matter if you give them sign-on bonuses. It don't matter if you give them a brand new truck. It don't matter if you give them a fast truck. It don't matter if you guarantee them a check. It just don't matter, man.
Handcuff them to the steering wheel might be the only way to do that. I don't know.
Yeah, it don't matter if they told you they got 10 awards. It just don't matter, man. Leak where you get them from. Jamie Hunt got them too, man. Don't come over here talking
No,
about that.
no, Leak, you get the magical ones. I ain't gonna lie. You get some that
No, them magical ones come from them companies. That's where they come from. Like, shoot. It's just like, I don't know, man.
because they be putting. I don't know how they get through the door. I don't know how they get past you with some of the stories, and then you find out like 15 minutes later. What the hell?
Well,
did
that's
I
what it is. It's always something new, man. It's like, and like my boy said, yeah, you do catch a couple of knuckleheads. I said, yeah, because I saved your ass too. I mean, he had his own authority. Well, no, I didn't save him. He had a driver run upside in St. Louis. He drove up on a curb. This dude had like more experience than half of us on here. All of us actually. Dude's like 60 years old. He went up on the curb, got the trailer hung up. First load out. hit me on the phone. He leased on to my boy. Hit me up, yo, what should I do with this? I say, that dude been in the game a long time. On your numbers, shit, get rid of him. I was like, how the fuck did he do that? Had a record out there and everything. Nope, he kept him. A few months later, dude rolled the truck over in Oklahoma City. So,
Man.
I was like, he's like, man, bro, you did say get rid of his ass. I was like, because he's like, what happened?
What did that do to his insurance? What did that do to his insurance?
He'll find out in a few months. He was like,
Damn.
yo, man. He was like, yo, this dude. I was in Oklahoma City when that happened too, but it happened west of me. And he was like, man, this dude, man, laid the truck down. He told me that he seen a car, coming over a hill. Now I've been driving a while, right? So I'm listening to this story. He seen a car over the hill 2 a.m. He swerved out the way or whatever and then crashed. So, Oklahoma City, 2 a.m. There's a hill west of Oklahoma City. I was like,
where the hell's a hill in
where
Oklahoma?
the fuck is a hill at? West? Like, what the fuck you talking about, man? Like keep going. Like this a hill? I was like, there's a hill, El Reno area? Like, where's this hill at, man? Like, so he kept saying the story, this and that. So then next morning come around, and I was on the phone with him. I was like, yo, make sure you get him on the phone, talk to him. That way you can do damage control, whatever you got to do. So then next morning he's talking to him about it, whatever. He's in the hotel. Truck looked like it fell out the clouds. He had a Landstar load on, a load of ACs or something, and a partial. And the trailer wasn't even damaged like that, but it is what it is. He freaking turned around and he told my boy Josh one story. He told the highway patrol another story. He told the insurance company another story. Josh didn't even know anything about the highway patrol story until later. I was like, bro, he just fucked you up, man. I was just like,
Wow.
I was like, damn, man. I said,
Well,
that's right.
You want to hear a story? I got one for you. So I had a driver take a load. It was a fiberglass tank, right? He takes the load, he goes to deliver the load. I got nothing, right? I got nothing. All of a sudden he calls me and he says, hey, a car pulled out in front of me and I slammed the brakes on and the tank slid down because we load them on saddles, on wood saddles.
Hello? Yeah.
It slid off the saddles and it hit the ground, the bottom
Hello?
of the trailer.
Right.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
All right, now it gets better. I'm like, oh, son of a bitch. All right, get it to, it was 5 miles from the ship, a receiver. I'm like, take to the receiver, show them the damage. They're going to probably refuse it. He says, all right. So he gets there, and this guy's looking at the tank, and they climb up on the top of the tank. He's like, how did the damage get on the top of the tank? The top of the tank is wrecked. Like, you can't miss it from the ground, right?
Hit a bridge or some shit.
What was the driver's answer? I don't know. You don't know how the top of the tank got wrecked, right? So I swear to God, it wasn't a day later. I get a video from the customer, a YouTube video of my damn truck stuck under a bridge, and he's letting the air out of the tires. My customer's like, so that guy had a car pull out in front of him. Was that before or after he hit the fucking bridge? I'm like, what bridge?
Yo,
You didn't hit a bridge.
When you talking about dumb shit,
No, it
and
gets better.
it doesn't matter. It's like, go ahead.
It gets better. So now remember, it's his name of the truck, and the customer has a placard on their tank. and you can read it. And I'm sending the driver the video, and he's like, "No, that ain't me. That ain't me." I'm like, "What? It's a video of you under a bridge letting the air out of the tires with the cops. That's the tank. That's the company's name on the tank." "No, that ain't me. That wasn't me."
He was Shaggy. He was Shaggy.
Yeah, that was one of the best ones. That happened to be
Oh
like, I don't know,
God,
6-7 years ago. I'm like, "Okay, you gotta go. You gotta go." And
man, that's crazy. Like some guys be lying about them shit. Like it wouldn't matter if whether a car pulled out in front of you or you hit the bridge, man. It's the same shit. Just
same.
say what happened, man.
Oh God.
Yeah,
So that was one of my
crazy.
stories.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Yeah, man, that's silly shit. What state he hit the bridge?
Yeah.
It's not that bridge in North Carolina
No,
that
it was in
everybody.
Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis, Tennessee
Memphis.
was
Oh,
coming. There's
okay.
a bridge there. I can't remember one, but I know it was Memphis, Tennessee, because that's where we were delivering. And he was only 5 miles away from the delivery. So of course, everybody with YouTube and phones were taking pictures of this truck.
All
I mean, how you gonna get away with that? You know, it's a YouTube
right.
thing, and next thing you know, it's on YouTube. I'm like, oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Terrible.
Yeah, I said, old boy screwed up big time, man.
Yeah.
Had like 3, 4 different stories. It was just told you guys like, yeah, you should have got rid of him, man. Like, you know.
Yeah, we be going through it, man.
But like I said, man, it don't matter what you do with these dudes, man. Big money, guaranteed money, new truck, home every week. It don't matter, man.
It
Shit,
don't matter.
you know.
Yeah.
So I had one driver constantly he was getting like overweight tickets, man. Like just like we getting these overweight tickets. Lucky they wasn't running inspections. They're just popping them. So he drove past all these truck stops, huh, and didn't even scale it. Digital scale in the truck and everything. You just didn't even pay attention to anything.
Oh, there you go, right
Sending
there.
me the
Lean,
ticket like
lean
sending me a
trucker,
ticket
tap
like I'm
in.
gonna pay it.
Hit the link, lean trucker. That's the man you want to see right there. That's the real money right there, Texas style.
Uh, yeah, where's Lean at? Maybe I could catch him before I get out of here.
I'm sure he got some freight.
I'm gonna see
I'm
can
up
I
here
pull off. Let me see can I pull off a smooth one real quick on these dudes.
standing
I'm gonna
behind
Probably
one of
not.
these box
Big
truck
gentleman.
drivers, boy.
He probably not gonna let me out, but it's alright.
That's right.
Yesterday I tried to
Amazing.
get out this TA.
Oh,
What did I do with it?
T Hill.
I don't know. It got to be a box truck carrier out here somewhere, because I was just standing behind one in the fuel station, and he calm checking like hell, taking all damn day.
He like they going nowhere. They need this fuel.
Yeah,
I can't
Yeah,
stand
I'm
them
about to.
com checkers.
bruh.
Who in the
No
building
offense,
there?
bro, but bro, you got a calm check every day. What you doing out here on the road?
Terrible. Uh,
Shit,
he trying to hide it on that book. I mean, let
that shit
me
crazy.
see. Let me
who
see. Can
is
I
that?
finesse?
Child
Let
support
me
probably
see.
kicking his ass. He got to do everything to the com check to get paid. You know, child support tearing him up. You got to cash his com checks.
He
Let me
one of
see if I
them.
can
He
finesse these
love per
boys.
diem.
Yeah.
I had a driver one time call me. The driver, he goes, "Yeah, man, can you 1099 me, man? The child support killing me, man." He's like, I was just like, I was like, see what I'm saying, man? I'm like, it's crazy. Just
Yeah, that's just
wow.
terrible, man. Man, I worked with a guy one time, bro. He was like, man, every time his kids come over and he had new stuff, he had to hide it because the mom would interrogate the kids when they go back home. And if he had like a new flat screen, she would take him back to child support court. So every time the kids come over, he had to hide all his new shit. Man.
That's petty as hell.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, Daddy got a
That's
new
pissed.
flat screen TV. She'd be like, oh yeah, okay. Took him right down to the child support. Get an increase.
About to see which one of these guards I could finesse this morning. I don't know if I can. Damn dudes at the TA, man.
TA trash, man. I can't stand going in there.
They want charge. They want you to pay to park and all this goofy shit.
Yeah,
Where you at,
trash.
Lee?
Damn Dallas.
Beat
Yeah,
all over, man.
yesterday my man was like, so I go inside, right? I spend like $60. I was trying to figure out what to get. I was like, I don't want nothing. So I bought a couple of t-shirts, come out, $25 a day. So you gotta pay $25 a day regardless. But if you don't, you go inside and buy something. So I pull up, right? You get ready to go out. He like, so where's the other receipt? Fuck you mean with the other receipt? I spent $60 in there. No, you need two separate receipts. You gonna give me two separate fucking receipts if I pay for parking? No, well then fuck you then. I'm getting the fuck out of here.
What?
Yo, peel
If I
off
pay
one,
for
man.
parking, I'm parking in the handicap reserve, all that shit. I'm paying already. Get your ass away from my
like,
truck.
man, you smoking, man. Like, look, $60, 25. Actually, I overpaid.
Yeah.
It's like
Peel
that
off.
boarding town TA. Well, Petro up in Jersey, man.
Oh, yeah,
That
yeah.
Oh
motherfucker
yeah,
hell.
I go to that
Going to
place
Curry.
once every 10 years.
You'll wake
I
up,
ain't, I
you'll
ain't
wake
doing
up,
that
and you'll
one.
be all blocked in. Everybody will block you in by the time you wake up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
be
Yeah.
smooth. Be
I don't,
smooth. We ride, man. We
yeah, I don't mess
ride.
with that one, man.
Yo, that TA in Atlanta, they be doing that. I remember one time I was going in there, right? So the dude, he doing something else, man, like forever. And I'm trying to hurry up and get fuel so I can make my deliveries. I peel off in there and get the fuel, turn around and come back out because I didn't want to go inside to get the receipt because I'm in a rush. So the dude stopped me. Was
Mm.
like, "Yo, where your seat?" I was like, "I was sitting here for a minute. You was doing something else." He was
Man.
like, "Well, you're gonna have to pay." I'm like, "No, I'm not." Peel off, man.
Yeah. You know,
What
they
you
done
gonna, what
changed
you
the
gonna
whole
do?
front of that bank head to reserve, man. You gotta goddamn go all the way in the back to park for free.
Yeah, they going with the business model all wrong, man. Eventually, I think they're gonna go out
Huh,
at some point in time. You got the raggedy truck stop, man. The towers are from the
uh-huh.
1980s. You know what I
You
mean?
know, I gotta, I gotta do it. I gotta do my introduction, man. We got the myth, we got the legend, lean truck in the building.
What's happening?
Listen, what's happening, man? Y'all tripping? What's happening? What's
Ain't nothing.
cracking, man?
What it do? What it is? What it do?
That's the hardest one for people to get, man. We try to just put it in time. I love it
my
though. It's
man's
all
my,
good, man.
my man's in Dallas, man. He's a low man. Link up.
He what? Say
Man,
what?
out here.
He in Dallas. Lee.
I'm in
Oh, Lee
Dallas.
got here.
Shoot. But I'm busy. Yeah. I've been
Yeah,
busy
man. You
trying to
looking
get
one more
something
and stuff.
going here. I got this other truck. Huh?
So you like you in
Say what?
Walmart? Where you at?
Nah, I'm in the wrong mart. I'm at the TA. Yeah, so pay me a little $25 to get out of here.
You
Shoot.
found your
Man, that
load?
shit
I
ought to
sell a
be
whole bunch of stuff
illegal,
out
man.
here.
Huh?
So you found your load? I sell a whole lot of stuff out here.
Oh, nah, I
I
ain't
ain't
did
never
nothing
be
yet.
smooth. You the feds now.
About
You
to
the feds with that.
go fix this fuel pump real quick on this APU and send this other truck over here to get his fridge fixed. I just found out uh when they put the fridge in, somebody had a little light switch on the side to turn it off and on. I don't know, they had the wires too close and they all melted. I was like, "The fuck, man?" I'm like, don't worry, I'll just send it over there to get fixed real quick. We'll be stepping today.
And I thought doing big things.
You getting loaded? You getting loaded right now? Lean trucker?
Who, me? Oh,
Now I'm about to. I'm about. Well, I'm waiting to get loaded. I'm finna eat. I'm all feel like I'm starving over here. But now I'm waiting. Somebody should come to me in a minute though. Just wait. What you doing out here in that truck, boy?
Hey, what's up,
I'm
big
Where
guy?
just.
all that money?
Get ready for this vacation, man.
Oh yes, sir. Where you leaving?
May 30th.
Oh yeah. No, you go a couple weeks. I'm gonna be in Oakland at that time.
You say you do what?
I'm gonna be in Oakland.
Oh, in Oakland?
That's yeah, that's Memorial Day weekend, right?
Yeah,
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in Oakland.
yeah. Good place to be at, man. A lot of history there, man. The real team was there.
Mm.
What's over there?
What'd you say?
So what you say is in Oakland?
Real team was over there. A
Thank
lot
you.
of history over there, man.
Oh, the real
I,
team.
I,
He said the 79 and worse team over there used to be over there. That team they always
Man,
go
yeah, I don't,
79 or worse. You know.
one of the best, one of the best teams. Yeah, I'm saying
Chokeland.
with history.
Chokeland.
They so
I
good
know
they
he
moved
did
to
not bring
Vegas.
up that squad.
They so
That's
good they
fact.
moved to Vegas.
That's a hater right there. That's a
Oakland
certified
wanted
hater
so
right
much.
there, man.
Oakland want them so much that they let go easy. They ain't even fight for them.
Certified hater, man.
What
Go over there to
happens?
Vegas.
What happens in Vegas
Get back.
stays in Vegas. A lot of losing.
Exactly.
Man, that's a real hater right there, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, man,
I can't
crazy,
talk much
man,
because I'm a
talking about
Falcon
that.
fan. I'm diehard Falcon. If you're a Falcon fan, you can deal with pain, despair, and upset.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Ooh.
yeah.
Can't nobody hurt your feelings if you're a Falcon fan.
Yeah,
What you
no.
say to me? Oh, don't worry about it. I watched the game last Sunday. I'm okay.
Anything
It's all right.
anything in Atlanta.
It's all right.
Anything in Atlanta.
It's all right. Exclamation
I,
star's a Giants fan. So I mean,
What?
Oh, this man be making up shit, man. Don't listen to this man. Yeah, comfortable.
they go with it. New York.
Who a Giants
You
fan?
know what I started to realize, man? Calvin is a low key. Cooley a low key troll, man.
he a low key who?
He's a low key
Low-key.
troll, man.
I'm telling you, man. He be sliding in on people, man.
He's a low key troll.
He hit you with them paper cuts.
Yeah, like real, you win.
Finger like, damn, somebody cut me.
Shit, man.
Damn. I was a Giant fan though, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I was a Giant fan. I thought Eli was gonna be the one, man.
Eli,
Yeah, he was
man,
just
Eli,
trying to get back to the
Eli
bag.
was-
Yeah, he got
What
him.
it- we-
He got him too.
he was lucky terrible.
Yeah,
Lucky
exactly. Yeah.
Lucky terrible.
He damn sure was. We need to get rid of that goddamn Matty Ice, man. That was my boy, man. But goddamn, he ain't got no threat behind him. He don't look at the bench at nobody. He just reading books. I'm gonna be out
You
here
know,
forever.
before the Super
damn.
Bowl with y'all, every time I watch the Falcons, I'm like, they get about 20. They good for 24 to 27 points. I said pretty much that's about it. And
Quick.
if they blow you out, they blow you out. But other than that, all right, 24, 27 points. I said, and after that, they ain't getting over that. If they can't get past that, yep. I said, if they ain't getting past that, they losing the game, guaranteed.
Yes. And look, I hate to agree with you, Lee.
Go back and look at the history, guaranteed. If
I
they
hate
can't
to
get
agree
past
with
it, they
you.
losing.
But we gonna get them points in the first quarter, and secondary
light
they
it up
gonna give
early.
up. I don't understand that, bro. It's like somebody hide the playbook on them after the second quarter. They can't find the
It's
motherfucker. What
crazy
y'all
with
doing?
them, man.
Start out 21-0, and then next thing you know, they down 27-21.
Yeah, man.
They be playing 21 zip rule. Yo, nah, it's the Falcons. It's the Falcons. It's the Falcons. I can come back on them.
I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, I was on the phone call when they made it to tell them to stop beating Brady up like that during the Super Bowl. That's what I'm gonna say. I heard them tell them stop doing him like that. That's why we lost. Now take that and run with it, cause we didn't lose that one fair and square. Hell no. That's like
Got a lot.
history in Atlanta, man. That'll get you to fight. You
Here
say
we
something
go.
about that Super Bowl. People stop talking in the room when you bring up that Super Bowl, but in Atlanta,
Oh, you talking about the Falcons still? Oh yeah, we'll never forget that. That
hell
was
no.
tragic.
That's almost like calling somebody mama a bitch in Atlanta, boy. Y'all lost the Super Bowl. Look now, bro. Go on about your business now. Go on ahead and leave. For real.
Jets and Giants
Football
was
just
cold.
ain't the same no way, man. Like I can't. They charged us and somebody else for pumping noise into the stadium, but then they put these fake ass people in there and pump noise into the stadium last year.
That was
I don't
y'all and the
understand
Saints.
it, man.
It was y'all and the
That's
Saints,
true.
wasn't it?
Yep.
I think the Saints did it, pumping fake noise in the stadium. They used to
But
do that.
all
They used to
last
say that
year.
about Seattle with the megaphones.
So you mean to tell me out of everybody, we got Giants, Falcons, Cowboys, and 49ers and the Raiders. Who the best?
The Falcons.
Well, the best franchise is the
Now what?
Cowboys. That we know. The best franchise is the
Who had the
Cowboys.
best? Who
The best
best franchise?
franchise.
The Cowboys.
Franchise.
The
Huh?
best.
Yeah, the best
The
franchise.
best financial backing. You mean
That-
financial backing?
Oh,
that sounds like a
Cowboys.
typical Cowboys fan's response. Come on, man. You know the Cowboys fans, they're way ahead of themselves, man. We know what y'all be on, man. Y'all would say anything.
Yeah. And look, and be way in New Mexico, be a Cowboy fan. What? Why is you a Cowboy fans out here in Gallup? What wrong with you?
Oh no, man.
Everybody always say my daddy liked them so much. That's all I know.
That's true.
Uh,
Worldwide, man.
yeah, most,
We got to the wrong
yeah,
fucking
that's
street.
usually how it goes down in Texas. Majority of the time.
Yeah.
It was good back in the day when they had Aikman and Emmett, but now, who I got that was
Dak.
back. Not Dak, before Dak.
Dak,
Elliot, Aikman.
Romo.
Nah, not Aikman, Romo.
Romo, when Romo came in, was a joke. He did eyes first couple of years, but I never really liked Romo.
Can't do it no more. My shoulder hurt. Can't do it no more. My hip hurt. I can't do it no more. I retired.
Actually, he didn't really retire. Dak forced him out because he wasn't trying to quit.
Shit.
Yeah, he wasn't trying to
that's
quit, but
exclamation.
Dak was the starter.
That's exclamation team. I think B Smooth a Bengals fan or something like that.
That's
Yeah.
impossible. B Smooth cannot be a Beagle fan. There's no such thing. There's no such
They
thing as
one
a
of the
Beagle fan.
cheerleaders or something, boy. 'Cause he damn sure wasn't going for the football team. He was for the cheerleader.
I ain't seen one Bengals fan shit on my Facebook page. One. That I ain't never seen a Bengals fan. That's because she live in Cincinnati.
Yeah, I think B Smooth. There you go, right there, Bengals.
I'm glad ain't nobody from Alabama in here, cause all you gonna hear is fucking Roll Tide. That's all they got at college.
I guarantee you, though.
Sitting in there.
I guarantee you, though, the Raiders will have a better record than the Cowboys in San Fran.
You crazy. We meet on the schedule? We meeting?
Oh, we
I
play
ain't look.
Cowboys. We play the Cowboys. I can't wait. I
You know
might
what?
be there.
Cool, let me take that bet. We'll take that
So
bet.
we'll have a better record.
Yeah.
What record did y'all win last year? 5-13, something like that.
Now hold on real quick. You say they play each other this year?
Yeah, we played the Cowboys. We played the NFC East.
I wouldn't
No,
go
they-
for that one now, cause they got our offensive coordinator out there now. What Shanahan? I don't know now.
The 49ers got that quarterback, but it's his first year.
Oh, he ain't going. Look, I play like this with what's his name when he get in? He'll get in week 5. Garoppolo will be hurt. Garoppolo will be hurt. They should have got rid of his ass, man.
Oh
I
yeah.
don't know. They that offensive coordinator. You know, we had him now. He ain't nothing to play with out there for San Fran now.
No
Lance will
such
be in
thing as
about
a
week
Bengals
5.
fan. Be smooth a Bengals fan? What you mean?
No, he not, man. Y'all leave B Smooth alone. Be Smooth cool. There's no such thing as a Bengals fan.
He said no such thing.
Bengals fan.
There's no such
Shit.
thing as a Bengals fan. That's
You
crazy.
might as well just go
Yeah.
ahead and add the Cleveland Brown to it. Just go ahead and say, yeah, Cleveland and a Brown, a Bengals fan.
So you want to bet the
Pick
100
one.
Lane Trucker who have a better
Yeah.
record than y'all?
I do. We
So
can go to
coming
the
off
game
an
too.
8-8 season.
I don't care about that.
Hey, I'm
B
telling you,
Smooth said no such thing as a Bengals fan. That's a myth. You found one of them. You found the golden goose. No Bengals fan.
I'm
Oh,
definitely taking
man.
that bet, Cooley.
okay. We got it. You got
What
to
again?
come to the
Oakland
game.
and San Fran?
Come to the
Bet
game.
again?
Huh?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Come to
I'm
the
with it.
game. I don't know
Where the
where
game
it's
gonna
I
be
don't know
at?
where it's gonna be. They haven't
Okay.
put it out there yet, but we do play y'all. I'll be there. If it's in
I'm
Vegas,
finna look it
if it's
up.
in Dallas, or was it Austin, whatever, I'll be there.
Look it up.
Be ready. Huh.
All right. Let me put it on.
Who's that? C Green?
Let's see what he want.
Uh,
Yeah, I'm just getting my APU fixed real quick. Just had to fix one yesterday.
Damn.
But like I said, I paid $300, $400 before I pay $7,000 on that damn deafening shit. Nah.
Yeah. The number sound way better.
Yeah, he had I think the fuse thing was corroded or whatever, and the wire. They said we can clip the wire and crimp the ends and put a new joint in there. I was like, good, do that and whatever else I told him to do real quick. $300, something with the starter or something, like $300 and something. I say, all right, cool.
It's gonna be here in Dallas, man. Oh, he dipped out.
Huh?
I was trying to tell Cooley it's gonna be here in Dallas. That game.
Oh, with the Raiders.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me go see them.
I don't know why he's thinking they're gonna be that good in that division, but it's all good.
Hold on, didn't they trade Carr?
Oh
Unless
no,
I heard
well,
wrong.
I don't think they traded Carl.
Carr left, didn't he? Then he retired early,
Thought
right?
he left.
Yeah, I think Derek Carr retired.
Oh,
And everybody was like, why he
I'm
retiring so early? He only been in the league so many
He's
years.
just gonna tell me what door to go in. You got it.
Derek Carr retired? Cooley?
I want to say that.
You said
I
what?
want to say he left.
What happened to Derek Carr, man?
I can't hear you. What you say?
What happened to Derek Carr?
What you mean? What happened to Derek Carr?
I heard he quit. Said he ain't playing for the Raiders no more. Said y'all trash.
If Derek Carr leave, you already know who's coming. So you already know. If Derek Carr's the top 10 quarterback.
Yeah,
What you
that's
mean?
right. He ain't gone. Now
If Derek Carr go, you already know John Gruden's gonna get Green Bay, Aaron Rodgers.
Tim Tebow.
Aaron Rodgers.
Tim Tebow.
Can't say anything.
You're going to get some praise and
I'm gonna
worship
switch
over
this,
there in Oakland.
That's a
I got-
certified
I
Raider
gotta
hater.
switch the thing off. The log, because it starts kicking in.
Damn, Cooley, it gonna be a hard transition not to say an Oakland fan. You a Vegas fan. It's Las Vegas Raiders now.
I'm a Raider fan. I mean, it is what it is. You know, teams just like the St.
Huh?
Louis Rams went to
Yeah, it's dropped. Yeah, yeah.
went to California.
That right, that
You
right. You
know,
just
Cooley,
said Raiders.
it's
Yeah, you just said Raiders.
it's just the
Yeah.
Raiders. You know, it is what it is.
they
Teams,
playing they playing in Arlington, Cooley.
huh?
Damn.
They gonna play in Arlington.
Oh, they playing.
Crap.
Oh, they playing out. Oh, that was home. Lord have mercy. I might get
Yep.
jumped wearing a Raiders jersey out there, man.
Nobody gonna jump you, man.
Yeah, Raiders
Hey,
fans be
the
bringing
Raiders,
knives.
the Raiders not important enough to be jumped out here, man.
Yeah,
They
Ooh.
be bringing knives to the fight.
I was just finna say, yeah, they don't fuck with them Raiders fan, boy. They ready to pop it off. Game ain't even started. They allowed to just pop it off in the stand.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
Cowboy fan base is ridiculous. Huh. Don't make no sense. Everything is right with the Cowboys. Oh, we the best. So we'll be back next year. Oh, we did
Yeah.
this. We did that. Like, God damn, y'all don't take no losses, huh?
Now that I'm agree with. They pretty bad. I mean, I'm a fan, but I ain't like that. That dude talking to me. My boy was like, "If we go to Super Bowl this year," I'm like, "Dang, man, can we win the game first?" That coming off a broken ankle. You know what I'm saying? Like that defense was horrible.
They done ran that boy Zeke through the ground, man.
Man,
you
nah,
know
I
that's
think
how they
I
do it.
think
Running
Zeke just
backs.
parted
Tim
too
Tebow
much.
did.
Run them
He
straight
just
in the
parted
dirt.
too much, man. They ain't running him in the
Yeah,
ground. He parted too much.
I think. All right.
Uh,
I mean, he signed with
he
the
ain't gonna do
Zeke
nothing
Jaguars.
been
but
out
go.
here
So I
living
mean,
that.
he ain't gonna be doing nothing though. We could be like probably second string tight end or third maybe.
Who you talking about?
Uh,
Tim Tebow.
Tebow.
He
I'm not
said
sure he's
second
gonna make
string
a
tight
team.
end.
He
Nah, they
probably
need a
gonna make a
team
team.
chaplain. He gonna make team chaplain. He gonna pray over air football, air jersey, air helmet before they leave the locker room.
I forgot these chairs. Got them plugs.
Trying
He
to see if I want to go drop this empty trailer though.
he did what now?
It's gonna be a short day for me. These niggas.
Where Eric go? What happened with Eric? Let me see.
I don't know.
Eric got it here. I don't know. X gone. No, X still there. Shoot. Where you headed today, Green?
I just left Sealand Grove, PA. I told you I got that Hey Buddy phone call, so I'm finna dead
Yeah.
head 170 to Newark down to
Hmm.
Georgia.
They must have been paying
Yeah.
to come out of there.
Sure. If I tell you the number, you'll think I'm lying. Don't email me. Don't text me. Your ass in trouble when I call you back. Yes,
They,
sir.
I'm telling them they be having rates up there. People
Yeah.
don't believe it. I'm telling them Landstar got rates up there.
You know the thing is, really, man. You know you got to take that burn from one on, and then when they hit you back, you go ahead and throw that gas back on them. Like, hey, man, you burnt me last time. Okay, buddy, listen. What do you want? All right, now we talking.
What
Yeah.
that say? I do great with my box shirts. Damn,
Yeah, I ain't even
you
reading
got
no
too many idiot
comments. Let
drivers
me
out
see
here,
what's
man.
happening.
Yeah.
See what's happening. I did great with my box trucks. Had 2 last year over the road. Made over 290K with 2 box trucks over the road. I have semi trucks. My boy make just the same. Huh.
Wait,
Mm.
his boy, he have semi trucks, and my boy and my box truck make just the same. Well, something ain't right with you with semi
But
trucks. Then
Appreciate that, Cooley.
if you running if
Shit got
how many semi trucks do you have to make 290K? Because there's something wrong with that.
my thing, my thing about box trucks is, what's the purpose of getting a box truck going over the road with
Yeah,
it?
I'm trying
I
to
just
figure
don't.
out.
I
I'm
really
trying
don't.
to figure out.
I really just don't
Yeah, good.
understand. I mean, I just don't understand that part. I just don't see why you should. Cause if I'm doing semi trucks locally, what you think I'm gonna do with a box truck?
exactly.
I'm trying to figure out how you have a box truck and a semi truck running over the road making the same money. That ain't computing over here, but I don't know. You know.
Man, only way I see OTR with a box truck if you go into a specific distribution center to get product that you distributing around your city, man. That's it. You going state to state delivering to convenience stores and these little mom and pop, man. That's backwards. You can do that
I
running
mean,
around your city.
I don't. I might
'Cause
not
I could
understand what
take.
his OTR might mean different though. When I speak on OTR, I'm talking like, you know, going
Over
Yeah,
the
running.
road.
500 plus miles.
Yeah, like we were saying earlier. You know, running from North Carolina to Seattle or something, or one of them crazy type of runs. You
Yeah, that's
know, so.
crazy.
But I still don't. I don't know how many trucks you had to make about 290K and comparing it to a box truck. Cause I'm telling you right now, I'll easily drop 500 with two trucks.
Man, these
I don't know about
niggas.
no 290. 290, somebody doing something. You know, must be running a shitload of miles for a little bit of money.
Man, you doing a favor.
Yeah, you doing too many favors for hey buddy or something, man. You
I
must
can
got
see
Yeah.
like
you
doing.
must
I can see like
let me find out you giving somebody 15% with your own authority.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I can see like doing box trucks and going like, VA to like NC or VA to like, PA or VA to like the Maryland or something like that. But when you stretch it out,
Yeah.
long distance, I just don't see the point of that. I don't know. Maybe.
Then you got to think, man. Those motors ain't built like that, bro. You know what I'm saying? That 250, 300 radius a day, man. You know what I mean? Go pick up, go drop off your little spot, take your ass home. You trying to do 650 in a box truck one day? You ridiculous, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You pulling slap
That's
up to the shop once you park. You don't go to truck stop. You go to the truck shops.
Hmm.
it's helicopter over here,
Shit.
yo. God damn. They got a flatbeds pulled over here in DOT expecting. That's you looking at them. You looking at them straps.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
out here, man. North Carolina, man. I gotta get out of here, man. Ridiculous.
Shit.
No, this ain't even
Yeah,
no
They
if
be
you got
thinking that
I
customers,
they think that blitz 1 week. That motherfucker go for a week and a half, 2 weeks. However they feel.
I told them they don't believe it though.
Shit.
You know,
Yeah, but they
like
in
run
the
the
comments
expedited
they talking
joint.
about it. Yeah.
They got them box trucks with the whole luxury stuff in it, don't they? What's the name of that
who?
Panther?
Oh, Panther, Landstar, FedEx Custom Critical.
But those
There's
be
a few of them like
expedited
that,
like teams with that Panther. Well, yeah,
but
Panther do got like a van. Yeah.
they'll get them lows, but sometimes they be sitting, man. So
Yeah.
they be sitting around waiting for that home run. I see Lionel was talking about box trucks with the lift gate moving hazmat. If you get a box truck with a reefer, and a lift gate, you in there.
You in the game. Yeah, hell yeah, you in the game. Cause they run, that's the whole catch. If I were to get a box truck, now that I'm thinking, with that reefer and that lift gate, I don't want nothing but medical supply. Put two
Yep.
hearts on here and a lung. I'm gonna get it there. Cause that's what
Shoot.
that's what they really for.
Man, you can mess with nurseries and stuff.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that more locally? Or still
This shit
running
ain't
that over the
working on this
road.
chair.
Yeah, that's locally. Really,
Yeah.
man, if you
Try.
base like Forest Park, around the farmers market, any farmers market or something like that, bro, you can make money
Easy,
with a box truck.
easy.
Hmm.
I'm gonna tell you, we can get
Get a little
you can
deal
get
with the
a
school.
you can get a deal with Southern States. Easy.
Mm,
If you got a box truck, especially if you got multiple.
yeah, yeah. And run your own little distributor around your city. You know what I'm saying? You cross state line, hey, you gonna have to up that price. I don't do that in my box truck. But I don't get it, man. I don't see how they doing OTR with it. Period, man. That shit far fetched to me.
Yeah, I just don't see because I
That's
was
what I was
looking at
trying to
I looked it on the low board. I would look on low board sometimes on the box trucks and it'd be like high mileage joints and they paying, what I'm saying, all these crazy numbers. Not, I mean, they just ridiculous low. Or if they do it, then I look on the DAT board, look at
Yeah,
LTL. You already know how they're doing LTL, but it's partial freight. It'll be like
yeah,
$500 for 2,000 miles. Like something crazy like that.
but you
wow.
know, what you saying that partial though. You know, if they smart. Only way I can kind of see it, just in here thinking about it, is if you get one of those partials going in that direction, pick you up another one. You know, you piece it together to make some good money, but
But it's
it ain't no
rare.
guarantee that's gonna
It's
happen. Yeah,
it's rare to do that on especially like a reefer or something like that. Like you trying to do parcel loads and you trying to go across. It's rare that you be able to pick up another parcel. Most of the time, you loading them these reefers, man. It's full truckloads.
Right.
It's just rare, and you can't break the seal. Like you can't really piece them together. Like that's more so like hot shot and flatbed where you can probably be a little more flexible with the parcel loads. But I don't know.
Or
I
you
just
know where
don't
you're
see.
picking up from. Like you gotta, you pick up at the same spot, so you know they don't care about the seal. So you could throw something on there. But when you just running all over the place, man, and that's
man.
rare.
Hey, you WSM, you gotta come in here and tell her how you did that. You gotta go ahead and spill them giblets or something. I ain't getting that, my G. Two bot truck, man. Shit. You running arms. You running guns. Shit.
A lot of hidden stuff.
Yeah, man.
I
See
don't
stuff
know.
like that, bro. You know, you need to speak on that. You know what I mean? It may be something we missing. Don't try to get all the money. You can't. It's
I
impossible.
mean, he might have did it on I don't know, depending on his situation, or dedicated, or if he had a contract. I don't know.
That's
Yeah.
It's
what I'm
possible.
saying. If he knew the right person, I got connected with the right person that was constantly busy.
Yeah.
You just had like some kind of dedicated run, like Cooley was just saying. But you negotiate the rate to begin with off the top.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, a
Yeah.
lot of them places like them seafood, like inland seafood, and it's somewhere else. Buckhead beef, little places like that. They have contracted box truck drivers, just like RLM have them contracted box truck driver for that furniture, running that furniture to like Haverty's and stuff like that. If you got a bunch of those little side gigs, then yeah, maybe, because the money gonna vary. You know what I'm saying? And you guarantee to get it.
Yeah, I don't know how
Cause
much they
most,
make, but I know for sure they got here they got the store called the Brass Furniture Mart. It's it's huge. I think it's like supposed to be like the largest store in the country. It's out in Nebraska. They got one there, but they brought one like years ago. But yeah, you can get contracted with them. Now I don't know how much they pay though, but I know as
yeah.
far as being busy, you're gonna stay busy. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But the kid down tell you about that furniture. A lot of times you have to build that shit before it get to the customer house. You taking it to customer houses, sometimes businesses,
Oh
but
yeah.
it built in there. You got to build that furniture before it get there. Sometimes I ain't just dropping a box off.
Yes, it's a hard job now. I ain't.
Yeah, it's a
It's a
hard job.
difficult job. You're moving. Sometimes you're gonna need two people. For the most part, now it's every time really because the stuff that you carry in there. You're gonna need
Yeah,
two people, and yeah, depending on what that customer pays for, yeah, you gotta go out to connect some washing dryers and like you said, put them bed frames and all that together.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Fuck
yeah, but I guess that's
that.
what you negotiate though. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, if I just told them this the rate, but if I gotta start putting stuff together, then that's gonna be another whatever it may be. I don't know. I just know I want about life. I looked into it like years ago. I knew somebody was doing it. He wasn't with Nebraska though. He was working with IKEA, but he was getting a cut of a cut though because
Huh.
that company there in Carlton, they name Dynamics, and he was working through them delivering IKEA stuff. So it's like, yeah,
Uh,
he was down in a yeah, I know. Like he wasn't directly with IKEA, but they were contracted through IKEA. And I was like, he was getting like 58%, and I was like, man, that's that just seemed pretty low to me. Um, all that stuff he was doing, had to hire a second guy to help him out. Hello.
you fucking around, get to a house. They want it on the third floor of this townhouse. Man, please. Y'all better knock a window out. Shit. I ain't
Yeah,
lazy,
mine
but
go
some
ahead.
shit just don't make sense.
Man, listen, my brother, a couple of my brothers used to do that stuff, man. When I said it's a hard job, they used to have to take stuff for 3 floors. You know, how you got them 3 story apartments, LA
Yeah,
broke.
mine.
Yeah.
No, sir, I ain't about that life, man. I am not about that life. Mm-mm.
Nah, I go ahead and just go over the road. I take that sacrifice. Fuck that. Sometimes sacrifice be better than comfortability, man. You know what I mean? People don't get that. They be
Yeah,
wanting to,
yeah.
comfortability over sacrifice. Sometimes the sacrifice be easier than the comfortability.
Yeah, I don't know what's comfortable about that. I feel what you're saying, though. Like that comfort of being at home every night, I guess. But they were working long hours too, though. Like they was getting up.
Yeah.
They, yeah, they was on that around like 6 in the morning, and sometimes they
Yeah.
weren't getting out to 8 at night, cause you can't get up until that stuff. So you're gonna be out there. So,
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah.
You know
uh,
what I noticed? You know
no.
what I noticed? You never see
What's up?
bull haulers getting DOT like a level one. Like,
Never.
but DOT is
Oh,
not going on a bull hauler trailer checking tires and brakes and shit like that. That might be a bad lane to run. Division to be in hauling cattle. And then I've never seen them get a level one inspection. The bull haulers.
they have that agriculture exemption.
Oh, okay, so they don't even got to stop. They just keep riding.
Yeah, bro.
And
Yeah. It's on the
that's
reefer
like
too.
I
Did you know that Cooley? Oh, you done dipped
shit. I
out.
ain't know that they don't stop me. You know what I mean? A few times DOT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even with the reefer, you got an agriculture exemption. If you're going 150 miles, well, say you got 300-mile radius.
Right.
When you get 150 miles from the source, you can
Uh huh.
turn your clock off and ride 150 miles in, and you don't have to turn it back off till you come back 150 miles to where you turned it off at. It's an agriculture exemption.
I gotta look that shit up, man, because nope,
Yeah,
I didn't know that. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Hey, but
I didn't either. I just know I never seen them being pulled over. They be going like 85 out there.
Yes, sir.
riding, picking up dust.
Yeah. It's part of the supply chain, you know what I mean? They don't want to disrupt that
Oh
supply
yeah.
chain.
So just like I know it's like that in the oil field too. Out here in Odessa, Midland area, and yeah, they get pulled up. They'll mess with them here and there, but them will be right.
Man, I fucking hate this trucker tools. Jesus Christ.
And any one of y'all ran over
Wearing where?
ran the oil field out here in West Texas.
Oh, nah, I ain't never done that. I ain't thought about it. I ain't thinking about it. They can keep that backyard dirt. Fuck
I mean,
that.
my partner bring it up every month. He ain't done it though, but he be talking about it because they be talking about you can make. Well, I know a couple people that actually did it though, so I know the real numbers on it. Uh, but yeah, you be out there grinding though, man. You be out there. They told me about it. They told me. One of them showed me. He showed me how to they check look and all that. So yeah, I don't know.
I look
I couldn't do it though. That's good for it.
I look at it as a plan move. Like if you got a plan set up, part of your 5 year, 3 year, whatever, however, man. Go out there, run that money up, and get out of there, man. That ain't nothing that you hear nobody saying. I've been in the oil field 10 years. I've been out here 12 years, and
That's
man,
true.
get that money, get up out of there, man. That's the way I
Yeah.
look at it.
Yeah. It's
Seriously.
that's the way my partner was talking about doing it. I definitely think it's worth doing it depending on the space that you in. And like to me, when I was listening to it, I'm like, basically y'all over the road. You know what I'm saying? Like when the
Yeah.
reason I'm saying they OTR is because like they got them out there. They don't want you to go home unless you out there like really 3 weeks. Depending on the company you working with, they'll do like two. And but still they only want you home a couple of days and they want you right back out. Even though
Yeah.
you got your own truck and all that. In this case, you got your own truck, not the people I'm talking about. You got your own truck, but at the same time, they don't really be want to come home after about 2 weeks because they feel like it's defeating the point of being out. Because they only
Yeah. Then another thing they don't tell you about that shit 24/8 out there, man. You like to be up all goddamn night through the morning, man.
Oh, the oil fields. Oh yeah.
Hell yeah, that shit 10 times worse than reef.
Yeah. Yeah. That ain't gonna it ain't gonna last too long. But I saw it, like I said, I saw the 14K a week. I think you gotta be owner operator though.
Yeah.
But I
Hey
don't know.
man.
I saw the advertisement. That's about it.
It seems so tricky to me, man. There's so many different companies out there. You don't know who doing what. Then a lot of those companies out there, they lease through another company or something like, Hallenberg, Schallenberg. They just doing little piecework for them and hiring drivers, and you think you working for the big boy.
That's how they do. Exactly how they do.
Shit. You come in Monday, make good money. Tuesday, make good money. Wednesday, they tell you shit, ain't no work, ain't no work. Take that box up there to the pilot. We'll call you.
Man, somebody trying. Oh, somebody trying to come in.
Shit. They out here in PA like hell too. God damn. The fifth one I done seen goddamn going east. Jesus.
Yeah, so you still broker and freight lean
Waiting on
trucking?
you, goddamn.
say it again.
You, huh?
What you asked me?
I said you still broker and freight.
Yeah, I just some days I'm feeling it. But yeah, I need to do what you did and get a freight agent to handle it. Cause like right now, so it's a whole lot going on, man. And because I don't really feel like being bothered with the broker side of it. I'm talking about the broker side. I'm talking about is like okay, a couple of days ago. What's the day? Tuesday. So Friday, dude picked up the load and he felt like he was at the shipper too long. He said, I know I was here because I was here too, but he was here like hour, hour and a half. He was like, man, I'm finna leave. You know what I'm saying? Like, got his own truck. I can't do what he can't do. You know. And, but the point is dealing with now. He took the load, but I'm saying like if I gotta post the load again or start reaching out to people, all that with Friday, man, I ain't feel like dealing with all that. I'm like, I'm gonna do my little runs. I'm gonna get out of here. So it's like that's why I say I really need like a freight agent, dispatch or something like that, but who really freight agent who can take care of the other stuff for me, where I can just really have to deal with
Do
it
the
like
back
that.
office.
Cause I get it where it's a
Yeah.
lot. Say it again.
Well, yeah, do the freight because what I started doing is, where I got customers. I got two customers, and I've been thinking about it. Where I can give one of the customers to the agent and let them, because I really don't need to be. It's like all I need to focus on is really the back office. As far
Right.
as getting customers, that's a bonus for me. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna make my money.
Right.
The freight agents are gonna be bringing, getting the customers. They're gonna be, doing all that. So pretty much, it's kind of like a bonus for me to getting customers. But I got to do at least give me one or two customers so I know understand, how it works. But I can eventually give the customers to the agent. Not to say they can, if they ever decide to leave, they can keep the customers. No, I don't work like that though. But they can use
Right.
the customers to make money. You know what I'm saying? While I'm
Right.
focusing on the back office work, because that back office work is a lot on the broker side. You know what I'm saying?
Man, it is.
The
It
accounts
is.
receivables, accounts payables, you gotta make sure you got everything lined up right. You know, paying carriers, paying the carriers want quick pay, if the carriers want a check, dealing with their factoring company, paying the factoring company.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Then you got to get your money from your factoring company. Like, God, it's a lot
See?
though.
Yeah, man. And that's what I mean by trying to do all that and I'm out here running. And
Yeah,
that get real tough, man. And I'm gonna tell you, I can tell you this from personal experience. You don't really have to you don't have to let your friend deal with that customer, right? But like for an example, the dude who just called me is the shipper. He was just telling me they had got some they didn't have some stuff, whatever, but he was like he would look at something else. But here's the point though. Only thing I do with them is they text me every day and just tell me what they got. So what I'm saying is you can just take those loads and just give it to the agent. You say I need you to get these
yeah.
loads. This
That's what
this
they.
ain't
That's
never got to actually talk to the shipper. You know what I mean? Like don't even know what they talking. Well, not that they don't know what they talking to. They don't get to talk to them if you want it that way.
Yeah. That's pretty much that's how it is with mine. They'll text me, hey, this what we got. You know,
Right.
pretty much like the customer I got, the one particular I got the dedicated lane, and I also got freight they want me to broker out, whether it's to another carrier or it could be to my trucks. So they give me all that freight. They keep me busy. You know what I'm saying? So I can potentially give that to the agent, let them deal with it. You know what I'm saying? While I'm
Right.
focused on the back office or whatever. Because I'm gonna still
Yep.
get money from it regardless. So like I look at a broker like a profit for me. That's not where I make my majority of money from. It's more of a profit for me. You know what I'm saying? That's not my base income. You know, but that's how I see it. You know, but I do want to
Man,
generate
what
profit though on the broker side though.
I mean, what you got to do is the same thing I'm trying to do. Yeah, you and I had talked about this before, which is build up the carrier base. Like especially in my
Yeah,
case, like on your case, I don't know exactly how far your runs going, all that stuff. But like my stuff, it's more consistent, so it's easier, to build up a carrier base if your stuff more consistent as far as the areas that you're running, the lanes you're going to. And yeah, once you can build that up, it becomes you know what I'm saying. You pretty much texting them, emailing them, saying, "Hey, this is what I got," and they'll just pick it up. You know what I'm saying? They'll just respond back, like, "Yeah, let me get that." You know, negotiating. Once you're dealing with them, you're not even negotiating rates no more. We already understand that this rate for this lane pays this much, so
exactly. Yeah,
it
yeah.
become a lot smoother then.
It's a lot. I saw that. I saw how quick. I saw how hard it was being a new broker and
Mm,
not being able to move. You getting shippers, but you can't move the freight because you ain't got no carriers. But
right.
my situation, I dealt with a little bit of it, but it would look be easier for me because I had my own trucks, own, drivers or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I can see coming in as a new broker with none of that stuff, how hard it can be to uh to move freight because you ain't got the carriers. Um,
Yeah.
man, this dude right here with this trailer. But yeah, man, it's not the shippers, man. It's kind of, I don't want to say it's easy getting shippers, but it's kind of like you'll get the shipper, a matter of time. It's just like you get the shipper, then what? How you gonna move it? Especially if
Yeah.
you ain't got no trucks, you ain't got no carriers. Because the thing you run into is a lot of carriers don't deal with a lot of new brokers because they can't work with the factoring companies. Um, and
Credit rating ain't good enough.
a lot of carriers don't want to work with brokers doing quick pay because they feel like brokers not going to pay them. But see, what I
Right.
like to do is I pay them. I got a line of credit. What I like to do, I'll pay if I have to. I don't want to, but if I have to, because my broker's still fairly new, I'll pay half up front. And then once you deliver, send me the BOLs. I pay the other half. Just to just get just to get the load moved. Um,
Yeah.
that, but everybody doesn't. Everybody can't get these com checks and e checks, com checks and these checks and all these stuff. Starting out the gate or whatever the case may be, because their credit is shot. But But
Yeah.
that's a good way to get going. To get to move some freight with new carriers, or to get carriers to move the freight, especially if you can't get set up their factoring company. Um,
Uh,
but that's what you run into a lot. They don't want to deal with. I
Mhm.
I can understand because I was like that too as a new carrier. I didn't want to deal with a broker. I wanted to run it through my factoring company because I wanted to get paid quick. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of understand
Absolutely.
why carriers do that. But it is what it is. Cause I don't charge. Cause I only charge. Well, now I switched factoring companies now, so I charge probably 5% now after. But I charge 5% on the quick pay. But you get it in
Great.
2 days.
Great Freight said Cole call the carriers first. That was his recommendation.
What he say? Cold call carriers first.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, that's what
But
he
I'll
had.
say this. What I was learning with it, man, that was like you touched on a lot of it. Some of the point that I was learning when you was talking about the pay. I would have them just be like, yeah, so I see you new. My been up and running since July, but the system don't change that you experience until you're up. Like you're a rookie, and like like one of these sports leagues, you got to go through a full year before it shows that you experience. And yeah, them carriers. I was running to them. Another thing I was running into, which is like now. This is why I kind of slowed down. I was running heavy with it about the what's this May, like April, March and April. I was running heavy with it. Here locally, man, the rates on the market shot up. Where it's a supply and demand. I was actually gonna make a video about that, a little quick video. But anyway, it's supply and demand, and so that's what's going on out here. Is that the lows done shot up, man. A whole lot of lows out here. So now, dude, like, hey, man, I ain't run that low for that. you know. So So now it's kind of like I actually had to go back to my ship, but they wanted me to run it low. They were just going from here in Fort Worth to Carrollton, which is about 38 miles or something like that. I was like, look, I'm gonna have to go on if you want that load, them loads covered. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, I just have to be honest with them. You have to give it to somebody else.
yeah,
Because
it's better money
I was
out
get to
there.
the point where I wasn't gonna make no money off of it. Now the money was
Yeah,
fine. It said the supply and demand though. That it's smart as a carrier. When you're a carrier, if you look out there, you look on the load board, you see a load or whatever where you trying to go. Ain't no reason for you to
yeah,
be to take the posted rate, or it don't matter if it's good or not. Hey, now
yeah.
I'm gonna need
That's what
like
I'm
two more
saying. They
hundred.
see the greater money. Yeah, they see the greater money around what you doing.
Yeah.
So that's how they
Hey.
coming. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dang.
So I respect the game because I'm on that side too. So I don't be tripping. I just have to tell that shipper though, like, all right, hey, here's what it is. Like I understand what we talked about before, month before, but
Yeah.
diesel don't went up, which is real. Diesel don't went up. Uh, more lows out here.
Hmm.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
this is. I mean, this is a good. This is a good.
Yeah. You might got a phone call, kicked him out.
Okay. I'm like, how you gonna drop on his own live, man? Yeah, I got you. That's what got me a while ago though. When the shipper called me a while ago and kicked me out. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah.
You
I'm
go
I was
back.
ahead.
gonna
Yeah,
say,
kick me out.
Cooley.
Go ahead. What you were saying?
No, I was
Oh
saying
yeah.
this is a good market, man. This how the market should be though on a consistent basis. But we all know that ain't gonna happen. You
Nah.
know what
Right.
I'm saying? But it should be.
Nah.
This how it should be though, man. Like you should be able. Truck drivers should be able to get paid for what they do. You know what I'm saying? Because especially on operators, they got this stuff ain't cheap. Only thing I don't agree with it is the whole fact that equipment is so high, but you can't have both.
Yeah.
You can't have high rates and cheap equipment to buy, or cheap equipment, or go get equipment that's cheap. You can't have them both. The rates is high, of course, the equipment is gonna be high. The rates is low, of course, they're gonna be cheap. You know, it is what it
Yeah.
is, though. But what would you rather have? Would you rather have a high market and high equipment, or would you rather have a low market with high equipment.
Yeah. It gotta go. It gotta align. It gotta align.
I got a quote for Great Freight. He say find carriers for customers. I'm like, what are you telling them, dog? Now this is why I'm asking because I've had brokers try to do that. That didn't work for me though. It's just I'm like, nah, I need something. Like they be like, I'm working on a project. Yeah. What you need? Like all that, and they barely came through. But I'm like, what are you telling the carrier? I'm a carrier, but like, what are you telling the carrier? That I'm actually cool because Great Freight have to just comment in the comment section. But what the carrier? He said, get the carriers first. How would you run it?
Hold on, I lost you for a second because I'm in the country.
Okay, I was saying Great Freight say get the carriers first. Like
Oh, yeah.
find them before the customer. So I was just asking you. So if you ain't got no customers though, what are you telling the carrier when you're trying to holler at them?
Oh, I mean, finding care. I mean, what I do is, well, what I was doing, I was getting potential customers, and they was giving me pretty much spot stuff, and and they'll tell me, hey, all right, I'll give you this load right here, see if you can move it, and then I will try to find a carrier. But what Great Freight is talking about is, hold on a second. Oh, he about to come in right now. I talk about it.
Yeah.
Put me in, coach. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play.
There you go. Look at that man. Look at it. It's awesome. Go ahead, man. Hello, sir.
A couple things. One, I'm a broker. Been a broker for like 15 years, and a carrier and a driver also. So for me, my major problem I'm having with brokers that are going out, new brokers going out and jumping out there saying, I'm going to make $1 million. I'm going to make all this money. And all they're taught to do is call the customers. And then they get out and the customer's like, okay, I need a truck. And then all they are is an extension of the problem of the customers because they don't have any carriers that are going to work with them. So what I tell to do is I tell people like either if you have a carrier, you should have a brokerage because that's just a portion of the company. It's having that sales department with your carrier. Or you need to team up with a carrier and be their sales force. So let's say it's somebody that had a brokerage that doesn't have trucks. Their first phone call should be with some carrier that's willing to work with them if they get the carrier they rates the need to move the freight. So like me, if I go to a carrier, I just got a quote here. If I go to a carrier, my first question to the carrier is I give him all the dimensions for the load, where it's going, and all the information, and then I get his price. It's my job to go to the customer and now sell my service on top of his price. And I do that with a guaranteed truck. I mean, so my customer might say, no, that's too high. That's fine, but that's my price today with 3 days to go. If you call me with 3 minutes to load, my price can be a lot higher. So just understand that if I go to a customer, I've got a guaranteed truck for that price if they give me the right amount of time to get the truck there. So if they're calling me right now and I got 3 days before this load, okay, I'll get the truck there. But if they're calling me and I've only got 3 minutes to get the truck there, well, we're going to have to deal with a different price because now we're next day service. And I've had some customers, well, why is your price different? Because it says that in my thing, you have to give me this much notice. I mean, you're welcome to put a stamp on it and stick it next to the mailbox and see if the mailman picks it up. Or at some point they got to realize that, their lack of planning doesn't constitute, a problem on my part because I solved their problem 3 days ago with a guaranteed truck. So if you want me to resolve your problem again with less time, that price might not stand. So where I jump out and tell people is that if you have nothing to sell to a customer, then you're just a load board. Yeah, and that's where I meant by if you're going to, before you start calling customers and trying to get customer freight, you better have access to trucks that are willing to work with you and move your freight. And you better know the price they need to move the freight to go to your customer with. And then you got to sell your services for finding that truck on top of that. Is that?
Yeah,
that makes sense.
That was a very good explanation. I want to ask you on top of what you said. So,
yeah,
you want to them, or are you having two different rates, like your three, like your notes for 3-day rate, and then your last minute rate, or do you just have a 3-day rate, so to speak? And then if they call you last and it just kind of you deal with it at that time.
So a lot of times what I do is I'll deal with it at that time, because if I go to them, so this rate I've got a couple days out, let's say, right? I say, okay, I call my driver, I say, hey, can you get there by this date or whatever? And that's his rate, right? We figured out his rate, and he says, yes, I can get there. If they turn that down, they call me last minute, I got to find the closest truck. And whatever that guy's rate is, I got to go with his rate and then tack money on top, get my money on top of his rate, because at that point, it's an emergency. It's a hot load. But they put it into the position. Now, I do go back to my customer and say, look, the reason I'm at this rate is because I didn't have enough time to find this one. The more time you give me, the better chance I can get one of my regular guys in this door. And then my regular guys aren't going to be this expedited rate. They're still going to be a firm rate and a realistic rate, but it's not going to be a white gloves, drop everything I'm doing, jump in the truck and just, don't even finish my meal. Let me come get your load type rate. And that's where I slowly teach my customers, look, you're getting this rate this time because we had some poor planning on this one. And I'm honest with them. The better planning we get me, the more I get, like, the more opportunity I get to be able to get you your truck. That's how I handle a lot of my freight. But my customers know I'm not as timid as possibly some newer agents or newer people in this, because I've been doing it for a long time. But they know that, and I'm that guy that it's like, okay. I mean, I do oversized now, but I still do legal with some of my stuff, and I handle that.
That put me in the mind of real estate, kind of. I know it's two separate entities, but when it comes to looking for a house, you may look in one area, but it got another realtor sign out there. Your realtor can link up with that realtor, to get that product. You know what I'm saying? To get their clientele right. So I see what you're saying about that. It's just networking.
Correct.
To get it all to line up, because you may not have the capacity, but they do.
I can say this, and I'm gonna tell you what it also remind me of. That same example he gave is being a new carrier and somebody been out here for years.
Oh,
like what he just said was, it's the lingo, right? Like you can, when you talk to a carrier, it's cool because you don't talk to him, but you talk to him. When you talk to a new carrier, like only been doing it for like 5-6 months, they real kind of timid.
Yeah.
It's like the way they talking when you talking to somebody out here, they very to the point, straightforward. This what we got. If you we can run. If not, then we're gonna holler.
Right, exactly. And that's what I want. I mean, like I said, since I used to be, I had my CDL, I was a driver, I drove for Landstar, I was an owner operator, I was a carrier. I've seen that whole side. I've been on both sides also. So right off the bat, there's times I can tell just by that, just like you said, it's that I don't know, what do you think? And compared to, here's my price. Bam, thank you. Can you be there Wednesday? Let me check the board. Yeah, I got a truck available Wednesday. All right, thank you. I'll call you right back. Hold that truck. And then I'm calling my customer and telling him, we got to move on this one. He's got it on the board, but that board can switch at any time. We got to make this happen. But you're absolutely right. And that's another way brokers can kind of feel out the carriers that are experienced and are going to get it done, because as compared to the ones that are like, did I make the right decision? And next thing, a lot of those guys that are timid back out of loads because they didn't set the price right the first time. So then all of a sudden a better load pops up and then they're out and they fall off your load. So for me, I like the person that gives me the right price the first time and has that confidence, like you said, because I know that price is going to at least hold up for the amount of time I need to call my customer and make it happen. Oh, he just got in the truck. I thought he was going to jump in there. But yeah, that's a great point. I'd like to actually have you on my show because that's a great point.
You're dropping a lot of jewels there. I'm listening. I'm over here. I'm doing something else. I'm listening, but a lot of good information right there, man. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he is. I love it, man. I like doing this stuff. I like learning because I'm learning from you. Cooley?
Right.
What it is, what it does, what it is, what it was.
There it is. Yeah.
Yeah. The day you start learning, the day you start living. For real.
Real talk, man. Like what he just did for me was like I knew majority information, but the perspective is different. And that's what I love about listening to other people, man. It's like sometimes you hear the same message, but the way somebody else delivers it, it just kind of sink in better.
They put it in more layman terms for you.
Yeah, what he said was just straight to the point. Like,
Yeah.
That's been part of my like. I haven't reached out to new people yet because I feel like I'm gonna hire somebody just to try to take on, more work. But he writes up what he just said meant a lot to me. Just saying, look, when you call them, be go to the point. Clear and concise what you got, precise is what you have, what you can offer, and just let it be. Not all this sure, let me think about it. I get with you. No, when you call, you to know where you at. I got it.
Right. And I get that a lot. I mean, and that's usually where you're more experienced. And someone will be like, well, where are you at with it? And I'll be like, okay, I'm at this with it, but don't take my number. Give me your number, because at this point, my number doesn't matter. And I'm straight with with drivers when I talk to them, because I don't bash them down. I've never asked them to go lower. Their price is what their price is. Their price. It is what it is. Now, there have been times where people have called and said, oh, I'll do that for, $5,000. I'm like, whoa. Are you looking at the right load? Or something, just to make sure. And I'm like, okay, why are you at that? Well, you need escorts here. I'm like, no, you don't need any escorts. And I'll actually print out the pages. I'll be like, what's your email address? I'll email you the laws that's showing that you don't need escorts, because I do oversize. So I have had that happen. But even then, I'm like, okay, you're not ready for this load. If you don't know this stuff and then you're not ready for this load. Thank you for your time. But besides that, the price is the price. And I don't mind if a carrier comes to me and they give me a price for a guaranteed truck with good service. It's my job to get my money on top of that with my customer. Am I worth more? Am I worth my job now? And that's how I go to my customers, selling me on top of that guaranteed truck, because that guy's, in my opinion, as a broker, I can't bash a guy down and tell him to do it less, because that's his price. Either I take him or I don't take him for the load. And there are times where he's just, one guy gave me a real high price, but it was going into Florida, and he doesn't normally run Florida. But he gave me a price for him to do it, but it wasn't a price for somebody that obviously was coming out of Florida that wanted to go back. And I found that guy, and it was a better price. Now, was it still a good price? Oh, absolutely. But this guy gave me such a high price because technically he didn't want to do it, but if I would have paid it, he would have done it.
Would have done it.
Right. But that's still his price. I can't tell him, oh, that's just too high. No, it's his price, and he has his reason for that price. So I just have to not take him if I can find someone that's better for that, a better opportunity for another driver. That's my job as a broker, to find that guy. It's not my job to bash the guy that did give you a price. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
What I'm saying is what you said.
Saying,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, just hearing what you said, I don't have my authority or nothing, but as a carrier calling you and not being as confident, what you saying, you done print out all the paperwork, you giving all the information. Sometimes you just got to come off of that bullet of, always shoot for the high and accept that knowledge that you giving out and meet in the middle, kind of. You know what I'm saying? At least that first time, that's that hit. I say sometimes you got to take, because you were putting him on game of something he didn't even know. But his arrogance didn't say like, oh, I didn't know that. I'm gonna go ahead and deal with you because you giving me more game than I even had myself.
Right.
Outside of the money.
Right. And even that guy, I did say for this load, I did use him again on a smaller load, but I just didn't feel, and I told him that. I said, I know, because I also had a legal load going, and I put him on the legal load. He took the one, but I didn't feel comfortable with, after talking to him, to put him on my oversized load, because he didn't know enough. Now the guy still calls me now, and I still give him. Now I'm giving him smaller oversized loads, because he gave me the price, and he was receptive when I told him, because I at least showed him. I wasn't just broker that just said, I know my stuff. So I at least said, let me email you why you don't need escorts, and I'll prove it to you. And he was called back, says, oh, I'm sorry, I was just thought. I'm like, hey, no problem. But and we ended up talking, and I put him on another load, and I still use him today for some smaller stuff. But the main thing to do is understand, when you do call a broker, and it's an interview. That's a job interview. You're interviewing them to see if you want to work with them, and they're interviewing you to see if they want to work with you. Yeah. And there are some brokers you just need to be like, I ain't working for this dude. And there's some drivers that I'm thinking the same thing. He can't work for me.
Yeah.
But
you gauging that liability on both ends. As you as a carrier, you gauging that liability from the broker and vice versa. You know what I mean?
And your ultimate goal is to learn to work with them, not for them. Because if you work for me, dude, I take care of my people. I mean, I don't post if I don't. Lena, I got a question for you. How much do you post on the load board?
You said what?
How much do you post? You have loads, correct, Lean?
Yeah.
How much do your camera froze? That's why. How much do you post your loads on a load board?
I mean, now I don't at all. Really,
You don't post yours. What about Lean? Do you post?
I haven't did it in a while.
I was,
Just go to my trucks.
yeah, I had kind of stopped because of, I just started contacting guys who had already ran for me before. But when I was actually posting it, just the transparency, I will post them for what looks really better than what I was noticed was the going rate. Cause see, a lot of stuff that I was having is not OTR stuff. It's a lot local. I'm just gonna say local. It's not even regional. It's more local, like a 300-mile radius.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so you can't do per mile and all this other stuff. So yeah, that's how I was doing it, and it was hit and miss. To be honest with you, it was a hit and miss.
So, but
Yeah.
you got to the point where you'd rather call than post. Like I don't post. I don't want to post. I don't want to do. I'd
I'd
rather
rather
call
call.
my guys and be like, hey, when can you get? And I've even got. And another thing to do with your customers is once they see the same guys coming in and they know they're one of your guys, they'll know the difference. Hey, I got one of. Make sure you mention that to your customers. Hey, I got one of my good guys coming in for this load. I got one of my good guys. You're going to want to put that in their head. And the reason you're putting that in their head is down the road, you might have a load that they want picked up on a Monday, but one of your guys can't get there till Wednesday. And you can then say, look, I can post this one. I prefer not to, but my guy, one of my good guys, can get in there by Wednesday. Can we push this to Wednesday? I have had, just because I've slowly taught my customers, my good guys, my guys, my guys, my guys. Oh, we want his guys. They'll know when I'm looking to post and when I'm looking to go with one of my guys. They have actually pushed loads back for me to get one of my guys in there because they don't want the load board guys. You know what I mean? Because it's more consistent to have somebody who's been there before. They know the routine. They know the people.
And that's what I ran into. That's what I think I ran into. Why they offered me a contract. You know what I'm saying? Because I was getting the spot, but I was giving them to my guys. You know what I'm saying? And I just kept giving to them. They kept, we kept showing up, delivery on time, brought back the racks, and so on and so on. And then they just, like, hey, look, we got this dedicated. Are you interested on this contract? I said, oh yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
you know, that's how I did it because I want to get my guys in there. I didn't say my guys, but I was like my trucks or whatever. I think
Right, whatever your words are going to be, you know what I mean. That you want to use that over and over, so you kind of put that in their head, and eventually they're going to be like, "Hey, is this going to be one of your guys?" Yeah, it'll be one of my guys, and then they're going to start asking for one of your guys or whatever terms you're using for that, and that's how they'll know that. It also separates you a little bit from a potential. I'll talk about this loss of customer when a bad carrier comes in. They'll give you another chance, knowing that, well, it wasn't one of my regular guys. It was a new guy. I'm vetting him and making sure, but he might not be. You know what I mean? It's that type where he goes in, and if he does something stupid, you don't lose the customer because they know it's not one of your regulars. It's not one of your regular guys.
But they see
and
that,
that's
they
a
see,
big deal.
They see that cool breeze on the side of the truck. They already, you know what time it is.
Exactly. And for me, they know my drivers' faces. They know their names because I try to send the same drivers into this. And my guys don't backdoor me at all. They trust me. Because they'd end up, going fishing with the fishies. But either way, they basically know my guys, and it's just like, Tony. I'm up here in the woods. I got plenty of dirt to bury bodies. No, just kidding. But they just know that I try to send the same drivers customers because it becomes efficient. They know where to go. The customer, it's easier for them to get everything loaded, and they like efficiency, and that makes a difference also. And that's another thing too, is building that. And to have drivers, I have great relationships with drivers that they realize that. And you're not going to get that. You're not going to get that by going cheap and trying. The minute you start bashing a driver's price down, you're not going to get that relationship with a driver. You're just not. So if it's not his price, you just have to say, I'm sorry, that's not my price. I can't do that because of, and there are reasons why their prices are higher. I mean, let's be honest. But I don't look at any price. I don't take any price that I feel is realistic as a bad price or too high. Because now that's a challenge to, let's see how good I am and now to sell to my customer. If he's giving me 2 and I want 25, I got to give them $500 worth of service. So I got to make sure the driver calls, the driver does this, the driver does that, and the driver, whatever the driver has to do. And then now I got to get $500. Now, maybe, darn, I only got $400 worth of service. Sometimes that happens, but I shoot for my number on top of their number. And from there, that's my job. That's what I'm supposed to do. I'm not supposed to just, and now other brokers don't, and they're all about, but that's why you try to get direct customers and you stop dealing with those damn dumbass brokers. And you deal with you only deal with the 3 brokers on the screen right now. That's so everybody's watching this. The 3 brokers on the screen right now are what you're dealing with.
Right.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we gotta do a backstage joint, man. With us and Leak and X on there, so we can figure this out, man. T Hill, Josh in there, so we can throw Josh in there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because he just dropped a good info, little small things, you know what I'm saying? Part of pushing the load back. Because I know about that, by the way. That was a good one. I've gotten calls. I got one the other day. I got one that same way, and I was like, "You got anybody right now?" Like, nah, because I ain't want to go to the load board. It was just
one of the things you want to do. And I'm going to cut you off. His perfect example is having customers is like having a hostage negotiation, and you're the hostage negotiator, and you never say no to the dude with the gun in the bank. You never say no. You always let me look into that. Let me see what I can do. Let me look into that. So you never say no. So always present other options for them. Put the ball in their court. All right. I don't have a truck today. Let me check and see when one of my first availability for one of my guys are. Okay, Thursday is the first availability for one of my guys. Will that work? Back in their court. Now they get to say no. So now what that shows them is that even though you don't have that, you're willing to do the work to try to see if something else does work. So you're still working for your money because they know you're not going to you can't solve all their problems all the time, right? But at least you're showing that you're still out there doing the work and trying to solve it. When you start to tell them no, they will find someone that tells them yes. So no is a bad word. It's always going to be, let me see what I can do. Let me see what options I got. Even if you don't have one today, find them the first available truck that you trust, one of your guys, and give them that date. Let them make the decision if it can be pushed back or not. And sometimes it can, sometimes it can't. But at least you've brought to them a suggestion on something that could solve their problem. You brought them something to deal with, and they can make the decision. Because it's not, like I said, so that's how I normally tell people is don't say no, because they'll find someone that will say yes. And let's all face it. And that broker that is saying yes could be lying to them and still not have a truck until tomorrow. Right. But they got in that door by saying the word yes when you said no. You see what I'm saying? Right. So don't give that other broker the chance to say yes just to lie to them to get in the door when you could have been there for that. If that I know I say all the time, but that makes sense. It works. It's what they want to hear.
That's awesome information.
Like the lingo, like good guys, my guys, that lingo is gonna resonate through the building.
Right. And that's and we all know there's some drivers that are and some other brokers and some other things that you got to get to the point, and if anybody wants to subscribe, it's a great freight stage on YouTube. No, if you want to get to the point that customers, I've had a customer come to me and say, look, I don't even know how much we pay you. I just know it's worth it. You want them to forget how much they're paying you. They just know that it's worth it. Because when you pay crap, when you buy something that's too expensive and it breaks the next day, you remember how much that cost. You remember how much that cost. You will forget how much the good things cost because it was worth it. That's all you know.
Remember the name, the model number, and everything of that bad shit. You're right.
So that's basically where you want to be. Is you just want to be in there and saying, look, I'm here to solve. I don't sell, I solve. I solve problems. I don't sell, I solve. Let's solve the problems. And telling somebody no and walking away from it, that might not be the best solution. So give them another solution to at least show that you're working for them. Even if you don't have what they want right now, you can give them something down the road. I know I talk a lot, so.
Shit,
I was just soaking it up and listening. I was just soaking up and listening because I would have had a day like that if I had got that. Well, I did tell them let me see though. I did say that I checked on this other guy who had ran one for me earlier today, but it was so last minute that he was just about home. But still, though, what you said is still it resonates.
Good, good. And I hope, like I said, and that's my goal. Is I would prefer carriers who have driven the truck and stuff who have the knowledge to become brokers. There's too many, and I see it, and I do classes now too to try to I have more classes now repairing the other broker classes of the stuff that they're not being taught. I asked 3 questions, right? All these people are out doing these YouTube broker classes and they're paying for these classes. And I asked 3 questions. I won't say what they are because they're my secret questions. And of 3 questions on what that you should absolutely know if you are a broker that will prevent you from losing money. And I have not yet had one person answer any of them correct. And in my opinion, before somebody's showing you how to make money, they should show you how to not lose money and not set yourself up for lawsuits and things like that. Oh, I can make $200 a load. Yeah, but you could lose $10,000 if you screw this up because you could be opening yourself for wait, what? And
Yeah.
I see a lot of that. And then I listen to you guys talk about how some of the brokers are treating you and things like that. And I'm like, Jesus, now I know exactly why my customers don't want me gone, because customers are also dealing with these same broker attitudes and things like that. And it's just like, lies.
Well, 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 they got brokers. From my experience being out here dealing with brokers, I know for a fact some of these brokers got profit margins, which is I get it, but their profit margins are they're so high. Well, they try to sell it to the carriers for the low, and there's a lot of more money into these lows. Once I start seeing the real money coming out these lows from customers, I was just shocked. I was shocked that what I'm saying, that there was so much money, you know, that just made me want to go even harder on the carrier side. Like it don't matter to me. Like I I started seeing these kind of lows, these kind of money. It's like, look, man, this is what it is. This is what I'm sticking at. Y'all want to pay that? That's fine. I'll stay at home. No problem. you know. But I started seeing the real money. That's why I know that some of these brokers is I get it. They're trying to they got a family to feed and all that, but they got rules and guidelines through their brokerage that they have to
Yeah.
meet. Because they got expenses to pay, but their margin is so high though. So it's crazy. That's why I said some of these guys at TQL, they might be getting 30%. Uh, I think they get like 30% as a freight agent or whatever, but they're getting
Yeah.
these high price lows. Like I ran into the issue last year during turkey season, uh, uh, Thanksgiving season. I mean, and like a supermarket, like a Food Line or a Kroger's or something like that, was a place called Whole Foods,
Mhm.
and
Mm.
they called TQL, and I asked, dude, what made y'all call TQL? You know what I'm saying? To move this, I mean, it was a Whole Foods. It was a Keurig Distribution. Keurig Distribution was the customer, and Whole Foods is the place that they bought it from. So Keurig is coffee. Everybody knows coffee, but what they do every year is they give out turkeys to their employees. So I asked Keurig. It was not Whole Foods. I asked Keurig, what made y'all call TQL to move this load? They was like, well, we just didn't want to deal with it. We just called the number one broker, and that was TQL. I was
Right.
like, listen, give me your phone number. I'm gonna get your phone number. We'll go direct. That way you don't have to worry about this. Because I ran into the issue with TQL not answering the phone. They didn't know what was going on or whatever the case was. I like, we don't have to deal with all that. You can talk to me directly. Here's my cell phone number. And I got their number, and we can do the turkeys again for next year. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I saw how much they paid them. But I was cool with what I got for it, but I saw the real numbers. You know what I'm
Right.
Yeah.
saying? How much it was, and it was going only I think it was 45 miles, but it had to sit. The product had to sit. It was going 45 miles and had 4 pallets of turkeys. That's it, and it just had to sit for 3 days. You know, so with me having multiple trails, I was able to do it. Let one trail sit over there, carry it, and get my money. And but I saw the real numbers. I'm just saying, like I say all that to say this, but I saw the real numbers, like how much they paid just to move that. I mean, that just had me pumped. And I was like, yeah,
I,
it's that time. Brokers is coming, broker time. And that was in
all
November,
right,
so I
cool. I
started
got some.
brokering. Uh,
Okay, in the comments, certified authority asked how much more. What was these those you said that you saw they paid more? He was asking how much more. He or
hold on,
she.
what was that?
Certified authority asked how much more were these lows paying when you just because you just said you saw they was paying
I
more.
mean, they was like an additional 2 grand. Like some of these be like additional 2 grand on it, man. Yeah, you like 1,000 to 2 grand
You,
on these
I just had
lows.
a
Mm,
I just had a friend of mine did a video and talked just real quick, did a video, and he picked up a load paying $2,000 to him, which was like 3 something a mile. This is a van load. Well, on the bill of lading, they actually put the price that they were paying to the broker on the bill of lading, and it was $4 grand to the broker. Just so you know. For
That's
example,
why.
I got the same load that I moved a couple weeks last week or whatever, and this is how I'm going to handle this one. And I'm doing this while I'm talking to you. I have the same load that I moved like a week and a half ago from Texas to Florida on a 53-foot flatbed. Now, I'm going to call the same carrier back as he did the other one, and he said he would do the next one. But the first, I said, hey, I got the same load. I got my agent working on that. The same load, basically. I have to email him back. The same load now I'm going to pay. And the first thing I'm going to tell the guy is make sure you remember fuel is going up. So here I am telling him, we're not going to do it for the same price. We need to do it. Because I do not want a phone call in the middle of the run and him saying, oh, I forgot about fuel. So for me, I want to make sure when I go to my customer, I'm going to go to my customer and say, look, I know we did it for last time. Here's the problem. They shut down some fuel line and give them that whole thing, and I don't know what the price of fuel is going to be at this point. I'm going to take a look, but we could possibly be paying a little bit more because of that fuel disruption, and that's what the talk that's on everybody's mind right now. Go ahead and check the news. So even though I could what my carrier is going to probably call me back and say, yeah, I'll do it again for the same price. I'm telling him, no, you're not, because I don't want a phone call in the middle. I don't want to set him up for failure, and he's going to have to make sure he factors. Please check the price of fuel on your way to Florida, then call me with the right price. I want to make sure we do this one time. I will not nickel and dime my customer. So that was my first statement to him was check fuel prices down to Florida. Oh, I'll call you right back. Okay, good. So he's going to so this is the stuff that I'm doing, even though I probably could have went to that carrier and he probably would have did it for the same price. I got to make sure I'm looking out for my guys because I have one. It is the price is what it is. And if I go to my customer, I can sell that to my customer where they're going to look at the information that I'm now giving them and making sure I'm making them aware of that the other carriers, the Bennett's and the Landstars aren't. And so now I sell myself and the reasoning behind my price. And this is what I do as a broker with my guys, with the trucks that haul my freight, is because I don't want you to go broke because I need you. I need you to be profitable. And I'll take care of you. Oh, probably them call me. Go ahead.
Well, cool. I want to. He mentioned it a little bit while ago. I want to ask because I've never seen this. Did you see the real numbers?
Huh?
Say, how did you get in that position to see the real numbers? Because I haven't been able to get to that part yet.
Well, I'm not gonna say it's always the case, but for just throw that out there. I don't want no broker commenting on after the video. Oh, you're lying. you know how it is out here, man. But anyway.
Yeah, I know. I was just asking to try to, yeah.
I seen numbers from what customers give that on a particular lane that I wouldn't get as a carrier getting from another broker. So when I get loads from my customer, I can pay my drivers top dollar. These guys can get, just throwing out numbers, these guys can get $2,000 a day on 200, 300 miles, and I still make a profit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So let me ask you this. So is it like this? What they asking me, the ones I've been dealing with, they asking me what's my number, right? So if I'm hearing you right, like what you were just talking about, they're asking me. They tell you this is what I pay for this lane? Is that kind of how you find out how much they really paying? Is it something like that,
No, what would you say? You broke up.
or are they saying hypothetically speaking, I pay like that load that you already knew was going for like 1,200? Whoever you talking about, they would say, well, I pay 2,000 for this load. Can you get it covered? Is it like more reverse? Is that how you find out how much they paid?
Well, what I've been doing, or you speaking on quoting. Now you speaking on, you're going to more as quoting a customer. But see, with the way I quote, I don't even quote a customer off no rate mates or no DAT. I might get an
Um,
idea if it's a lane that I'm not familiar with. But see, I've been doing the same lanes for so long. I kind of just throw out a number to a customer, and they'll be like automatically agree.
Okay.
Like it's very
Mhm.
rare that they'd be like, nah, we can't do that. So if I say if it's a lane that's paying, if it's a lane going for like 300 miles, I might just be like, if it's going to like $100, they might just be like, okay, especially if they know I'm broken the load out to my trucks. That's why I said I got a little bit of edge because I have assets. That's why Eric speaks
Uh,
on, if you have a carrier, get a brokerage. You know what I'm saying? You got a bit of an edge when it's coming to these customers. But not to say that you can't do that. Just being a broker without assets. But I'm just saying though, if you do have assets, that helps you out so much. Where you can get more money and you can give that to your drivers for at a high pay. You know, nobody's really. It's very rare seeing drivers making 15 to 2 grand a day per day, Monday through Friday. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah.
Right.
that's rare. That's rare. But if I can do
Very
that,
rare.
if it makes sense for me, I'm making profit. They good. Let's do it. Not to say that that's gonna be like that all the time, but we speaking on spot. Okay? I don't want to get it confused, get y'all twisted with spot and direct freight. That the direct freight's not gonna change.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Dedicated. Dedicated freight's not gonna change. But spot freight, when I do get spot freight, I do get, I can get like some good money on them. Whether if I broke it out to my drivers or if I broke it out to a carrier. Now, if I broke it out to another carrier, I'm still gonna play fair. I'm not gonna try to, you know, try to kill it. I'm gonna still play fair. I'm gonna be a little bit. I'm gonna be reasonable. But if I do have to broker out to another carrier, it'll be, it ain't gonna be top like I do for my drivers, but you still gonna make decent money. $1,500 on 300 miles is still good.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
I got a
saying?
question, Cooley.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't mean to cut
Tom.
you off. With you being in the reefer, like when you go pick up a lot of loads, a lot of them be through the buyer. Like, do you connect with those, like far as like produce, a lot of meat? Just say like Albertsons or, just say a Kroger. They have buyers that call and buy the product from like JBS, Seaboard Foods, things of that nature. Do you deal directly with them? Have you got tapped in with a buyer yet?
Like a Kroger's, like a distribution.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just a buyer for any of one of those companies. Sometimes you'll talk to the buyer outside of the broker. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I don't really get involved with. I don't want to get involved with like big places like that. That requires a lot of extra insurances and stuff. A lot of
Okay, okay,
it's like going. They have a lot of what do you call it? Where they post loads on these little platforms and you bid on them and stuff. I really don't want to get that going that direction. I'd rather
oh,
deal
okay,
with more of the local, family owned type places. You see what I'm saying? Um,
okay.
I'd rather deal with that for the time being. But like I said, I don't know how big it's gonna get though. I don't know how big I'm gonna get. I don't know,
Yeah,
huge,
did.
monstrous.
I'm just kind of doing me. I'm pretty much doing the stuff that I've been to. Like I said, I got a stack of BOLs from 2018
gotcha,
that
gotcha.
I kept over the years, and all I did was use those. That's how I got that customer was from a previous load. And I just called them out. I just took the BOLs out my truck, put them all on the table and went through them all. I still got some I need to call. Just went through them all, start calling. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Somebody's
okay.
gonna bite. Especially if
Yeah,
it's in my area.
I was asking about the buyer because you were saying you had a sneak peek at the real numbers, and when it comes to stuff like that, I feel like the buyer really has the real numbers on. You know, they have the
Me,
money, the hands on the money. My theory, because they're buying the product and they have the money to have it shipped. You get what I'm saying?
but see, look, this is what I did. I ran a load last Friday, a flower load. So I ran it for my customer, and I ran it to one of their customers. He was telling me, and I already know what he was trying to do. He told me, "Hey man, they're trying to charge me, not particularly my customer, but somebody else he dealt with in California." He said, "Hey, they're trying to charge me $14,000 to run from California to Virginia." And he was kind of trying to feel me out and see if I was going to bite on it. You know, uh, if I could probably do it for cheaper. But I wasn't really messing with California because I don't even go in that direction. But $14,000
Yeah,
to run from Cali to Virginia, that's a lot of money.
that's a lot of
And
money.
we talking about peaches. I mean, you if you're paying $14,000, you gotta understand what's going on with the market too, though. That's a lot of money to
Well,
run peaches.
I think the first, if when customers telling me that, the first thing I'm looking at is I'm going to say, okay, let me ask you a couple questions. First, obviously it's a refrigeration load, but did they price you a team? Is that a team price?
Mm,
So you want
God,
to actually tweak down why that price is the way it is, because that could have been somebody. Remember, if all I have is team, and this happens to me a lot in oversized, and this is another thing, and I'll explain too, is if I go to a carrier and I need a step deck, but it'll fit on a double drop, and all that carrier has is double drops, they're not going to give me a step deck price for their double drop. They're going to give me a double drop price. So if that person went to a team carrier and all they have is teams, they're going to give them the price for a team to run that because that's what they have is teams. So
Mm.
first question you only have to say is, okay, who did you go with, and was that a team price? Was because sometimes there's a reason behind that price, and then you want to go to the customer and say, okay, here's why that price was so high. That was a team load. You don't need a team, and we can go from there. Now you're using more. You're
There's-
attacking the customer more from a knowledge point of view than just a price point of view,
but see,
and you
there's
want to possibly go ahead.
no. Go ahead, finish.
And that's a big thing because I know Cooley knows where I'm going with this. You don't want to if they're throwing money at you first, that could be a problem. If the first thing they want to do is talk money, that could be a problem, right? Is that where you're going with it?
Yeah, I was just saying there's sometimes you're running to say I'm dealing with a customer, you're running to another customer. They don't always deal with the same customers. They got other people they deal with. So I already knew I'm gonna go back to that customer because that's one of the customer's main people. So I would just listen to him and see what he was talking about, and if when I run into him again, which I will, or me or one of the other drivers, somebody's gonna run into him again. We'll talk about it. Because if you're sitting down, like this man literally sat down on a stoop and was just like had this sad story. Like, man, they charged me $14,000, man, to run from Cali back to Virginia. I know he's
He said
hurt.
sad story.
So I know he's hurt. So if I go back to him and like, look, man, I could probably, if I could find a carrier, I could probably get it a little bit more cheaper than that. You know what I'm saying? Which I probably could, but it depends. Like he said, if it's a team, how fast you want it here.
Right.
If you got
Yeah.
a little flexibility, where I can do a solo potentially, but we can figure it out though, most definitely. So that's why I say you always run the customers, you'll deal with a customer and you run to another customer, and then it keeps going like that, like ladders, like because they don't just deal with the same people, they deal with other people, especially like we dealing with nurseries and farms. They don't just deal with the same people, they deal with other people as well, depending on what the
With the
product is.
product.
Like,
Yeah. With the
yeah,
product.
that
Yeah.
particular guy, I was delivering flowers, but he also grows fruits and vegetables. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So that particular guy, he grows fruits and vegetables.
Did he go?
He probably went
I
to a
guess so.
bad spot.
So
Oh, there he
you
is.
can build your too.
You know what the thing too is a huge thing, and one of the things I picked up on Cooley when me and Cooley first met, and is Cooley he's that guy. He's a listener, man. He'll let you say absolutely everything and won't say anything until you get it all out to make sure he hears every word you're saying. And Cooley, that's a skill that you really want to have in this industry as a broker. Is you want to listen and hear and actually hear what they're saying, and in regards to how they're saying it, like he just did there, and what they're saying. Too many people jump in and don't listen to what the customer's saying and how they're saying it to be able to get that mental game going in this industry. And Cooley's a master. When I first met him, he's a master at that. And that's why when I first started talking to him and things, that's another skill that you really want to have in this industry as a broker. You need to listen and hear what the customers are saying so you can solve their problems.
Yeah, I appreciate it though, but yeah, I could have striked first, and pitched it to him, but I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna let him marinate because he already know I'm gonna come back because he thought I was a driver for the customer, or he thought I was a company driver, whatever he thought he was. But I told him, hey, I'm a broker and a carrier, and he was like, man, he was just talking or whatever, and then he started talking about that 14 grand thing, and I'm like, yep, you told me something that I wanted to hear. So I was like, we'll be back. We'll be back. We'll talk about it. I know for a fact I can probably get it cheaper than what he's paying.
Yeah.
I just
And
don't know that lane like that. I just gotta, do some homework on it, and I figure it out.
Oh, Tony
Find
Smith
find
contributing some $9.99 to the chat, split 4 ways. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate that, man.
But yeah, that's
Brody.
a lot of people. A lot of people go to these customers, man, and a lot of people go to these places and not realizing they're customers.
yeah.
Speaking on a carrier standpoint, you go to these places, you make deliveries, and a lot of people go to the place, they check in, they back up to the door, and they leave. But that it doesn't stop right there. Figure out how you can get that, cause especially if you like, they got you in and out. Just like, for instance, that customer I just dropped off at, I've been there before a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? But that wasn't the customer. Well, that was the customer, but that's not who I need to holler at.
Right.
They look like they do a lot
Yeah.
of receiving. They got their own trucks too, so I need to go holler at the person that shipped it because that's where it went to. So I need to find out how I can get in contact with them and figure out how I can get some freight from them, um, which is right around the corner from where I park my trucks at. So that was a good lane. You already saw I got up at 3 o'clock. I left the yard at 4 o'clock. No, 4:30. I got there in 2.5 hours. I was out of there in 15 minutes. I'm back home right now. I'm pulling up to the yard right now. My day's over.
Damn.
150 miles. I'll get on the truck and do stuff like that, if it's easy. I don't want to be out here all day and mess around with these loads. But I'm just saying though, that's ways to find customers though. Don't especially speaking as a carrier, don't just it doesn't stop right there. It's checking in back into the door and you go to the bunk
Yeah.
and go to sleep. Figure out how you can get that customer. You see
I
what I'm saying?
understand that because I used to run that produce. It got me thinking everything what you saying for the peaches and stuff like that. What clicked in my head was where, first of all, where was he in Cali? You get what I'm saying? Was he coming out of Salinas? Because he might need to be coming out of Nogales. You get what I'm saying? Out of Yuma, somewhere around there. You know what I mean? Because I done been down through them places, and I done had to go to 3, 4 different produce, people down through there for one damn ship. You know what I'm saying? And I don't even think they knew that until I called the broker and was like, "Hey man, I went to 2 different places." They like, "Oh, for real?" They didn't even know. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just knowing where you're going to get that product. Because like you were saying, it goes up. That customer got other customers and stuff like that, and it's 3 or 4 different places that have that product. They may be being
Yeah,
charged high to one place, and the next place may not be the same for the same
Right.
product.
But most
So
people,
Yeah, I think
they going most people you're gonna run into, they're gonna be all right. You know, especially like farms and stuff like that. They're gonna be like, oh, well, we already have our guys. Okay, that's cool and
hmm
all, but you know what I'm saying? Well, we're gonna still keep trying though because their guys that what they're claiming might not be doing a good job. Like I ran into this the other day, literally. You know, I went to one of the drivers went to a nursery, and the guy get there, and there was confusion between the customer and the broker. But you said they're your guys, but
Yeah,
the load
exactly.
got canceled. So you already know what I'm about to do. I'm
Yeah.
a, I'm gonna
Time
go
to
ahead and do my little pitch, and I'm gonna
time to
go and
gear
tell
up.
them. So I got, that's you run into a lot of stuff like that, and with me having to drive to go to different places I haven't been to, so um, I like to go hit the back door on them sometimes and let them, drivers tell me, hey, it's a good lane, man. You need to see if you can get this. They got me in and out. Okay, say
yeah,
less.
that's what I was thinking. The back door, you know what I'm saying? Back door to
But
help that customer.
I don't backdoor. I don't do, I don't do,
Not in a bad way. I know what you're saying. Yeah, no
like
shystiness.
that on the.
And even then, it's if I'm doing my job, which I've had my same customer for 12 years, and the reason I've had him is I do my job, so they don't need to bring someone else. You're not going to get a customer that's satisfied with the person that they're using. Like if you go to a customer and you say, "Hey, what type of problems you're having?" and they say none, move on because this industry is all about problems. Find somebody else who does at some point they're just going to be like, no, our guy takes care of us. And they're not going to want to lose that. They're not going to want to lose Cooley for a chance of somebody else that might fail on the first or second load. And so they're not going to risk that. Once you get into there, you gain that respect with direct customers. Because remember, they don't want to start all over again. You know the routine, you know the pricing, you know the thing, everything's flowing. They don't want to start that party again with a new carrier, hoping that they'll be just as good as Cooley. And,
Yeah, you'll know if a broker's giving you freight if it's spot or if it's dedicated. You know,
right.
they'll be like, you can ask them that. They'll be like, nah, we don't got this. We might get this maybe once a month or something like that, maybe once every other week. That's spot freight. That's not
Right.
Yeah,
dedicated. They'll tell you it's dedicated. That's not dedicated. That's spot.
yeah,
You get it once you get it whenever the shipper hits you up like, hey, we got this look, can you move it? That's spot.
yeah.
And that's the other
They,
thing too is there's spot rates, there's dedicated, and there's contracted. I get a lot of spot and dedicated. I don't get a lot of contracted. I mean, I could get 100 loads and I'm getting the same price every time, but I'm dedicated on that lane. But I'm not under contract. They're just continuously giving it to me every single time. So knowing that lingo and knowing that also it helps people understand. And there's a lot of this industry. There's more to being the broker than just everybody wants to say answering the phones. There's a lot of stuff you got to know what's going on behind the curtain here, so that you can actually do all this stuff. And that's some of the things that you want to know also, because that is also key. Knowing if is this contracted, is this dedicated, or is this spot? And just like they'll tell you, oh, we get this, we have 100 of these. All right, well, you're dedicated on it. No, we get these for the whole year. Oh, okay, that's a contract. Oh, we get this once a month. All right, well, that's going to be spot. And
Yeah.
that is going to give you different opportunities for that.
it's it's
And about the listening part, I done heard brokers, you'll call about a load and they'll be like, oh, that one's been booked, but we got one next Wednesday after that, Monday after that. Like, that's letting me know that they kind of tied in with that person as opposed to, nah, it's gone, that's it. So, yeah, what you just said was, formulating in my head about what I done heard on the phone. So you're right on
yeah,
that.
you're gonna hear different things, different ways how brokers it's called a broker lingo. Brokers got their own
Yeah.
lingo. They got different tricks and ways to finesse things. I really think they get trained to do this. you
Yeah,
know,
Oh, yeah.
yes, absolutely. They're in the big mega carriers. They're absolutely, because remember, I just talked about this in one of my videos. That I did. I probably it's already up there. A broker is actually a multiple people, right? You got a dispatcher, you got an operation manager, and you got a salesperson, all wrapped in one. I mean, you have finance and stuff too, but my factoring company handles that. So you've got a dispatcher. That's the guy you talk to on the phone when the when you go to book a load from TQL. You're talking to the dispatcher. He's just all he is the man working at the till. He's the lowest man there, right? He's just at the register. Then you got an operations manager, and that operation manager is technically somebody that's going to be making sure the right equipment's on the load, making sure that he quoted the right price, and making that whole portion of it. So he goes to his manager. That the person that you're dealing with can only give you so much money. That's all he can give you because that's all he's limited to give you, right? And then my video explains it better, so check out my channel. And then you have the operations manager that he can probably give you more money on the load. And then you have the salesperson, and the salesperson is the actual person that went to the customer and got the customer. He can give you the most money on the load because it's his customer. So at that point, that salesperson is basically the main man in regards to this operation because it's his customer. He's going to be the one to determine how much money he will or will lose on this customer to move this load. So there's a lot going on behind the scenes. And that's why when you're dealing with that, like he said, that person trained to be the counter guy, you know what I mean? Just the first guy that you check out person. All they're looking to do is hit you for the lowest price possible. His job is to hit you for the lowest price possible, the lowest price possible, the lowest price possible. If you really want more, you have to see if you can get past that guy and get to his boss. And that's the guy that can offer more money on the load.
Do you think that they hold an average, like in those agencies, like they put a big board up and say, hey, this month all our loads averaged at this cent per mile once we break it down. Let's not go above this. Let's stay here. This was profitable to us. You think that they do that?
No, I think what
Okay.
they probably do is that once the load comes in, they probably say, okay, the load pays $2,000 to the customer. They probably cut 50% off right off the top.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
Yeah.
they give the $1,000 down to the people, and they say, okay, you'll make a commission, you'll make a bonus, you'll make something
Yeah, yeah.
between what you. But I'm getting that brokerage is taking that 50% just for owning the building that you're working in. That's probably how
Gotcha.
I've not worked for them. I can't, any of them, just to be honest. But I can guarantee you that they're taking a portion off the top and then giving the rest and saying, okay, now this is what you have to work with, make it happen.
But you got, yeah, like for instance, like TQL, man, they got their issues or whatever. They might get good money on the freight, but you got to realize the most of the time when you're talking on TQL, they're agents, they're freight agents, and I
Yeah.
believe, don't quote me on it, I believe the freight agents in TQL to get 30%. So if the load is paying $2,000, they got it from the customer. Like he said, they probably already took $1,000 off. Huh, you know, just off the rip.
Mhm.
Just because, the agents got to get paid, and they only make 30%. 30% of whatever's left of $1,000 is what? I can't think what it is in my head, but whatever's left, that's all they get. You know,
$700, man.
y- well,
Oh, you
after you
said
pay
thirty
the
percent of the thousand. Oh,
well
okay.
after you pay if it's $1,000 left after you pay the carrier, whatever's left
Oh,
of
okay,
that,
okay, okay.
and 30% of that, that's how much they get. So technically they only getting pennies on the dollar. They're not really getting that much money. They might be getting like, and plus all the expenses they got, they probably getting expenses charged weekly, and they're really not really making money until they start pushing some loads out. You
Multiple
know,
loads. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
but yeah, they got their TQL got their ordeal or whatever. It is what it is, though. But sometimes they'll pay a little bit more on certain things, and if certain agents got multiple loads or whatever, and sometimes you might throw a number out there and be like, okay, let's do it. They might already got multiple loads already pushed, and they made their money for the day. You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
but you really got to get into the brokerage to understand how it really works. Um, I never been inside of a broker office or anything like that, but I just know how just talking to other brokers, just talking to different people how they move and stuff. Just I'll talk to brokers, when booking loads sometimes, ask them questions, whatever. And they'll tell you sometimes, um, like you got to open your mouth and ask questions. They'll talk to you, you
Oh
know.
yeah.
Agents will talk to you, I got an agent in my back pocket that talks to me about certain things, different things, how they do it. I put it in my system, see if I can make it happen, But a lot of these brokers use these fancy softwares and stuff, unnecessary stuff. That's more so like these bigger brokerages or whatever. But in the beginning, you really don't need to be messing around with all these softwares. You're just trying to get the load moved from point A to point B, huh, and log in.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, that's
yeah.
that's really it. Unless you can't really. The protocol, Eric, to get on with like Walmart. Is he still on?
Yeah. He ain't said nothing though. He's still there.
Sorry, I'm here.
Hey, you know the protocol to get on with Walmart? How does that work as a broker?
I do not. I do not know, but I do know they just opened their own brokerage. But I do not know the protocol to get on with them. I could probably contact somebody and find out. Hang on.
I wouldn't be. I was just asking, but I wouldn't. The thing is, getting on with places like that, you gotta understand how Walmart moves. You see how
I was
hard it
just finna
is.
say that,
They move
bro.
money, man. You see how hard it is to get in contact with them. You see how hard it is a process of like claims and stuff. That ordeal won't get solved for like 6 months up to a year. It's nuts.
They
I wouldn't
switch
even
their
want to do it.
procedures as they feel fit for the day that's going on. Like that's what I don't like about Walmart. They
Yeah,
they
that's
a climate type company, bro. Oh, it's too hot today, so we're gonna do this today. The weather different tomorrow, we're gonna do that. Like, yeah, I don't.
they
And
they
then with
probably
Walmart opening their own brokerage, bro, that's gonna be a hellified thing.
Yeah, I actually put that on the
that's
screen. They did like 1 year, 8 months ago. They opened their own brokerage, and that.
and he talked about the EDI. That's what Walmart probably wants. They probably want them EDIs. They probably want to know where that load is at all the time.
Hmm.
You know, it's just a lot of procedures with Walmart. I wouldn't even want to be. I'm not even interested. You know, I just don't want to deal with it. It's just too
Yeah,
much with Walmart. And plus, I think you gotta have some time in the game anyways. Get on Walmart. You got to have certain insurances probably and all kinds of stuff. It's probably ridiculous.
It's certified authority. Are you still in here? I'm gonna see if he's still in here. If yes, just put yes in the comment or something.
What up, Link?
I was the last one with the camera on, so I was the last good looking one. So I turned my camera off now. So I'll, so that
But
way I'm
appreciate
still
the
gonna
super
too much
chat,
spam.
Tony Smith. I'm just reading the comments now. I just part.
All right.
It's all I need to hear. Certified authority.
Yeah, I want
Yeah,
to see.
but I don't want to make it seem like the broker is easy. It's still
Yeah, that's
it's
why I
still
wanted to talk to him about. That's why I wanted to see if he was still in here because the money's there, but it ain't something that you don't earn that money. It ain't something I am shocked Cooley can still do it from the road as much as he is because and I wouldn't recommend it. I ain't gonna lie. I don't suggest that at all.
uh, I don't think you
yeah.
overwhelm
I don't.
yourself, do
Well,
you,
I'm ready to head back to the house and
Cooley?
finish some paperwork. Nah, I haven't. I don't really get on the truck like that. I just hopped in the truck because load was posted. It was it was going 150 miles. I could pick it up in the morning or picked it up in the afternoon yesterday. I could deliver it first thing in the morning. And I go back to the house. I'm back at the yard right now. It's only 11 o'clock. So I'll go back home, do some paperwork, and that'll be my day. But nah, I don't want to make it sound I'm on the truck every day. Nah, I'll do it maybe here and there.
Can't pass
Depending
up
on what
that
it
good
is.
quick little money though. That supplemental, boy. You see it
Yeah, I
at
gotta
easy, go get it.
yeah, I gotta keep the truck moving until I put a driver in here because I still got my truck payment and I still got one trailer that has a payment. So I rather get in the truck myself to cover those expenses. Until I put a driver in there. It doesn't make sense for me to sit the truck and all my profits is going to a truck that's sitting. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Uh, so that makes zero financial sense. So I'd rather run a truck for maybe 2-3 times, 2 to 4 times a month, and you know that'll be it. You
I
know,
just subbed up to
uh,
Lean Trucking. Make sure you guys in the chat there. There's Lean Trucking put his page there. Make sure you hit the sub up on Lean Trucking.
yeah, y'all go follow Lean Trucker, man. He's also a broker and a carrier as well. He has his broker authority and he has his carrier authority. Doing big things out there in Dallas, Texas. So he's doing the same thing similar to me. He does flatbed though. So Check him out. Check his channel out. He talks about fitness
I'll put mine
and
in there
stuff
too.
like that. So check him out. Check his channel out. And
Man,
he does the broker actually on the truck for real. I
Yeah.
don't know how he does it, but he does the
I
brokerage
don't
for
know how he
real.
does it either. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know how he does it. I don't know if he's
hard work,
blind.
dedication, man. When you're doing something you like, you adapt to the what you got to do. So I respect that.
You can see why he
You know,
doesn't
I
usually deal with load boards though, especially if he's doing it from the truck.
yeah, that's rough. But I just like the information, man. Because I ain't really just looking to jump out there and get my own authority or brokerage or nothing like that yet. Maybe like another year or so, but I'm soaking all this game up, man. You know what I'm saying? Like people don't take the
Give it,
time to sit back and listen to things like this. Jump
give it.
out there just
I was saying, give it some time. You in the perfect situation. Back when I was doing what you was doing, they didn't have this information on YouTube. I had to figure it out. You
exactly,
know,
yeah.
just take your time with it. You in a good situation with Landstar. Once you
Oh,
get going with Landstar, you're gonna end up getting your own trailer. Then you can be like, damn, man, I'm gonna get my authority, man. Then next thing you know, you got your authority. You run with on your authority. Next thing you know, you think about, all right, time to get the brokerage. You'll figure it
Yeah.
out. So you're in a good situation right now. Just take your time. Ain't no rush. Ain't going nowhere.
you a
Yeah,
Uh,
Landstar
that's the
driver?
thing.
so
You a
Yeah,
Landstar driver?
I drive a Landstar.
Yeah, I drove for Landstar, and I was actually $1 million agent with Landstar. I can tell you some secrets to Landstar, bro.
Hey man, I'm gonna have to link in with you. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Find
And
my YouTube page. I've got a video that I talk to Landstar drivers. And it's called Landstar Video right on my YouTube page. Also certified authority. Reach out to me also from my YouTube page. I'll have my email address. Reach out to me also if you want for that broker stuff. But I'll go over with you. But dude, there's a lot of tricks to that Landstar board. How long you been with Landstar?
about 3 months.
All right. So 99% of Landstar freight and agents they're pulling off broker boards. Let's
Hmm.
say 90%. That's why you're going to see all these loads for the same load going 80 million times on Landstar, right? It's all posted, like 17 of them. That's because they're just getting it from a broker. So
Hmm.
if you can, and I have drivers like you, what do you pull, a van?
Yeah, I'm pulling van.
Okay. I have Landstar drivers. I don't do van freight, but let's say Cooley had something for you. Cooley could call you direct. I have a Landstar agent that will he has to give credit, but I can do it. That I will actually have the driver call me direct, or I will call the driver direct, and then I will put them on the load through my Landstar agent. So you can actually work the load board yourself and negotiate with brokers when you get the hang of things. And then you can find an agent that will actually put you on the load through the Landstar system.
Oh yeah, I learned that from Leap. You know what I'm saying? He put me on game with that, and it ain't my
yeah,
first rodeo. It's my first truck, but just dealing with brokers and things of that nature. That's how I know about TQL and all of them. CH Robinson, because I worked with an Indian guy out of California, and they used to put the number down. I talked to the brokers, all that. So I'm good with conversing with them and understanding how things go. And the thing with what you were saying about them putting it on the they working off the board. I done caught some of them in the act, like, hey man, you know what I'm saying? Like, why does it blow up here 2 or 3 times? And they'll do this little, let me put you on hold, let me see if the load's still available. The
Right.
load's still available. You just checking the DAT board and see if you can get it over there cheaper. You get what I'm saying?
Right. And that was
And it kind of stomp them a little bit, like, oh, you saw it? Yeah, I saw it, and I ain't saw nothing. You know what I'm saying? So what you want to do? So
exactly.
yeah,
But that's
so
where it's
they don't
a.
think.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying they don't think. A lot of Landstar agents don't think that a lot of these owner operators have access to the DAT board. They think drivers are dumb or something. Like,
Right.
oh no,
yeah,
Landstar been doing that. They got access to the DAT board just to check things. I see Landstar on the little board all the time. I'll be wondering sometimes that load probably be on the Landstar board.
yeah.
It used to be really bad back in 2018, but it kind of got a little better. I don't really see Landstar as much, but it's still on the little board. You
I
know,
got a theory.
just trying to get it for
My
the cheap.
theory, my theory is this. I may be wrong. You know what I'm saying? But this is just the way I feel. And y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, you as a broker, you got 10 loads. You're
Mhm.
gonna put 5 over here because you're guaranteed 7%. You get what I'm saying? And you're gonna put the other 5 over there, DAT 123 truck stop, so you can go up and down on the percentage, but you're guaranteed at Landstar. You see what I'm saying? And I feel like sometimes once they can, they got those 5 loads on Landstar board and they got them over there on DAT. When they catch their man over there, they just leave it on Landstar just for the capacity. Because you got to have so many loads as a Landstar agent, or it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. So here's what's actually
Oh,
happening.
okay,
So as a
okay.
Landstar agent, if I get a load, it's a direct customer. All right, you're not going to want to hear this, but if I get a load that's a direct customer, I post that load for $2,000 on the Landstar board. I also post it out to the broker board, and the broker board can go to that board. It can go out, right? Now, this is a direct customer. This is not a brokered load. This is a direct customer. If I move it on a Landstar truck, I make 7% of 98% of the line haul. If I move it on a broker truck, I think the split is when I was there, Landstar took 12%. I got the rest. But I think it's a 50-50 split now. I will make more money not using a Landstar truck than using a Landstar truck. I will make more money almost every single time using an outside carrier than I will using a Landstar truck. Because
that's what I was getting at is, because sometimes you'll see BCO only, and then you'll call them and they'll be like, "Are you a Landstar driver?" And I fucked around and told them no one day, and it was a whole different conversation. You get what I'm saying?
Correct.
So I understand exactly what you're saying, but that's just how I think about business. And I don't just go, "Oh, they gouging, they woody woody woo." There's reasoning and policies, and the way people skim. They just don't grab money off the top. You get what I'm saying? Because that's how they get caught quicker. So I just was figuring out, like, how have I called 5 loads in 2 minute time frame, and they're all covered already all of a sudden? Because I go off age on the board. I don't just look at revenue. I'll go off age, something that's been on there a few minutes, and that just clicked on me because I called a few loads and they had been on there no more than 10 minutes in all of them, but they gone all of a sudden. So I started thinking outside the box, like, what the hell is going on? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't just hang the phone up and be like, "Oh, that's just that. Yep, it's gone. Somebody got it faster than me." It's impossible.
Well, it maybe if they have multiple people in the offices working those loads, but they have to have multiple people in that office working those loads, and it's possible. But they're looking to push it. They're hoping a non-Landstar truck takes you so they can make more money on the load. Be honest.
They get more money. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean.
Well, I'm gonna tell them that too. Hold on, let me see. Look, man, I know you don't want Landstar, but I done called you now. Don't make me call and tell on you.
Yeah. I mean, it's the truth. I know that drivers don't want to hear that, but I used a lot of Landstar trucks with the oversize. I didn't use a lot of outside carriers because I haven't. To me, I felt I had more control over the land, which I did over a Landstar driver than I did an outside carrier. So it wasn't until I went on my own and got my own brokerage that I used obviously more. But I signed up. I actually have credit through Landstar, which took me like 5 years. But they made me sign a co-brokering agreement so that any one of my loads, if I don't tell my agent, don't post my load on the load board, he won't do it. But they have the right to post my load on the load board. So now I give it to them, and then they technically can to put it out on the load board and move it on the load board, which drives me insane.
Okay. See, these lives, I'm telling you, man. Hey, people don't get in here to ask these questions, man. That's a handful of information for me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
For free. Like, I appreciate that.
It's amazing. It hasn't changed. The system hasn't changed because I asked Leak, and he's like, "No, it's still the same." I'm like, "My God, it's been 15 years." So it's amazing how the system has stayed the same for as long as it has over at Landstar, and they haven't corrected it. And I don't feel I can get more money to put it on a non-Landstar truck than to put it on one. But Landstar looks at it, well, we'd rather not have our liability on it. We'd rather have somebody else's liability on it. You know what I mean? So I know why they're doing, but they're not going to tell you that.
Yeah, gotcha.
So I think you should just leave Landstar, lease over to Cooley, and then run for Cooley, and then you can run the Airport direct.
That ain't a bad one.
Did you hear me, Cooley?
Yeah, what'd you say?
I said he should just go ahead and leave Landstar, lease onto you, and that way he can just run the DAT board direct. He doesn't have to go through Landstar to get the DAT board.
Oh, you talking about C Green?
Yeah, I was talking about C Green.
Hey, call me crazy, but I ain't gonna lie to you. Hey, the Blue Star got some discounts over here. I can't just
Yeah,
man, they can't
yeah,
slide through my fingers just yet. Maybe
No,
a
they
year
will.
from
They
now.
will. Absolutely.
yeah. I wouldn't recommend let them. Yeah, Landstar guys. They I had one Landstar guy hit me up, but if you just started with Landstar, they got a way better fuel discount than I do. You know,
Well, we'll have to
um,
fix that. Challenge
but
accepted.
they got a lot.
Over there, probably.
And that was my whole reason of coming over here. Really, it wasn't. It's just the backing for now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had the bread to jump out here and do my own thing, get my authority, but the tenure, for your authority to be active, and then, trying to fight your way into these discount programs and things of that nature, I would have came out spending twice as much money. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna lean over here for a minute and stand back up on my own 10. You feel me?
Yeah, most definitely. Because you could be successful at Landstar, with your own truck and trailer and just doing your thing, and then you might be like, all right, well, they taking too much off the top. Let me go ahead and go to a little bit smaller carrier where I can get more of the percentage.
Yeah,
You'll figure that out when you get to that point.
yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
it's still a lot to learn. I always tell people go through the stages: lease purchase, leasing on. You'll know when you're ready to make a move on something. So it's not a rush or anything like that. Getting your authority ain't going nowhere. So
Yeah,
what's the saying? Why fix something that's not broke? You see what I'm saying?
yeah.
Um,
And I'm one of them type of people,
you'll
bro.
level up at
I'm
one
not
point.
in a rush. You know what I'm saying? I'm not in a rush because
Yeah,
I feel like this. I
you
done been
don't want to
broke
be in a
before,
rush in
so
the game.
yeah, man. And like I was saying, I done been broke before. So hurrying up to spend more money to hurry up and try to get more money, you'll go broke faster. And I'm not in the business for that. I'll slow roll it because people here get your
Yeah,
authority, you
that's
get
what I
all the
said.
money,
People say
woo de woo
if
de
I can go
woo.
back, do it.
I'm listening. Go ahead, cool.
Nah, no, go ahead.
No, I was listening to you.
Oh no, I was just saying. People always ask me if I go back and do it again, would I do it the same way? I say yeah, because I learned all this being out here on the road, OTR, regional, talking to brokers, lease purchase.
Mm,
I did all that, so we could talk. I talk about anything I want to talk about because I actually
exactly.
did it. I didn't. I found out that leasing wasn't for me. I didn't want to do it long term. I see leasing as a stepping stone. Especially if you got a goal you're trying to achieve. You want to be more control of your situation. Of course, you want to get the authority to be the 100% control. You could be in control. Leasing on as well, but do know there is always somebody other in the pot. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I respect that because that's what I was saying about your comfortability. You know
But
what I'm saying? Because you can be making 10 grand a week, but you uncomfortable as hell. As opposed to somebody making 5 grand with same amount of expenses as you got, and they good, comfortable with they 5 grand. And I'm not a count your pocket tight cat. You feel me? And that's what I think a lot of people get mixed up in. They count other people's pocket, feeling like that money can go into their pocket. If you're not running the same process or the same blueprint, that's impossible. You get what I'm saying? And I'm not,
people got,
I'm not trying to, huh?
I would say people got their priorities messed up, man. They
Yeah,
thinking about the wrong thing. They need to or figure out eliminate some debt, their overhead. People worry about the wrong. That's why I don't never go on YouTube worried about what you're doing for real. You just got to do what you got to do. Everybody try to downplay Josh, but Josh is still here and he's making it work for
Yeah.
him. You see what I'm saying? So why are people worried about how he's doing it? It's not the right. My way of doing it might not be the right way for somebody else. You might find another way of doing it. I just do it the way I did it, and it worked for me. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's why I be on Josh channel and I don't mind saying, hey man, I got a SFI truck. You know what I'm saying? Because my process, could help somebody else. You feel me? Because all you hear is the bad thing, the bad thing, the bad thing. What about people who succeeded? True enough, it may only be a handful, but there's still somebody that succeed in that what sounds so bad. You know what I'm saying? And that, people conversation would scare people off from their dreams, man. You know what I mean? And I look at it as just conversation. You feel me? Your conversation is not fact to me. It's conversation.
Absolutely.
So, that's why, I be on there and I tell people, man, yes, I got an SFI truck. I pay 1080. Yeah, I'm okay. But I still live good. You know what I'm saying? For my comfortability. I'm not stressed. I ain't worried about how I'm going to pay these bills. Yeah, it's money being left on the table, but everybody leave money on the table. It's just how fast and how big and how in a hurry you want to be. Like you were saying, like, don't be in a rush. Sometimes you got to take the back seat and let somebody else drive the car before you get up there and actually drive. You feel me? It's stepping stones to everything. You know what I mean? And this is my stepping stone is, okay, I'm going to go through this process and then I'll bungee out there on the next. Because I feel like personally, equipment, maintenance and fuel are the biggest downfalls to where you don't succeed in trucking. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Those are the number ones to me. And then on the side note to that is, if you don't have the knowledge about a business plan, you're going to fail anyway. You see what I'm saying? So going on what somebody else said, oh, get a cash truck, take that money and do this, go get your authority. Okay. Why? You know what I'm saying? If you don't understand nothing pertaining to a cash truck, nothing's pertaining to having your authority associated with a cash truck. You see what I'm saying? It all has to line up for you. And a lot of people that have cash trucks, no offense to nobody, that have a lease truck or a new truck, cash truck, old truck, and they own authority, all those people put together, their business don't line up the same. They got the same titles, cash truck, authority, but the business plan don't add up the same. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
And I don't follow other people's, oh, you should do this, you should do that. Man, that's too much, or that ain't enough, or you should be doing this. Have you done it? And like I always say in the live, I ask people, have you done it? No. Nulls and voids your conversation to me, period. Because you can't be telling me something about theory. You see what I'm saying? I'd rather you go through it and show me some scars before I can accept your opinion. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now it's all just talk.
No, I agree. And that's just like I said. I mean, I've been through a lot, so I can tell you what I know. But when I don't know, I'm like, ooh, I don't do that. I can find somebody for you, but I don't know.
Man, and I respect that 100 times over for somebody to say, this is what I heard. I ain't never been through it, but this is what I heard. I can link you up with somebody. I can accept that. But if you don't know nobody been through it, you just sitting around going off, putting 15 conversations together. Now you done created a narrative. I can't go for that. You know what I mean? And that's what I feel like a lot of YouTube is. You know what I'm saying? Is a lot of conversation put together and you create a narrative. As opposed to these lives where people are, Cooley, Lee, Lean Trucker. Those are 5 or 6 different aspects that people are saying and giving they testament to. I can go with that 10 times better.
Right. We lose Cooley too. Cooley, you jumping in here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I gotta do a recon here. Let me jump off. If you're still going when I'm done there. Oh, who we got here?
Yeah.
Oh, now people are all jumping in.
Yeah, I can because I got a question real quick.
Yep.
It's a freight sage on that Landstar. You used to work at Landstar, right?
Yeah. I was a driver. We were a driver and agent.
All right. When I be seeing these loads on the board, sometimes they'll say like, "I just seen a load that pays 1,600, right?" But when you call the agent, they tell you that the customer has changed the rate. What's up with that? Like they,
So what they're doing is go back to the board and see if there's anybody that's lower on that rate. So
That's what it is. Somebody went lower.
No, what
Yeah.
they're actually doing is they're going to the broker and they're seeing this load on the load board, right? So they look at the broker board and they see it that the broker, that the C.H. Robinson agent or the TQL agent has it posted for 12 or 13 or 14. Well, what they want to do is they want to post it for the highest number so that you call them first. And then they're going to go to the broker and say, well, I have a truck for 16. And that broker might say, well, I'm not going to pay you 16. You're out of luck. So now they got to go back to you and they got to say, okay, he wants to do it for a lower price. Well, because they never, that was how they were trying to get it moved. And that's how they were trying to get you to call them rather than call another agent. So they saw it for 1,400, but they posted it for 1,600, hoping that when they called the broker, they could get 1,600 out of it. And you would call them rather than you call the other agent that has it posted.
Yeah, because I just talked to an agent and she was trying to get me to do it for like $1,250, but she said that is the app. She kept saying like I will break out X amount of dollars in accessorials, like $300.
Yeah, so Barbie, what happened with her is she wanted to move the load, so she posted it for a higher number because there could have been multiples of those loads on the load board, and she wanted to be the highest paying one, so that you called her rather than calling another agent. And that it's her way of kind of tricking you into calling her, and then hopefully she can get the money. But if she can't, she still wants to move the load through you, so she's going to try to take some money out of her pocket to still move the load with you.
Yeah, because she tried to call me back like 2 times, and I told her I'm not interested because what I see on the board, that's what I'm trying to get. Like I seen it was $1,600 for like 400 miles, right? And now all of a sudden you want to change stuff up. I don't get that stuff. It's kind of weird.
And that was the problem too. So what me and my wife would do is we would put in the comment section, broker, working with broker, please call me with your rate. Broker's rate. Please call me with your rate. So at least when you would click on the comment, you'd be like, all right, I'm going to call them with my rate. So at least you knew what they were trying to pay compared to what you wanted to get. And at that point, I would try to get what you wanted to get. But at least I wasn't lying to you and tricking you. Does that make sense?
Right.
And that's what they should be doing with that type of work, rather than telling you it's 18 or 16 and then telling you, oh, now they want to pay 12. What the hell's wrong with you? The first thing you're going to do is you screw you. You know what I mean? But if I were to post it for 13, I'm going to use my simple number. If I were to post it for 13, and then in the comment I would have said rate is broker's rate, please call me with your rate, you might actually call me and be like, all right, tell me about this load. And I'm like, I'll call you, and this is where he's at. What can you do? And then you're going to work with me to try to go at the broker.
Hey, how you doing?
Right.
But they don't. Then they wonder why the drivers get pissed off.
And not to mention, this was like a female Hey Buddy agent.
Oh, yeah, that's another one.
So I was like, yeah, I'm not interested. I just left it alone. I'm like, why y'all want to play around with people like that? Just be straight up.
Right. And that's the issue. That's the problem that they're doing. And they're not. And then they wonder why people get pissed off.
Yeah.
I hope that
ran into
now
that
you can
too.
say, hey, is this a brokered load? What did the broker have it posted for? Now you can kind of, oh, well, yeah, it's a brokered load. All right, well, can you sell that rate? The rate that you posted, can you sell that to the broker? Just tell them you got a guaranteed truck bubble, and because they probably can't sell that rate. They have to be able to sell that rate to the broker. And a lot of times they just
Yeah.
I know that's not what you wanted to hear, but that's the truth. That's all that rate is.
But let me ask you this: you said it was 16 at first, and then they tried to come down to what?
Like I think about 1250.
1250. Going how far?
Like 400 miles.
Oh nah.
No.
Even if you did, try to break out accessorials and all that, it just wouldn't have made no sense. So yeah, hell nah.
Yeah.
No 1200, 400.
I was like, nah.
Yeah, and Landstar, just so you know, you can break out that, but at some point, Landstar is going to be like, nah, we're taking that back. I have had, when I was, agents do that for me as a driver, and they took it back and fixed it, and both me and I lost the money because Landstar's also losing money on some of the accessorials, and they're only going to
Mhm.
allow so much of that before they decide, no, I don't think so, Tim.
It has to be associated with that route, as far as
Correct.
tolls, unloading, stops. You know what I'm saying? It got to be kind of on the legit end. You know, you
Yeah,
might squeeze one or two finagles in there here and there,
Correct.
you know, to supplement that week. But for the
yeah,
most
'cause
part, you
that's a
know,
short route too. At that, like she said something like 150 unload, 150 load. I'm like, I don't know, man. It's just weird when I hear shit, when I hear stuff like that. Then I just it turns me completely off when you try to change the rate. So I just
oh
move
yeah.
on.
And I tell you this, you'll hang up the phone, go back on the load board, and another agency got it.
Yes.
Yep.
And I bet you somebody's got it for $12.50 on the board.
Yep, already. Yep.
See, I always
It's,
think, I always think when I see that and I see other brokers do it, that you say they trying to get you to call them, but I think like they trying to pocket more money off the top.
Well, they can't. They can't pocket. She's actually losing money. If an Landstar agent, I get 7% of 98% of the line haul. Good. That's all I get with a Landstar truck. So if I give you more money and money comes off of the line haul, I will actually lose money. So at some point, she can't make
So
money
she couldn't say like he said he seen the low for 1,600.
Mm-hmm.
She can't say, well, I'm sorry, he seen the low for 1,600. Now, say for instance the low was really 1,900, and she telling him 16 to keep the 3, or she telling him 16, and it wouldn't make no sense for her to say it paid 16 and it only paid 13.
She can't keep the 3 because the load's tendered to Landstar, not to her.
yeah.
Oh,
down
okay,
to her.
okay.
Yeah.
It's not her
So,
direct shipper.
It's not
She's
her.
just an
No.
agent.
Correct. There's no way for her to keep it. The Landstar gets the money before she gets paid.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
what she's trying to do is get something off the load. 20, 30, 40, $50. Make something off the load. And the only way, like I said, you will see that where a lot of agents will just keep posting. They'll look at the load board and be like, well, that guy's got 14. I'm going to go 14.25, 14.50. It's like, Jesus, what are we? And at that point, they're just trying to get you to call them first so that they get access to your truck. So if and here's the other thought process with them is, well, if I can't move it, nobody's going to move it because I'm going to keep my load up there on the board so everybody calls me and none of the drivers call anybody else. So it's that mindset also that they're doing. They're pissed off about it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
So I got a question for Cooley and the freight guy. So a shipper asked me for a quote. I gave him a quote. I think it was pretty good, fair, but they ain't never hit me back. So do you think I should reach back out to them? And how soon should I reach back out to them to see, what was the problem with the quote? Because usually they'll hit you back like within the 24 hours or sooner.
Have you done that? Okay, because there's a couple options here. One, when you send the quote, do you send anything like, this is my price, and then leave them some way to be able to come back to you? Like, my price is, I'm going to use simple numbers. My price is $5,000. Let me know if this will work for you.
Well, I leave it open. I don't leave it closed.
Okay.
I'm like, well, like it was a lane from, shit, don't let me lie to you. What that shit was? Where that paper at? Oh, fuck. It was like Georgia to, fuck is that, North Dakota or some shit like that. And they was paying 50. I told them 5,300. So I don't know if that was too much for them.
Now here's another question.
Is that drive-in?
Go ahead.
That was drive-in. You think that's too high or too low? I mean, do you think that was the bad quote?
How many miles is it?
I had the shit wrote down on paper because I want to say I think I got the delivery location wrong, but it was near the. I'm looking for the paper now where I had wrote that shit down. And I got all type of shit right here. Damn. Hold on. Let me try to find it, man. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
But thing is about shippers. Sometimes you're gonna run into peak shippers too. That's
get that twisted. You're gonna run into cheap shippers. They don't want to pay, or they're what they're doing is they're pretty much trying to figure out who got the best rate. But yeah, like I said, leave it open. I always say when I quote, let me know. I say the exact words. Let me know if this works for you.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. That's
I kind of like keep it kind of open. And then I reach out. I give it some time or whatever, and I reach out. Hey, everything good with the quote? Does it work out? And I don't. I kind of be on them. To figure out what's up. I don't know how everybody else, but I'm just very aggressive
Yeah, because the first thing
when
I'm
it
doing
comes
is a couple
to
of things. The first thing I'm doing is saying,
shipping.
hey, is this a budgetary quote or is this a quote that's got to go? Because a budgetary quote, you might not get anything back for 3 weeks before they say, okay, it's ready to go. But if it's one that has to go now, it's the same thing. So I basically reach out there, and if I don't hear anything, I'll shoot them back saying, hey, just checking on that quote I sent you. I want to make sure you got it and see if that was in your price range. And if not, let me know where you're at with it. And then see what they respond from there, and say, no, we were able to cover that one. And then you can then at that point say, well, if you don't mind me asking, what did you end up covering it for, just so I can kind of see, where I'm at. And then that way you'll kind of know. A lot of times they'll tell you
All right.
at that point. Oh, okay.
Did I get kicked off or some shit?
No, you're on.
Yeah. Sometimes shippers will tell you what other people quoted for,
Right.
and then they'll be like, "You think you can be able to come closer to this, something like that?" And there you go, right there. They tell you what it is, what everybody else is doing. If you're able to get it a better rate, there you go. You in there.
Or even if you're close and you're a little higher, I've gone back and said, man, he's at 5,000. Best I can do is 54, but my service for 54. I got my guaranteed truck, and I'll bring one of my guys in, but he's going to be 54. I know I'm a little higher on this one, but you get my service with my price. And then, because that way you're said, and I usually get that. I usually that extra step of that actual statement. They're like, all right, let's go. All right. Truck's on its way.
Yeah, there's been times where they told me, well, one customer told me, something was like, I'm just throwing out numbers, 2,300, and I was like, yeah, I'll do it for 2,250. And they jumped on it.
I've done a load. They told me one guy was $1,495. I said $1,494, and they gave it to me.
Yeah.
I beat them.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
So reach the moral of the story is go ahead and reach out and make sure that they got the quote and see and just say, hey, did you end up getting the quote? I just wanted to know if this was one that's going to go or something like that type of thing. Don't be afraid to reach out and ask. Did we lose everybody?
You guys can hear me now?
You can hear?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Oh yeah, I'm in here.
Okay, so it was 985 miles from Atlanta to Omaha, Nebraska, and I quoted them 5,000.
It's too much.
It's a round trip. It's 985 miles from Atlanta to Omaha, Nebraska. Drive in. And I want to say the weight, I think I wrote the weight right here, 33,000.
Last time I checked, you said, it's Nebraska.
Yeah, Omaha, Nebraska. I had the delivery location wrong. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
But
So how many miles was it again?
985.
And you quoted 53?
I quoted him at 5. I'm sorry. Okay, I thought it was 53. I had to find the paper I was writing on.
That might be on the high side, but you got to check Nebraska and let them know, like, look, driver's going to have a hard time getting out of Nebraska. Nebraska might not be jumping like that. So
that's exactly what I told him. I'm like, man, nobody want to go there. I mean, it's hard.
But it might be on the high side, 5,000 or 900, almost 1,000 miles.
What would you quote something like that?
That's on you. You're
on a drive-in?
Yeah, drive-in.
I don't know, maybe about $4,000. probably
Maybe
4
4.
grand. You probably can get a driver to go up there for like 3, maybe 35.
35. That's what I was thinking.
You know, that's just thinking off the top of my head. But yeah, Nebraska. I don't think Nebraska is like that for driving. I don't think so. Reefer, yeah, you probably be able to get some reefer. You know, get some chicken or some pork. But driving, I don't think driving's like that in Nebraska. I don't know. I gotta
Ain't
check.
nothing in Nebraska. There ain't nothing out
Ain't
there.
nothing over there. That's why I said 5, because you're gonna have to like at least entice the driver. I was thinking like even if I could get the 5, I was thinking like giving like 37. I know I could get you to go up there for $985 on 37,000. I mean, $3,700.
You
You
said it was
going?
round trip though, right? Was that round trip you said?
Yeah. Yes.
Did
It's
you
round trip.
did you
Yeah,
Oh
plug
that's a
in
good
that?
no.
quote.
Did you
That's a
plug
good
in that
quote.
lane?
Round trip.
You say did I plug it in like what
Did,
on the
did you
dashboard?
did you plug in that lane and see what everybody else is paying for that lane?
Yeah, it was like 260, 270 something.
A mile? That's a little bit more at 37.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm looking at. Like, it only show you like on the average. So even if
Yeah.
some people is getting more, you really can't tell because it's gonna all average out when you look at it on the boards and stuff.
Yeah, okay.
But I had a homeboy that was running up there with a company, and he was getting around that. And you got to think the company ain't gonna tell you exactly what they is, so you got to give or take a few $100.
Let me ask this: did you have a truck that would do it yet, or did you base it on a price to try to find a truck to do it?
You say find a truck that'll do it, and say that
No,
again. It's
did
kind of
you
loud in
did
here.
you have a truck to do it for that price, or were you hoping to find a truck to do it for
I was
that price?
hoping to find one.
Okay. And are you a broker?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you tried finding carriers and then getting their price and then putting your price on top of theirs?
Well, I just got this lead on this shipper, so I'm still trying to get in with the shipper. I haven't got fully in with this. This is a new prospect for me.
All right. So what I would probably do then, if you don't have any new carriers, I would probably post a load on the load board for that load with the price that you think you could move it for, or a little less. So let's say $3,000, and then when somebody calls you, you kind of do an interview with them, see if there's somebody that's obviously worth it, or if there's somebody that you're like, dude, I don't want to work with this guy. But if you can find somebody that's go ahead.
I thought about doing that. I didn't know if you could do that, like legally or not. You won't have no backlash from that.
No, and what you're going to do when you talk to that driver, once you find somebody that, let's say it's somebody that you don't want to deal with. Let's just say by the phone call, you're like, this, I don't want to deal with this guy. Be like, I just covered the load, sorry. You know what I mean? And then wait for if somebody else calls you, you basically say, if it's somebody you want to work with, you could say, look, this is a new customer. I'm looking for carriers to see if I can get this lane all the time. Are you? I realize that this rate might not be the rate you want to work with, but I felt it was a decent rate. Where would you be on this lane? And I can kind of, if like I said, if you work with me on this one, I'll give you first right to refusal every single time I get this lane. And that way, a lot of drivers out there, and then drivers can answer me, that if a broker were to come to them and say, look, I'm trying to get this customer direct, I'll guarantee you the freight if we get it. I'll guarantee you the first right to refusal. If you work with me on this one, you give me some type of realistic price, and then I'll take your price, and I'll go to my customer, and we'll see if we can make it happen. At that point, you got two options there. One, you're offering a guaranteed truck for that price. Two, a lot of times when you quote something and you don't know if you can find a truck, you're going to come in a lot higher because you're nervous that you don't want to fail on it. So it's better to find somebody that way and throw it out there and say, this is what I'm looking to do, and this is why I'm doing this. Are you willing to work with me on this one? Because I've never done this isn't my regular lane, but I'm trying to get a new customer.
Okay, I appreciate that because I had thought about it, just didn't know if it was frowned upon.
Well, it's one of those things that once you do get a driver on the phone, be honest with him on what you're trying to do. You know what I mean? This is still business. When it comes down to it, it's still business. And you're still trying to make him money. And you can make him money if he's willing to work with you. And by working with you, you're communicating. It's when you just post it out there and you don't really have the load and you just say, what's your price? And you hang up. That's different. But in my opinion, if you go to these drivers and you say, this is what I'm trying to do, I guarantee you the load if I get it. And then you go with that price and that customer says, yeah, let's do it. Then you have to give him the load. He just doesn't want you taking that load and then trying to get it somebody for 28 when he just offered you 3. Then he's gonna be like, screw you, dude. You know what I'm saying? I feel that's wrong. But to me, I'm just using a tool to try to find a carrier, to try to hire a carrier to do this. And if he does give me a price and I do get the load, I'm gonna give him the load.
Okay, I appreciate that.
And if anybody disagrees, please. But that's how I would have probably handled that one, just to make sure. And you might have came in high just because you were nervous and it was a new lane. So you got to try to use your resources, which is your tool, which is your load board for that, and then your drivers. But you want to make sure that whoever's giving you that price.
So do you think I should email the guy back and reach out to him and see, how he liked the quote, or or should I wait another day?
How long has it been?
Coming up on about 24 hours there.
Yeah, I would reach out with him and then see what he says. And if he says you were high on it, say, well, then ask for another opportunity. Say, let me see what I can do and see if I can get a little bit better price for you on that one, and then do what I tell you to do, what I just said for you to do.
And then do like a little small interview, like you said, post a load to see what I could.
You're gonna know the driver, or if there's anybody that call somebody up and be like, hey, because remember, even you want to try to work with guys that are good guys, the good drivers. And that way you can kind of say somebody that's in this area, you can, like I said, when they call, put a price on it that you're going to get a good guy to call you, but let him know that, look, this is a new customer. I'm trying to get this person's freight. If you're willing to give me some good service with this and give me what your price would be, let me see what I can do, because his price might be $3,000 and you can go in there for, again, it's a newer customer. So you might want to go in there for a lesser amount and then slowly work your rates up a little bit, rather than hammer them high in the first opportunity. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Cooley, do you agree?
Yeah, most definitely.
And I don't do a lot of vans, so I just want to make sure that I was, but just I don't know pricing.
So what y'all mostly focus on the reefer side?
I do oversize. I'm an oversized brokerage. I do over-dimensional freight, but I've still been a broker and I've done everything for like 14 years. But so I don't know.
I just figured, I just started in March as far as the broker side. I've been driving for a long time, but I just moved over to the broker side in March and opened this little business. But I just figured, stay with what I know. I know a little bit about driving inside. So, I figured just stay right there. Don't venture out and trying to do shit I don't really know how those lanes work. I don't know. So you think it's a bad lane to be in?
No,
you think I should be doing something else?
For you to learn it and that's where you were at, that's where you should start. Like
that's
I said,
your niche. That's your niche.
Yeah, my niche. Yeah. I see Cooley. I see Cooley's doing like a reefer, right, bro?
Yeah, that's my niche. That's what I know. So
when you was driving, you was doing reefer?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I did split. I did drive in. I did reefer. I switched over to reefer when I got my authority. But I did drive in prior to that, when I was leased on and stuff like that. But I found out reefer was more my lane. So I stuck with reefer.
Okay. Any other information, you have to be a subscriber. Are you a subscriber? Intelligence Location?
I subscribe to Cooley channel. I mean,
why did you subscribe to mine? I just gave you all this information.
I got you, bro. Say less. Say less, man. Say less. No worries, man. I'm gonna click the like button, follow, share, all that shit. Don't you have to ask Neil another time.
I'll have to put this in it. What's going on? I'll put this in there for you can subscribe right up. No, but just sell something. Be the broker that it's harder to sell nothing and try to get a truck than for you to post it out there and say, look, work with me, a driver, work with me on this one. And I work very well with the drivers because I'm honest with them and I tell them what I'm trying to do and I make them a part of the process rather than just me telling them what they have to do. And then when I make them a part of the process, they appreciate that and they want me to succeed. They have a vested interest in me because I have a vested interest in them. And that's how I run. That's how I feel it'd be better to get customers because you need the carriers. Perfect example. You can get customers all day long. It's tough to get carriers.
Yeah, okay, for sure, man. I'm gonna get off, man. I gotta move some of this freight for these people that I'm working with,
and subscribe to my channel.
And subscribe to your channel first.
No, but seriously, I think reach out to them and just see where you're at with it.
Yeah, I'm gonna send them an email here shortly.
Cool. Good luck with that one then.
Yes, sir, man. Y'all guys have a good one, man. I appreciate the knowledge and the info. Thanks, Cooley, for sharing this.
199-71415.
Oh yeah. Appreciate you coming on board, man. I appreciate you coming in.
Hey, no problem, man. Y'all hold it down, man. I'll get with y'all later, man.
All right.
These are the only numbers I have. There,
How you exit? Okay.
and I have. mm, uh,
Weird.
six
What
three
up?
zero eight three zero six.
What up, Brandon?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Who that talking to me, bro?
Cooley.
Man, cause I'm tell you
Mm-hmm.
something, bro. You about to laugh, bro. So I got this over coyote
I
last night,
have
right?
South
Yo,
Carolina,
Brandon, where you from, Brandon?
Johns Island,
BA.
Yo, Brandon, where you from?
McDonough, Georgia,
Hey, six
Cummings,
three, mute them out,
Georgia.
bro. Mute them out, bro.
Somebody,
You said what?
somebody talking on the phone.
I think intelligent logistics is still in here on this other one. You might have to mute.
No, it's green, bro. Mute your mic, bro.
Who is it? Intelligent? Oh, I
See
got it.
green,
Where you from, Brandon?
Virginia.
Virginia? Man, you gotta actually. I cannot pick up where you from, bro.
What the hell?
I've been, I've been like, yo, where he from, man? Like, he got one of them accents. I don't even know where you
Nah, man, that
from,
that that ain't a
bro.
Virginia accent, man. I don't know what he got going on. That
No,
is
I'm like,
not a
man,
where's
this
this
is
Virginia
man
accent.
from, bro? I thought it was like Louisiana for a minute, and then I'm like, man, I don't know where this man is from, bro. I can't tell. Yeah,
no, man.
bro.
I
I
hate bro. Cause
just what?
I hate brokers, bro, for this facts. See, it's like larger distant or shots at you, bro. But comic guilty. But look, so I picked my low last night of cereal and Quaker Oats. Carlisle. My appointment was at to the club. I got there 9:30. And leave to 4 in the morning, bro. I was like, oh, that's attention. So I called Coyote back. It was like, bro, we don't get it. We don't pay it in one day. I like, bro. It don't work like this to me, bro. You gotta pay my money right now, bro. I'm not living low. That's how it works. Because brokers play games about this station, bro. You know how it go out here.
Yeah,
You deliver that
yeah.
low, nigga, they ain't gonna answer your phone no more, bro.
You answer the phone,
Nah, bro,
change up.
you ain't gonna play me, bro. I'm too smart for this, bro. You send my money, give me the rate time, the low get delivered. Until then, we can be sitting all day. I got plenty of
Right.
time to sit, bro. You ain't playing games with me, bro. Coyote be playing games, bro, on this attention, bro. Hey, bro, I might be young, but I ain't stupid. You gonna play me, bro. Send that bread over right now, bro. I don't give a fuck if it's 150. I need that, bro.
I
I
hear that,
need
bro.
that, man.
Tell them you're gonna cut them, Brandon. Let them know you'll cut them.
I'm putting my money, bro. I work too hard out here, bro. I'm putting my money, man.
That's why you gotta get your
No.
money up top, man. Playing around with these brokers.
I charged them $100 to go 100 miles, 160. They still blowing like, bro. Can I get my money, bro? Like it's on like $100, I guess, 150.
They
They want to
what they're
give me
gonna
that.
do is they're gonna have to confirm it with their customer, and then all this, that's gonna be a while. That might be a week before you get an answer back on that intention, buddy.
They be lying, we getting that money sometimes. Sometimes they pay you out the pocket if they don't want to go to the customer with the detention shit. But they be a lot of times they be lying, bro. They get that money and then that's their money for them, and they stop picking up the phone. Or sometimes they will request. They may have an agreement with detention after 2 hours, but they don't say nothing. They'll tell you 3 hours. So they'll get the off rip and they won't talk to you about it, and then they'll get the hour detention on every load that they deliver. They get an hour detention on it, and then the driver never hear nothing because their detention is 2 hours, and they told us 3 or 4 or something like that.
No, I got the
Yeah.
contract, bro. It's only 2 3 hours. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how much it is though. I gotta read it, but like, bro, like, nah, man, they're
No,
still
but I'm
on the
saying,
reefer,
yeah.
man.
Now they tell you they could put that on your rate con say 2 3 hours, or say 3 hours, but on their contract with the customer is only 2 hours. So you thinking 3 hours, but it's really 2 hours for them, and they get into detention and they don't say nothing to you. You see what I'm saying? You don't really
Yeah,
know what's going on. Really, you only know what they tell you. Yeah.
bro, still playing games, bro. And I'm gonna find out where you live at, bro. I'll put on your ass, bro. I'm with the bullshit, bro. I'm playing
This
with that
guy.
fucking money, bro. I'm playing by the money, man. Shit.
See, it's easier to play that when you got the dry load. Sometimes with the reefer, you don't even want that headache. You just want it off the truck. And they'll find anything to reject that shit. Oh, it's a blemish on these potatoes here, man. We're gonna just go ahead and reject the load. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
potatoes.
So sometimes you just want to get rid of that load as quickly as you can. But I'm with the shits too. I've done it. You know what I mean? But I just hate dealing with that shit, man. But that's a good thing about running regional, man. I know where I'm going, so I can eliminate that shit. You know, by not going to certain places.
And guess what the load is, bro? Some cereal, my nigga. My G cereal, bro. And you took some cereal? Come on, bro.
Yeah,
Some
man.
cereal, bro.
Mm.
Bro, what I'm about to do, bro, is cut up food grade lows, bro. Nah. I'm going to McLean's, I'm going to Cisco's, I'm not going to Aldi, some more Targets, Walmart. Nah, bro, it take too long, bro.
I feel you, bro.
I guess with a name like Brandon Loves Cash, you don't short him $150, huh?
Uh, it adds
Nah,
up.
bro, I love
I got a
cash.
broker owe me like 350 right now. Every time I call him, first he said he was gonna pay me. Then every time I call him, sometimes he accidentally pick up and then he be like, "Hold on for 1 second." Then I go to voicemail. Then when I call back, when his other broker play cock block and be like, "Nah, he's on the phone or he just stepped out the office, man. Just leave a message." I'm going through that right now, but I'm waiting for them to pay out the original bill before I turn up the flame on them because I took a load to Tyson and they had me there for like 7 hours, man. So yeah, man, playing these games with I just prefer people just be honest, man. Just be honest. I'm lying, man.
Cooley, how do you do?
Yeah.
You get detention on any of your loads?
Well, on my carrier side,
Yeah.
I don't even fool with detention, man. That's why I try. That's why I charge so high, because
Right.
I know. Well, I stick to the places. I kind of stick to the places I already know. Just like what Brandon said, I don't like messing with McLean. If it's McLean, you're going to have to pay to go to McLean. If it's a food, I already took Food Line off the
Food
list.
line,
There's no Food
food line,
Lines.
terrible.
We're not doing Food Lines. We're not doing Super Values. I just kind of familiar with a lot of these places. And if I don't know the place, I'll do a Google review on them and see what people talking about
Yeah.
before I book the load, and then I'll go from there. If it's a funny kind of place, I'll shoot high on the rate, and I'll tell them, look, man, I'm gonna have to shoot high, man, because well, I don't have time to be there all day. And they'll hit me back, be like, well, we'll pay the attention. I was like, I don't care about the attention. Your attention ain't worth it. You're paying $30 an hour after 4 hours or 3 hours. Like, it ain't worth it. Like, you talking like $60, $90. Like, come on, man. That's why I don't. If I go to a place I don't know about, I shoot high, you know. And then if I got it, then I got it. If I don't, we'll go somewhere else.
Food line is the only place I know that the security guard they got guns. They need that, man. They need that because they have you there all day. They got Glocks on them. So why the security guard needs Glocks at a food distribution warehouse, man?
The and
Yeah.
Coleman Cooley, Food Line DC and Green Castle, PA, they quit, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
I was
Greencastle,
there. Yeah, I was there last
uh,
night, bro. They
they all
took
right.
30
They
minutes.
here and there.
They took 30 minutes to loan me, but guess what? I had water.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can't
they all
mess up
right.
water comes right off, man. They don't even gotta really count it like that. It's when they gotta
Nah,
open up
bro.
boxes and start counting and breaking things down. Oh my god, food line terrible, man.
Yeah. No, the one in by our house in Richmond, bro, that Food Line, how you there 8 hours, bro. Never again, bro. I ain't never going there again, bro. The one at
Yeah, okay.
460?
Is that the one I'll
Nah,
be
bro.
going to? That's the one that what's that one that name of that city with the funny name in Virginia? You know what I'm talking about, Cooley. It's like a
Yeah,
funny name.
that's the one I'm talking about,
Disputana.
bro.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
same one?
The
yeah.
one Disputana Food Line.
Yeah,
Don't nobody need to go there, man.
yeah, that shit terrible,
Yeah,
bro.
they
Eight
how you there
hours.
8 hours,
Eight
bro.
hours. I won't
Yeah,
go. Yeah, 8 hours,
yeah.
bro.
They hit me up with 8 hours too, and they wouldn't even let me go home. Talking about you can't leave the trailer here. I was like, oh nah, okay. I see. Yeah, I was the last person there. I didn't get out until like 2 o'clock in the morning, man.
Looks like
Everybody went home.
looks
I was
like
like, I
Jay
would.
just went live. Another trucker Jay went live. He's trying to find drivers, I think.
Okay, okay. Hopefully it
See, I
falls.
just see. I just got a joint now. Broker just hit me up. He said he got 3 loads.
Yeah.
Uh, Chesapeake to Richmond. I said, that's what I was talking about, man. Chesapeake to
Yeah.
Richmond, easy lows. Yeah, I might hop in the truck and go run that right quick
No,
because I know I can get it off real
no,
easy.
I'm gonna guess who called me?
This
TQL,
guy, he
bro.
can't
TQL
get the
called
point,
me.
man.
I
He
might run them
called
off.
like, he's like, yeah, bro, I got loads at South Virginia to some part of Virginia. I'm like, 100 miles is it round trip? He was like 400. I like, what's your rate? He told me $800. I'm like, bro, I got my goddamn phone, bro, with that. Not moving no lower 400 miles to $800, bro. Come on now.
So what you
Come
need for
on,
that,
bro. You
Brandon?
talk
How
like
much you need for that?
1700, like 1700.
Yeah,
I ain't play with
man.
brokers, bro. I need rates. Oh man, I was
Yeah.
like, TQL. I said when he said TQL, I shouldn't have the phone anyways, bro.
I
I
don't answer the
shouldn't give him
phone
a
for
chance to
TQL.
talk, bro. No, I
Yeah.
didn't know, bro. It was the Cali number, though. You know what I'm saying?
Cooley's there pondering. Should I do this load? Should I do this
Man,
load?
I'm about to go cover both of them, man. Or at least two of them. You already know, man. That ain't nothing but what 90 miles.
Hey, fellas, I'm gonna holler at y'all. I gotta get my DOT physical. So
All right,
I'm gonna holler at y'all later, man.
Yeah,
Y'all
I'm
be
gonna get
safe.
off
all right,
this live. We've been on it 4.5 hours.
All right. I'm going to jump
all right,
off.
all right,
See you,
all
everybody.
right,
Thanks for having me on.
All
all
right.
right.
All right, bye.